Chapter 694. No. Gu Jiao denied it. Mu Qingchen looked at her coldly, trying to see if there was a trace of guilt in her eyes. However, to his disappointment, Mu Qingchen didn't see anything. If Gu Jiao was asked to play the role of love and hate, she would probably be dazzling. However, she didn't feel guilty because she was acting as herself. It was impossible. However, whether Gu Jiao felt guilty or not was different from whether Mu Qingchen believed it or not. Mu Qingchen was not as gullible as Li Sandy. There was no logical blind spot in his thinking that could be led at will. He had his own inference and would not be affected by Gu Jiao. He clenched the hilt of his sword and said with cold eyes, "You won't save Nangong Li. There is only one possibility for you to be at the scene. You killed him." Mu Qingchen had been with his classmate for a long time. Although he didn't know him well, he could tell that he was not a person who would repay evil with good. Since he had a grudge with Nangong Li, how could he save him at the risk of being regarded as a killer? It was his classmate's mercy that he didn't stab Nangong Li in the back. Gu Jiao spread her hands and said, "Whatever you say." Mu Qingchen kept clenching the hilt of his sword. His anger had reached a certain peak. In fact, he couldn't tell what he was angry about. He was simply angry that he had done evil in Qingdu and assassinated a famous general of the Yin Kingdom. Or he was angry that he had been hiding a lot from him and had never been honest with him. "Who are you? What's your purpose in the Yin Kingdom?" Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Mu Qingchen was even angrier. Compared to quarreling with him and asking him why he didn't believe him, Gu Jiao's attitude of not wanting to say anything was the most maddening. Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't you say anything? Do you admit it?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said calmly, "If there's nothing else, I'll go in first. If you want to fight, do it another day. I don't want to fight in front of my house." With that, Gu Jiao didn't even look at the sword against her neck. She turned around and pushed open the door. Mu Qingchen said coldly, "Stop right there. If you don't make yourself clear today, don't blame me for making a move on you." Gu Jiao ignored him. Gu Jiao had already pushed open the courtyard door. Mu Qingchen was infuriated when he saw Gu Jiao turning a deaf ear to his threat. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gu Jiao's back. Gu Jiao didn't want to fight with Mu Qingchen, so she just dodged to one side. However, Mu Qingchen was determined to force Gu Jiao to make a move. He quickly made his second move. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from the courtyard and came to the door. "Jiao Jiao, are you back?" Creak. The courtyard door was opened, and little Jing Kong's little head popped out. Mu Qingchen's eyes flickered, and he quickly withdrew his sword. However, there was still a trace of sword qi that he couldn't retract in time. The courtyard door was only opened a crack. If he pulled her out, she would be injured. If he pushed her in, she would fall down. In a flash, Gu Jiao stepped forward and bent down to protect little Jing Kong, blocking the sword qi. Mu Qingchen didn't intend to kill Gu Jiao. Besides, he had already absorbed most of the sword qi. It was just a wisp of remnant sword qi. Even so, Gu Jiao's back was still cut open. Her clothes were torn, revealing a small piece of her smooth skin, and a circle of cloth wrapped tightly around her chest. Mu Qingchen was slightly stunned. He only felt that the small piece of skin was dazzling. He didn't have time to think about what the circle of cloth wrapped around Gu Jiao's body was. He turned around, and his mind buzzed for some reason. Little Jing Kong didn't see Mu Qingchen outside the door. He thought that only Gu Jiao was back. He wanted to call out Jiao Jiao. But Gu Jiao raised her index finger and pressed it gently on his little mouth. Mu Qingchen wanted to turn around, but he somehow restrained himself. He squeezed the long sword in his hand and said in a low voice, "I'll find out the truth and evidence. If it's really you, I won't let it go." After that, he held the sword and stepped into the night with a heavy gaze. Gu Jiao closed the courtyard door and didn't let little Jing Kong see her back. Otherwise, he would be worried again. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Jiao Jiao, who was outside just now? I didn't understand what he said." "It's nothing. A classmate who sent me back." Gu Jiao touched his little head and asked, "Why are you here?" Little Jing Kong said, "The academy is on holiday. My brother-in-law sent me here." Gu Jiao asked, "Your brother-in-law is here too?" Little Jing Kong shook his head and said, He was here at noon, but he went out now. He said he'll pick me up tomorrow. Or Brother Chingfeng will pick me up. Xiao Heng must have something important to do since he sent little Jing Kong here. Gu Jiao guessed right. Xiao Heng did go to do something. Gu Chingfeng was there too. Xiao Heng first sent little Jing Kong to Gu Jiao and handed him over to Mistress Nan and Master Lu. Then, he went to Tianxiang Pavilion and returned to the inner city with Gu Chingfeng. Gu Jiao didn't tell anyone about her assassination plan in the Imperial Palace, but Xiao Heng could guess it. There were two people who knew Gu Jiao the best in the world. One was Gu Yan, and the other was Xiao Heng. The moment Nan Gongli left the city to find Gu Jiao, the two of them had their eyes on him. Gu Chingfeng followed his carriage all the way. Xiao Heng first sent little Jing Kong to Mistress Nan and Master Lu. After Nan Gongli left Tianxiang Academy, he went straight to the Imperial Palace. Gu Chingfeng and Xiao Heng didn't dare to chase too close. Fortunately, Nan Gongli didn't dare to stop his carriage too close to the Imperial Palace. Nan Gongli contacted an Imperial Palace eunuch and sneaked into the Imperial Palace by hiding in a box of ingredients. Nan Gongli's bodyguard stayed in the carriage and waited. The news of Nan Gongli's death didn't spread out so quickly. It wasn't until evening that his bodyguard heard from passers-by that General Nan Gong was killed in the Imperial Palace. Others didn't know the inside story, but how could his bodyguard not know? Nan Gongli went to kill that student from Tianxiang Academy. If something happened to Nan Gongli, it must be that student who killed him. The bodyguard hurriedly drove the carriage to report to the Nangong family. It wasn't good to make a move on the street. Xiao Heng spread out the map of the inner city and said to Gu Chengfeng, "Go east." Gu Chengfeng drove the carriage and said, "Don't make a mistake." Xiao Heng said, "It can't be wrong." They passed through an alley to the east and coincidentally bumped into the carriage of his trusted bodyguard. The trusted bodyguard seemed to have noticed that he was being watched and turned around to pass through another alley. Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the alley and said, "Turn around and go to Nanyu Street." Finally, the two of them blocked the bodyguard at the corner of Nanyu Street. After getting rid of him, no one would know why Nan Gongli entered the Imperial Palace today. Nan Gongli's death caused an uproar in Xingdu. There were three major doubts about this matter. First, why did Nan Gongli appear in the Imperial Palace? There was no record of him entering the Imperial Palace. In other words, he sneaked into the Imperial Palace. The servants of the Nangong family said that he went out with a bodyguard named Lu Dong. The Ministry of Justice immediately sent people to search for this bodyguard named Lu Dong, but they found him dead on the street. He was stabbed in the vital gate by a hidden weapon and died in a single blow. The murderer obviously had a strong anti-reconnaissance ability. There were no clues left at the scene, and no witnesses were found nearby. The case was in a deadlock as soon as there was a breakthrough. The second biggest doubt was the three eunuchs who died at the scene of the crime. Two of the three eunuchs were from the Imperial Kitchen Department, and the other was from the Zhanghe Palace. The three of them didn't interact in private, nor were they close on the surface. It was unknown why they appeared there together. There were sacks and ropes beside them, and they looked like they were going to catch something. After the coroner's examination, he speculated that they were killed by Nan Gongli's internal force. Why can't it be the murderer's internal force? In the morgue, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court asked the coroner. The Chancellor of the Ministry of Justice was also there. He was also curious about this. The coroner said, "I've also examined General Nangong's body. General Nangong didn't have any internal injuries, so I boldly speculate that the murderer doesn't have internal force." The Chancellor of the Supreme Court frowned and said, "Without internal force, he could use a tree branch to kill the famous General Nangong." "Old man's son, do you understand what you're saying? You didn't make a mistake, did you?" The coroner said, "Neither servile nor overbearing. I've examined corpses for dozens of years. I don't dare say that I've never made a mistake. If you don't believe me, you can find another coroner to examine General Nangong's body." The Chancellor of the Supreme Court naturally found one. The result was the same as Old Man's son's. If he didn't need to use internal force to kill General Nangong, then he didn't need to use internal force to kill the three eunuchs. Based on this logic, The coroner deduced that the internal force that killed the 3 eunuchs came from Nangong Li. Thus, the third suspicious point of the case appeared. Who could have killed Nangong Li so easily without using internal energy, or without using internal energy at all? The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Yang Chang, and the Chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Dong Wei, investigated for a day and a night without finding anything. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Yang Chang, said, "That Lu Dong is clearly the best breakthrough point. As long as we can ask him what Nangong Li did in the palace, the truth of the case will be easily solved." The Chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Dong Wei, said, "He's already dead. There's no point in talking about this." The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice were both outside Duanmen's court. However, the Supreme Court was in the west, and the Ministry of Justice was in the east. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, it was impossible to go back home to rest. They could only go to the Yamen to change their clothes, and prepare to go to court to report the situation of the case to the king. When they were about to go their separate ways, Yang Chang saw that Chancellor Dong was deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Chancellor Dong said, "I'm thinking who killed Nangong Li. And he was killed in the palace. This feeling is like what?" Yang Chang asked. Chancellor Dong shook his head. "I don't have any conclusive evidence. However, when I stood at the scene of the crime and looked at Nangong Li's body, and the tree branch that was thrown at the scene, I seemed to feel a murderous desire for revenge." This was one of Chancellor Dong's abilities. He was a judge with a keen intuition for cases. His intuition was accurate in most cases. They had once caught a serial killer, but they also had no clue. However, one time, the killer and Chancellor Dong met on the street. With just one glance, Chancellor Dong pointed at the person and said, "He is the killer." Therefore, when Chancellor Dong said that the killer was out for revenge, Yang Chang didn't immediately deny it. Yang Chang said thoughtfully, "Did Nangong Li offend anyone?" Chancellor Dong said, "You should ask, who among the people Nangong Li offended could easily kill him? Have you carefully observed the shape of the tree branch? Don't you think it looks like a spear?" Yang Chang recalled and nodded. "That's right. The front end is sharpened and the length is similar to a spear." Chancellor Dong said, "As far as I know, only the Xianyuan family's spear technique can have such power without using internal energy." Yang Chang frowned. "You mean, Nangong Li was killed by the Xianyuan family? Everyone in the Xianyuan family is dead. The only one left is the former crown princess, who was also crippled of her martial arts. Your inference is not valid." Chancellor Dong pondered for a moment and said, "What if there is someone who is lucky enough to survive?" Yang Chang said with certainty, "There is no what if. Don't forget, all the bodies of the Xianyuan family were examined one by one. They were nailed to the coffins before they were carried away by Crown Prince Jing and his brother." Chancellor Dong said with a serious expression, "Xianyuan Chung. When I saw the murder weapon during the day, I thought of him for some reason." Yang Chang said with amusement, "He is even less likely to be the killer. Among all the men of the Xianyuan family, he died the most tragic death. He was nailed to the city gate tower by his own red-tasseled spear. Thousands of arrows pierced his heart, and he died. His body was hung there for an entire month. Crown Prince Jing spent almost all of his family's wealth in exchange for the bodies of the Xianyuan family's men. If there was a single survivor, Crown Prince Jing would not have to go to such lengths. Crown Prince Jing, the current Duke of Anghua." Yang Chang paused and patted Chancellor Dong's shoulder. He said earnestly, "Elder Dong, I understand that you were promoted by the Xianyuan family in your early years. You have always been brooding over the fact that you did not plead for mercy for the Xianyuan family. However, you should also understand that you personally took over the case. The Xianyuan family did indeed rebel. As officials of the imperial court, you and I cannot be associated with traitors. We cannot sacrifice ourselves for the sake of righteousness. Today, when you mention the Xianyuan family in front of me, I will pretend that I did not hear anything. When you are in front of His Majesty, you must keep your mouth shut. Do not offend His Majesty." "Elder Yang," Chancellor Dong called out to him as he turned and walked towards the Supreme Court. Yang Chang turned back to look at him. "What is it?" Chancellor Dong's expression was complicated. That incident back then, was it really not wrong? Yang Chang asked. What incident are you referring to? Chancellor Dong said, you know. Yang Chang's eyes darkened. He said seriously, Elder Dong, you only need to remember that what the top 10 aristocratic families did was righteous. Nangong Li's death caused an uproar among the aristocratic families. Although Nangong Li was not the eldest son of the Nangong family, he was more outstanding than his elder brother. The Nangong family had always trained him as the successor. Who would have thought that he would be killed in the palace? The Nangong family was furious. He pressured the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to find the murderer within 3 days. However, this was impossible. Not to mention that they did not have a clue now. Even if they had a clue, they would not be able to thoroughly investigate this murder case with great fanfare. That was because the emperor's birthday was coming. Everyone in Shang City was busy celebrating the emperor's birthday. At this critical moment, if they caused a commotion about Nangong Li's murder case, wouldn't it bring bad luck to the emperor? Moreover, Nangong Li sneaked into the palace without permission, which more or less made the emperor unhappy. After the emperor's birthday, they would thoroughly investigate in a high-profile manner. Gu Jiao knew nothing about what happened in the imperial court. She went to the academy as usual. Mu Qingchen also came to class. He was still sitting in the second seat in the last row, close to the back door on the right. The first seat was Gu Jiao's seat. Everyone had been used to Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao sitting at the same table, so no one felt strange when they saw him sitting there. Only Gu Jiao clearly felt that Mu Qingchen's aura had changed. He looked at Gu Jiao with a very guarded look. Gu Jiao sat down without changing her expression. Zhou Tong, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and looked at the two with a smile. Sure enough, Lulang, you have a big reputation. As soon as you came back to class, young Master Qingchen also came. Yes, she had a big reputation. So big that the first young master of Shang City personally came to monitor her. Mu Qingchen did not speak, but his aura was frighteningly cold. Zhou Tong shrank his neck and covered his face with a book. He whispered to Gu Jiao, "What's wrong with young Master Qingchen? Is he unhappy?" Gu Jiao thought to herself, "With your voice, half of the classroom can hear it. Why are you still covering your face with a book?" "You can ask him yourself," Gu Jiao said. Zhou Tong curled his lips. He did not dare to ask. Zhou Tong changed the topic. "Hey Lulang, did you go to the palace yesterday to see the king? Is the 10,000 taels worth it?" "What 10,000 taels?" Gu Jiao's focus was always on the gold. Zhou Tong said. "It's said that the prize for the second place is 10,000 taels. Even the servants of our academy said so." Gu Jiao took out the book from her bag. 1,000 taels. If it was 10,000 taels, she would have buried Mu Chuan alive. No, she also wanted to bury Mu Chuan alive now. Forget it. Since she had taken this opportunity to kill Nangong Li, she would bury him later. The king's birthday banquet was set for the 10th of June. All the officials of the imperial court and above, as well as the aristocratic families in Shang City, had received invitations to the banquet. The day before the banquet, Gu Jiao heard the news she had been waiting for a long time. The state preceptor had returned to Shang City. Chapter 695. Tianqiong Academy was on holiday today. Gu Jiao heard from a passing merchant, when she went to the market to buy vegetables, that the state preceptor returned to Chengdu in the middle of the night. Early in the morning, there was a long line outside the state preceptor's hall to see the state preceptor. "So many people want to see the state preceptor?" The vegetable vendor asked the merchant sitting next to him drinking soy milk. He said to Gu Jiao, 10 knife coins. Gu Jiao handed the 10 knife coins to the vegetable vendor and put 2 fresh large gourds into the small basket behind her. The merchant drank half a bowl in big gulps and said with sweat all over his head, "Of course. The line is 3 miles long. The carriage almost couldn't pass. If I wasn't in a hurry to leave the city to do business, I would also line up there." Last time when Gu Jiao went to the state preceptor's hall to ask about the state preceptor's whereabouts, the eldest disciple Yi Qing told her that the state preceptor would come back at the beginning of the month if he was early. At the end of the month at the latest. It would be best if he didn't have to wait until the end of the month. After all, Gu Yan's condition would get worse the longer it was delayed. Gu Jiao returned to the house with the vegetables she bought. "You're back." Nan Shernyoung looked at the sweat on her forehead and hurriedly took her small basket. She said, "I didn't expect Chengdu to be so hot this year. You must be bored." She was talking about Gu Jiao's chest wrap. Gu Jiao had grown too well in the past 2 years. In order to cover her body, she had to wrap herself tightly. Nan Shernyoung felt hot for her. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. She could bear it." Nan Shernyoung said with heartache, "It's really hard for you. I boiled some mint water. It will be ready in a while." Nan Shernyoung, "I don't want to drink it. I want to go to the inner city." Gu Jiao said, "The state preceptor is back." Mistress Nan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I heard the news at the market just now, so I want to try my luck and see if I can meet the state preceptor." Madame Nan looked at Gu Yan, who was sunbathing listlessly in the corridor. She understood that Gu Yan's condition could not be delayed any longer. "Is it true that the earlier the operation, the higher the chance of recovery?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. "If they delayed for too long, the surgery might be useless." Madame Nan did not urge her to stay any longer. She asked Master Lu to prepare a carriage for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took out the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms. She rummaged through the table and said, Where's the token? I clearly put it here." "Here." Old Mr. Meng appeared at the door with a brocade bag in his hand. The token was inside. "Oh." Gu Jiao walked over and took the brocade pouch. "Oh, you took it?" Old Mr. Meng said casually. "Well, I just took it. Are you planning to enter the city alone?" "Yes," Gu Jiao said. Old Mr. Meng cleared his throat. "You're not bringing me?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "Why should I bring you?" Old Mr. Meng said. "To the state preceptor's palace." Gu Jiao said seriously. "The state preceptor knows the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms. You'll be exposed if you go." Old Mr. Meng, the real chess sage of the 6 kingdoms, was speechless. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, "No, you still have to go. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the city later." However, old Mr. Meng really needed to enter the city today. He was going to meet someone near the state preceptor's palace. It was on the same way as Gu Jiao. Master Lu had prepared the carriage. Master Lu had planned to use another horse. However, the horse king beat up Master Lu and his companion. Then it valiantly came out to pull the carriage. It did not forget to bring Gu Jiao's small medicine box and small basket onto the carriage. It was very considerate of its service. After Gu Jiao got into the carriage, old Mr. Meng got in as well. Gu Jiao put down the curtain and said to the horse king, "It's done. Let's go." The horse king opened its big mouth, raised its front hooves, and rushed out with a whoosh. Old Mr. Meng was caught off guard. He leaned back and hit the wall of the carriage with a bang. The horse king ran with a whoosh. A gust of wind blew the carriage's curtains high up into the air. The curtains crashed against the walls of the carriage, making crackling noises. Old Mr. Meng was blown out of his mind. He spread out his arms and leaned against the wall of the carriage without any resistance. He felt that he could not even open his eyes. Even the wrinkles on his face were about to be blown flat by the wind. What kind of crazy horse was this? The carriage galloped on the street, overtaking every car it saw. When it stopped to pass through the checkpoint of the inner city gate, old Mr. Meng had been blown into a lion. This time, Gu Jiao did not press old Mr. Meng's head and tell him embarrassing lines. The reason was that the guards let them pass when they saw the token of the chess sage of the 6 kingdoms. Old Mr. Meng heaved a sigh of relief. The horse king had never been to the Grand Master Hall, so he had to show them the way. After entering the inner city, Gu Jiao sat in the outer seat of the carriage. Chengdu was particularly congested today. The carriage was stuck in the middle of the road not long after. In a room on the 2nd floor of a tea house facing the street, a man in his 30s in a black shirt sat in front of the window, looking at the traffic jam. One of the carriages caught his attention. There was nothing strange about the carriage itself. The horse was the main attraction. The other horses stayed where they were. Only this one was restless, looking around to catch butterflies. "What kind of stupid horse is this?" the man muttered. His eyes followed the horse and landed on the coachman. The coachman was a young man in green, with a red birthmark on the left side of his face. It's him. The man's lips curled up. He actually entered the inner city. Han Shitzi followed his gaze, and quickly found Gu Jiao in the carriage. He frowned. Xiao Luleng? Master, do you know him? The man called Master by Han Shitzi was Master Nan's senior Qi Xian. Qi Xian remained calm and unruffled as he looked at the green-clothed youth sitting in the carriage, who was stuck in a traffic jam. He smiled faintly and said, I told you before that I met my junior sister from the Tang sect last time. There's one more thing I didn't tell you. There's an interesting person around my junior. Xiao Luleng. Han Shitzi was surprised. Qi Xian smiled and said, I think I know who killed Nan Gongli. Han Shitzi frowned. Are you saying that the murderer is Xiao Luleng? Qi Xian smiled and shook the teacup in his hand. I can't think of anyone else. Han Shitzi shook his head. How could he kill Nan Gongli with his martial arts? Nan Gongli has lost an arm. But even so, Xiao Luleng is definitely not Nan Gongli's match. Qi Xian said, he defeated a few Shaolin monks last time. I remember that you guys are forbidden to use internal energy in the boxing competition. Han Shitzi said, that's right. Qi Xian smiled and said, how many people in Xingdu do you think can defeat a Shaolin body refining warrior monk without using internal force? Also, didn't the autopsy results come out? Nan Gongli didn't suffer any internal injuries. He was killed by a tree branch that was used as a spear to pierce his heart. As far as I know, only the Xian Yuan family's spear technique can do that. Han Shitzi was shocked. Qi Xian looked at the young man in the carriage. When I went to see my junior, I fought with this Xiao Luleng. Although he only used one move, I can be sure that he used the Xian Yuan family's spear technique. Han Shitzi frowned. There are two suspicious points. First, why did he kill Nan Gongli? Second, how did he know the Xian Yuan family's spear technique? Qi Xian took a sip of tea. I don't know. This young man seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Didn't you say that the Han family found out that Nan Gongli secretly went to the Zhao kingdom not long ago? Not long after he came back. A few people from the Zhao kingdom came to Chengdu. Don't you think there's a connection? Han Shitzi said. My second uncle guessed that those people from the Zhao kingdom were masters that Nan Gongli brought from the Zhao kingdom. Their purpose was to deal with our Han family. However, if what master said is true, that Nan Gongli died at the hands of Xiao Luleng, then Xiao Luleng and the Nangong family are not in cahoots. Qi Xian smiled. The relationship between people is not limited to friends. It can also be enemies. Maybe Nan Gongli offended someone in the Zhao kingdom. Han Shitzi pondered for a moment and said seriously, if Xiao Luleng is really so powerful, then perhaps the Han family can forget about the past and consider taking him for our own use. Qi Xian put down the teacup lightly and picked up a piece of crab cake from the plate. Looking at the exquisite and delicious crab cake, he said, I'm afraid you can't bribe him. Han Shitzi was puzzled. Master, why do you say that? Qi Xian hinted with his eyes. Do you remember when you were put in a sack on the street? There it was that boy who did it. Han Shitzi was shocked. How could it be him? Qi Xian said. I found half of a tangerine needle that was broken into a crack in the wall. That was my junior sister's favorite hidden weapon. It couldn't have been my junior sister who sneak attacked you. My junior sister is over 30 years old. Her figure is different from a young man's. Han Shitzi recalled. The one who sneak attacked me that day was indeed a young man. Qi Xian sighed with emotion. This boy is really not simple. He knows the Xianyuan family's spear skills and the Tang family's hidden weapons. Han Shitzi's expression was complicated. He dared to offend two big families at once. He is indeed not simple. Qi Xian looked at the street that was beginning to clear up. His smile faded and he said seriously, offend? No, he doesn't care about the big families at all. Chapter 696. The weather was hot and humid. After a quarter of an hour of congestion, the carriage finally started to move slowly. The first half of the journey was very congested, but it was smooth as it approached the State Master's hall. It turned out that the people who wanted to see the State Master had been persuaded to leave by the disciples of the State Master's hall. leaving only a dozen people who refused to give up. Gu Jiao's carriage stopped opposite the State Master's hall. She jumped off the carriage, took the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, and walked to the gate. A disciple of the State Master's hall was persuading the people who refused to leave. The State Master has only seen 3 guests today, and he has already seen 2 of them. If you have a visiting card, please take it out quickly. If not, please go back. You can come back to the State Master's hall in the future with a visiting card. Oh, a visiting card. Gu Jiao touched her chin. The disciple of the State Master's hall had never seen Gu Jiao before. But he still asked politely, "Young master, do you have a visiting card?" "I don't have a visiting card, only this." Gu Jiao handed the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms to the disciple of the State Master's hall. The disciple of the State Master's hall took a look and said in surprise, "Young master, please come in." Someone was unhappy. "Hey, why can he enter?" "Yeah? He doesn't have a visiting card either. We have waited for so long. If anyone wants to enter, it should be us first." The disciple of the State Master's hall explained, "This young master is holding the token of the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng is an important guest of the State Master's hall. The people he recommends can enter the State Master's hall directly. Okay, today's 3 places are full. Everyone please go back." "Seriously? We have waited for so long for nothing." "Exactly. We shouldn't have come. He looks so poor. Who knows if his token is fake or not?" The disciple of the State Master's hall shook his head helplessly, as if he was worried that Gu Jiao would thank him. He said, "Young master, don't take it to heart. They don't have a visiting card from the State Master's hall, so they can't enter. It has nothing to do with you." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, I'm fine." The little brother was quite considerate. "Young master, please follow me." The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace led Gu Jiao inside. The 2 of them had just turned around and walked inside when a carriage suddenly appeared behind them. The carriage had just stopped, and a white-robed young girl jumped down while lifting her skirt. It was obvious that she was a little anxious. "Please wait a moment," she called out to the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Jiao and the other disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall turned their heads. "It's you." When the other party saw Gu Jiao, he was stunned. "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao looked at Muru Xian, who had appeared in a hurry, and asked, "Why can't I be here?" Muru Xian looked at the majestic and solemn plaque above her head. With a slight frown she said, "This is the Imperial Advisor's Hall. You shouldn't be here." The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall asked, "May I ask what's the matter, miss?" Muru Xian's attitude toward the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace was much better. She politely said, "I'm here to seek an audience with the Imperial Preceptor. I have a visiting card." After saying that, she took out a golden visiting card from her wide sleeve. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace immediately recognized that it was a genuine visiting card from the Imperial Preceptor Palace. However, he still tactfully declined. "My apologies, Mississippi. You're a little late. Our Imperial Preceptor will only see 3 guests today. This young master is the last one. He's just a citizen of a lower country. How can he have the qualifications to meet the Imperial Preceptor?" Muru Xian raised the visiting card in her hand. Not only did she say this to the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace, but she also said this to the other 2 disciples who were guarding the door. "Look carefully. This is a visiting card from the Chess Manor. The Imperial Preceptor personally gave it to the Chess Manor. It should be a visiting card of the highest grade. I don't care where this person got the visiting card from. He doesn't have the qualifications to be in front of me." Visiting cards were also divided into different grades. The first grade was the golden card, the second grade was the silver card, and the third grade was the blue card. Among them, only the golden card was personally stamped by the Imperial Preceptor. Those who had the qualifications to receive the golden card were usually members of the imperial family. The Chess Manor had luckily obtained one, and it had always been regarded as a treasure. Muru Xian had spent a lot of effort to cure the coughing illness of the Chess Manor's heir in exchange for this golden card. Even if the heirs of the top 10 families came today, they couldn't surpass her. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace frowned slightly. May I ask which country Miss is from? Muru Xian choked. The tone of the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace became milder. Miss is from the Qin Kingdom, right? Miss's accent is very thick from the Qin Kingdom's accent. On the other hand, I can't hear the accent of this young master from the other countries. The corner of Muru Xian's mouth twitched. Are all the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Palace so abnormal? Even their accent can be heard. Muru Xian was publicly exposed as a citizen of a lower country. She felt humiliated and angry. She glared fiercely at Gu Jiao. Why is it that nothing good ever happens when I meet someone from the Zhao Kingdom? She still hadn't settled the debt of slapping her and dislocating her arm. Now he was here to snatch her qualifications to meet the Imperial Preceptor. No matter what, she wouldn't let him have his way. Ask him to take out the card to see if he's a golden card like me. Before Muru Xian could finish her sentence, the disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace showed the token that he didn't have time to return to Gu Jiao. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "This young master is holding old Mr. Meng's token. Old Mr. Meng is an honored guest of the Imperial Preceptor Palace. His token is far more qualified than the golden card in your hand." Muru Xian's pupil shrank. Impossible. How can he have old Mr. Meng's token? This must be fake. Muru Xian didn't come alone. There was another carriage parked behind her carriage. An elegant man walked down from the carriage. He looked to be in his early 40s. He had a thin figure and a goatee. With his hands behind his back, he walked over with an aloof expression. It's fortunate that I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that someone was using the chess manor's name to swindle others. Muru Xian hurriedly turned around and greeted the other party. Her tone was gentle. Great Master Feng. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace frowned as he looked at the other party. Who are you? Muru Xian smiled faintly. You keep saying that old Mr. Meng is an honored guest of your Imperial Preceptor Palace. Can't you recognize that this is old Mr. Meng's eldest disciple, Great Master Feng Yuhua? Old Mr. Meng was the chess saint. His eldest disciple was respectfully addressed as Great Master. The disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Palace cupped his hands. So it's Great Master Feng. It's an honor to meet you. Feng Yuhua glanced at Gu Jiao and said without any trace of politeness, I don't know this person. The token he's holding, it's true. When Feng Yuhua saw the token that was handed over, she was even more surprised than Muru Xian. Muru Xian asked, Great Master Feng, what's wrong? You. Feng Yuhua held the token in her hand and turned it over to confirm. It's Master's token. Why is Master's token in your hands? Where did you steal it? I didn't steal it, Gu Jiao said. Muru Xian mocked. If you didn't steal it, where did this token come from? Everyone knows that old Mr. Meng has gone missing, and his whereabouts are still unknown. How could his token appear in your hands so coincidentally? When the commoners who had left heard Muru Xian's voice, they turned back and lined up to watch a good show. When Muru Xian saw so many people, she wanted to make Gu Jiao lose face even more. Do you need me to remind everyone that you're a habitual offender? You once pretended to be a doctor and went to the in-country duke's residence to swindle people. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Otherwise, the in-country duke would have been cured by you. The surrounding commoners began to whisper among themselves. He's so young. How can he be so shameless? He even deceived a good person like the in-country duke. How heartless can he be? He even stole the chess saint's token. The Imperial Preceptor Palace doesn't care. They actually want to bring this kind of person in to see the Imperial Preceptor. That's right. Muru Xian smugly raised the corner of her lips. Shall Luleng admit it? You stole the token. Feng Yuhua also said coldly. I've never seen you before. The chess saint definitely wouldn't give you the token. You'd better tell the truth otherwise. Otherwise what? An old voice that was neither salty nor light came from the back of the crowd. Feng Yuhua's body froze, and she looked toward the other party. The crowd unconsciously opened up a path. Old Mr. Meng walked over with a gloomy expression. Muru Xian and the other commoners had never seen old Mr. Meng before. From his clothes and appearance, he looked like an ordinary old man. Mu Xian said arrogantly, "Where are you from? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The person beside me is the chess saint's eldest disciple, the current owner of the chess manor." Old Mr. Meng stood beside Gu Jiao and looked at Feng Yuehua mockingly. "Owner?" Feng Yuehua's face paled. "Shut up." Mu Xian was shocked. Great Master Feng was scolding her? She cured his stubborn cough that had plagued him for many years. He treated her as a guest, and even personally sent her to the Imperial Preceptor's Hall today. Why did he suddenly? Feng Yuehua broke out in cold sweat. He wiped it with his sleeve and cupped his hands toward old Mr. Meng. He stuttered and couldn't say anything. He was so arrogant just now, but now he was so hesitant. Old Mr. Meng said sternly, "Kneel." Feng Yuehua fell to his knees. Chapter 697. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Master Feng of the chess manor actually knelt down to an old man? Gu Jiao tilted her head to look at Elder Meng. Mu Xian's expression changed greatly. She gradually felt that something was wrong. Master Feng was the #1 person in the chess manor after Elder Meng. To be able to make him kneel, could it be? Teacher. Master Feng knelt down with a trembling voice. The word teacher was like a hammer that smashed all the confidence and arrogance that Mu Xian had built up because of Master Feng. She looked at Master Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, and didn't even dare to raise his head. Her heart received a huge blow. So this was the power of the chess saint of the 6 countries? The dignified son of the Feng family actually knelt before a person from a lower country. He was so respectful, sincere, and humble that he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. That was the Feng family, the 9th-ranked family. Elder Meng was originally from the Zhao kingdom. He was granted amnesty by the king and settled in Shang, due to become a citizen of Shang kingdom. Mu Xian felt a burning flame rising from the bottom of her heart. It burned her heart and lungs, making her feel both painful and excited. Once she became a citizen of Shang kingdom, she wouldn't have to look at anyone's face anymore. Elder Meng's aura was fully released as he looked coldly at his unfilial disciple on the ground. He said sarcastically, "I didn't even know when you became the master of the chess manor." Feng Yuhua's body trembled as she hurriedly explained, "Teacher, that's just nonsense. The chess manor belongs to teacher. The plaque bestowed by His Majesty the King still hangs in the main hall. The first chess manor is bestowed to Elder Meng. How could this student dare to claim to be the master of the chess manor?" He really resented Mu Xian to death now. Some words should be said in one's heart. How could she say it out loud? Wouldn't that be making people talk? Elder Meng continued to question. "Who did you say stole the token?" Student. No matter how stupid Feng Yuehua was, she could tell that the kid's token was personally given by the chess saint. She did not understand. She had coveted that token for so many years, and had not even allowed the chess saint to take a look at it. How could he be so generous as to give it to someone else? Old Mr. Meng thought to himself, "Even I can't bear to bully a child. Do you think it's your turn to slander him?" Old Mr. Meng snatched the token from Feng Yuehua's hand and wiped it carefully with his sleeve before handing it to Gu Jiao. "I'll take it." Gu Jiao. "Oh." Feng Yuehua didn't feel good at all. "If you want to take the token back, just take it back. Why do you still have to wipe it?" Old Mr. Meng said to Feng Yuehua. "You apologized to your junior sister, junior brother." Feng Yu was shocked. Gu Jiao looked at Mr. Meng in confusion. "When did I become your disciple?" Mr. Meng coughed softly and coaxed in a low voice. Give me some face. Gu Jiao. Feng Yuehua did not expect that after the chess saint went out for a trip, he would come back with a junior. Where could he go to reason with her? Mr. Meng nodded and said, "Well, you don't even listen to me anymore. It seems that I can't order you around anymore." This won't do. This old man chased away 58 disciples before. He was the only one who persisted. He had endured for more than 10 years, and was about to succeed. It was not worth it to be chased out of the sect at this critical juncture. He stood up and cupped his hands toward Gu Jiao. "Junior brother, I was wrong. I apologize to you." Gu Jiao, who suddenly had a senior brother, was speechless. All right, you can go in first. Didn't you have something urgent to look for the state preceptor? Mr. Meng would definitely not give Gu Jiao a chance to regret. Was it easy to take in a disciple? He had waited so long for this opportunity. The timing was right. I don't care if you admit it or not. I will admit you anyway. Gu Jiao frowned. She felt that the old man was scheming against her. But she really didn't have time to waste here. She went in with the state preceptor's disciples. Mu Xian looked at Gu Jiao's departing figure and couldn't help but clench her fists. She couldn't accept it. She really couldn't accept it. Why was this brat's luck so good when they were both from a lower country? First, he got acquainted with Mr. Qing Chun. Then, he got acquainted with the Su family's third young mistress. Now, even the chess sage of the 6 countries wanted to take him in as a disciple. He was obviously a good-for-nothing fellow. Mr. Meng, can I ask you? No. Mr. Meng rudely interrupted Mu Xian. He wasn't deaf. He had heard every single word that this Chen citizen had said to slander Gu Jiao. He coldly said, "You aren't a member of the chess manor. I don't have the right to discipline you." On the surface, he was saying that he didn't have the right. But in reality, he was completely cutting ties with Mu Xian. No matter what kind of relationship Mu Xian had with his eldest disciple, it didn't matter to him. She shouldn't try to cheat him. Mr. Meng pointed at Mu Xian and called over the 2 state preceptor's disciples on duty. He sternly said, "Your state preceptor once promised me 3 things. He said that I could make any 3 requests of your state preceptor's hall. Now my first request is that this Chen citizen is never allowed to step into the state preceptor's hall." Mu Xian's face paled. Not being able to enter the state preceptor's hall wasn't scary. What was scary was that once this news spread, the whole of Sheng would know that she had offended the state preceptor's hall. What was the state preceptor's hall? It was an existence that even the 10 great families didn't dare to provoke. If she was hated by the state preceptor's hall, would she still have the chance to become a citizen of Sheng? Mu Xian gritted her teeth and said, "Mr. Meng, I cured your eldest disciple. You can't bite the hand that feeds you." As soon as she said that, she saw Feng Yuhua clutching her throat in an extremely exaggerated manner. She fell to the ground and coughed violently. Her eyes rolled back and she kept twitching. Mu Xian. Gu Jiao didn't know that Mr. Meng had stayed behind to teach Mu Xian a lesson for her. She was brought to the state preceptor's courtyard by the state preceptor's disciple. Gu Jiao asked, "So everyone in the state preceptor's hall knows Mr. Meng?" The disciple smiled. "That's right, except for a few new disciples. I'm a distinguished guest of the state preceptor's hall. I'm the state preceptor's most sincere friend, the great chess saint of the 6 countries, Mr. Meng." Thinking about the embarrassing lines she had written for the old man, Gu Jiao silently clenched her fists. It's fine. If she wasn't embarrassed, the others would be. The state preceptor's residence was in a bamboo forest. They had to walk across a small arch bridge. The scenery was pleasant, and the path was deep and serene. The overall style of this place was somewhat different from the state preceptor's hall. It had a profound feeling. The state preceptor lives over there. The disciple pointed at the purple bamboo forest not far away. So it's the purple bamboo forest. Gu Jiao subconsciously thought it was the green bamboo forest. "That's right, what's your name?" "My name is Yuhi," the disciple said. As they talked, the 2 entered the purple bamboo forest. A cool breeze blew in the forest. The fragrance of the purple bamboo was refreshing. Thinking about Gu Yan's surgery soon, Gu Jiao's mood improved. "We're here," the disciple said. "We'll wait here for the people inside to come out." The 2 stood outside a wooden fence. Inside the wooden fence was a large bare courtyard. Further inside, there were 3 small bamboo houses. The door of the middle bamboo house was open, but the bamboo curtain was lowered, so it was difficult to see inside. Gu Jiao had no intention of eavesdropping on the conversation between the state preceptor and the guest. However, her hearing was too good. She still heard someone say, "Is this really the only way?" It was the voice of a young man. Gu Jiao didn't hear the state preceptor's reply. Instead, she heard the young man say, "I understand. No matter what, thank you for meeting me." In a moment, The bamboo curtain was lifted by a delicate hand with distinct joints. A young Taoist priest wearing a dark blue Taoist robe stepped out. He put on his shoes on the steps and walked out of the courtyard with a cold expression. Gu Jiao stared at him. She thought that this Taoist priest was too good-looking. Nowadays, not only were monks good-looking, even Taoists were so handsome. Taoist priest Qing Feng. He cupped his hands and greeted the other party. Taoist priest Qing Feng slightly returned the greeting. Gu Jiao blinked. He was even more handsome up close. The handsome monk didn't look like a monk. This Taoist priest did have a sage-like aura. Taoist priest Qing Feng also greeted Gu Jiao. Then, without waiting for Gu Jiao to return the greeting, he turned and left. He introduced him to Gu Jiao. He's Taoist priest Qing Feng. Before he became a monk, he was a student of Jianan Academy. Jianan Academy was founded by the state preceptor. He is the last guest here? A deep and mellow voice came from the bamboo house. In this vast world, it made people's hearts tremble. It was as if their souls had been knocked. He bowed to the bamboo house. Yes, state preceptor. He's old Master Meng's little disciple. Oh. The person in the house was surprised. Come in, he said. He brought Gu Jiao into the courtyard. He couldn't go in, so he could only watch as she walked up the steps. She took off her shoes and walked through the curtain in her white footwear. In the dim room, there was only a small table, 2 cushions, and an incense burner. The small table was facing the door. The person behind the table was wearing a black robe with a golden qilin embroidered on the cuffs. He wore a black hat, and his face was hidden in the dark. His back was straight, and his body was like pine and bamboo. At his level, he no longer had to emit any sort of aura. Everything was contained within, returning to one's original state. Returning to one's original state. Was this the state preceptor of the Yin dynasty, who was worshipped as a god? Gu Jiao sat down opposite him. The light changed, and Gu Jiao finally saw his face. Gu Jiao was stunned. Chapter 698. This was a face that Gu Jiao would recognize even if it turned into ashes. It was an outline that couldn't be changed no matter if it was young, old, healthy or sick. Gu Jiao was about to say strange but unchanged, but it was stuck in her throat. She looked at him in a daze. After a while she asked, Godfather? The state preceptor raised his eyes from the light and looked at Gu Jiao with slight confusion. Gu Jiao's straight shoulders drooped slightly. Her eyes were different, but it was really too similar. If one day Godfather was old, he would look like this. The state preceptor asked calmly. What is your surname and what do you want? Godfather wouldn't call him young master, nor would he use such a calm tone. So it was really just a person who looked exactly the same. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the state preceptor's teacup. His teacup was placed on her left-hand side, as were the inkstone and pen holder. He was left-handed. What a coincidence, so was Godfather. She was brought back to the organization by Godfather when she was 8 years old. All her skills were taught by Godfather. Although Godfather was very strict and seemed unreasonable. If it wasn't for Godfather, she would have killed herself when she lost control for the first time when she was 8 years old. Gu Jiao collected her thoughts and looked at the elder in front of her. She was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, she looked at the state preceptor and asked if she could borrow his pen and paper. The state preceptor raised his hand and asked Gu Jiao to do as she pleased. Gu Jiao picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote an advanced mathematics question from her previous life. She turned the paper around and pushed it in front of the state preceptor. The state preceptor created the 6 books of the Yin kingdom. One of them was in the hands of Xiaoheng. It recorded the mathematics knowledge from her previous life and was translated into the native language of the Yin kingdom. That evidence was not enough. Gu Jiao wanted to personally confirm that she wrote simplified Chinese characters. If the state preceptor was really a transmigrated senior, he would have recognized him. When the imperial tutor saw the question, his expression changed. Gu Jiao felt that his body seemed to tremble. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up. Did you see something? The imperial preceptor sighed and said truthfully, I haven't seen such ugly calligraphy for many years. It really stings my eyes. Gu Jiao. Because the words were too ugly. The state preceptor had to spend a lot of effort to barely recognize that it was a question. He stared at the question, picked up the pen, and wrote down the process of solving the question and the answer. She used the same simplified Chinese characters as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. She pursed her lips and said, "Your writing isn't good either. How dare you criticize me? I haven't written for decades. So you're really, you. Me too." Smart people did not need to beat around the bush. They also did not need to be secretive or afraid. Gu Jiao knew very well what she was here for. Her identity as a transmigrator would be exposed sooner or later, unless the state preceptor was not from her time and space. But if he was not, then he would not be able to create the operating room that Gu Yan needed. So Gu Jiao would rather he was than expose herself. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao in shock. His pupils shone. "I really didn't expect this. It's been so many years. It's been so many years." Gu Jiao understood how the state preceptor felt. From what she knew, the state preceptor came to the Yin Kingdom 30 years ago. He had been wandering in a different world for 30 years. Finally, he met someone from the same time and space as himself. He must be very excited. Gu Jiao did not look that excited, because she did not have the same strong emotions as normal people. But if she had to describe her feelings, it would be that she was a little happy. She did not need her own kind. So strictly speaking, most of her happiness came from the hope of curing Gu Yan. At the state preceptor's age, he had experienced too many ups and downs, and had seen through life and death. He quickly accepted the fact in front of him. He asked, Can you tell me about your situation?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said concisely, "I'm from the 22nd century. Now I'm from the Zhao Kingdom." The state preceptor said thoughtfully, "A century later than me. How did you come here?" Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "The plane crashed." "Where is the state preceptor?" The state preceptor said with a trace of reminiscence, "I was looking for someone. Then I came here." It sounded very specific, but it was a little empty. He still did not explain the reason why he left that time and space. But it did not matter. Gu Jiao did not come here to inquire about the state preceptor's privacy and past. "Then how did you find out my identity?" the state preceptor asked. Gu Jiao could not say that the stolen letter of credence of the Yin Kingdom was in their hands. It sounded a little exciting. Although they were from the same hometown, she could not expose too much. Gu Jiao said, "I heard some of your deeds and felt that you might be like me. But I was not sure, so I tested you first." The state preceptor nodded. "I see." The tea on the stove was boiling. A disciple came from the backyard and sat down. He made tea for Gu Jiao, and then left silently. "Then you came to me today." The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, "To be honest, I have a friend who has a very serious heart disease and needs an immediate operation. I want to borrow the operating room of the state preceptor palace." Last time Yi Qing received the person who came to the state preceptor palace to inquire about the operating room was you? You were brought here by Senior Meng? Yi Qing was the eldest disciple of the state preceptor palace. When Gu Jiao came to the state preceptor palace for the first time, the state preceptor was not there. It was Yi Qing who received her. Gu Jiao nodded. "That's me." The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. Senior Meng said that he met a little girl who was good at chess in the Zhao Kingdom. Gu Jiao. So she still fell for him? The state preceptor smiled with tolerance. "It doesn't matter. I won't tell anyone whether you are a boy or a girl." After saying that, he stood up and looked at Gu Jiao. "Next time, stick your Adam's apple straight. It's crooked." Gu Jiao touched her fake Adam's apple. "Oh." The state preceptor said, "Come with me." Gu Jiao followed the state preceptor out of the bamboo house. He had already left. Only a disciple who had served Gu Jiao tea just now followed them silently. The state preceptor looked at the disciple behind him, and then looked at the basket on Gu Jiao's back, and asked, "Is the basket heavy?" Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, I can carry it myself." The state preceptor did not insist. The two walked out of the bamboo forest, and went all the way to the library of the state preceptor palace. "You used to study medicine?" the state preceptor asked. "Kind of," Gu Jiao said. I was a surgeon and learned a little Chinese medicine. Where is the state preceptor? Are you also a medical student? The state preceptor shook his head. No. Gu Jiao was stunned. Then the operating room. The state preceptor pointed to the front. You will know when you get there. Gu Jiao had a strange feeling in her heart, as if there would be a change. The two of them passed by the library and came to a magnificent side hall. White marble was used as the floor tiles, and Phoebe Jinan wood was used as the roof beams. The richly ornamented beams and painted rafters were luxurious and expensive. It was a completely different world from the shabby bamboo hut. It was hard to believe that the state preceptor, who had such a luxurious place, was willing to stay in such a shabby room. The disciples who were busy in the hall bowed to the state preceptor when they saw him. The state preceptor took Gu Jiao to the corridor on the right, and they went all the way to the end. There was a room with a locked iron door, which was guarded by 2 men of sacrifice. Gu Jiao could feel that the 2 men of sacrifice were as powerful as Sirius. Sirius was the first real master that Gu Jiao met after she came to this strange world, so he became her benchmark to judge the men of sacrifice. Open it, the state preceptor said. One of the men of sacrifice took out a key and opened the bronze lock on the iron door. The other man of sacrifice pushed the heavy iron door open. It was not difficult to feel the weight of the iron door, just by listening to the dull sound. The state preceptor entered the room first, and then he turned to Gu Jiao and said, "Come in." Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold. What she saw was an ordinary room that could not be more ordinary. It was empty, and there was nothing. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and said, "This is." The state preceptor signaled the men of sacrifice outside to close the iron door. After the iron door was closed, the room instantly became dark. He said to Gu Jiao, "The operation room." Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and said, "But there is not even a stool here." The state preceptor came to the wall facing the iron door, raised his hand and gently closed it. He looked over Gu Jiao's shoulder and said, "Take out the things in your basket and put them in." Gu Jiao subconsciously put her hand on her small basket. The state preceptor said casually, "Don't worry, I won't take your things. Besides, I have no use for them, right?" Gu Jiao was even more shocked. This guy was so powerful. He seemed to be able to see through everything. He even knew that only she could open the small medicine box. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao and did not force her. He just smiled and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to bring it over? The operation room is in another dimension. Without that thing, none of us can enter." The small medicine box could bring her here, and it did have the ability to tear through space and time. Moreover, it was connected to the research institute in her previous life, and it could provide her with the medicine she needed. But these were her secrets. How did he know? As if he sensed the doubts in Gu Jiao's heart, the state preceptor patiently waited for Gu Jiao to make her choice. However, he did not intend to explain to Gu Jiao. Well, everyone had their own secrets. It was his ability to see through them, but it was his freedom to not explain. Gu Jiao walked over and put down the small basket. She took out the small medicine box covered with a cotton cloth and put it in the wall. Chapter 699. It was drizzling in Chengdu at 9 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Meng took his rebellious disciple to a pavilion in the state master's palace to take shelter from the rain. It was near the gate. If Gu Jiao came out, she would see them at a glance. The disciples of the state master's palace served tea and snacks. Mr. Meng sat down quietly and tasted the tea. Feng Yuehua didn't have the honor. He had just gotten into big trouble. Now he was standing beside Mr. Meng like a big quail that had done something wrong. Gu Jiao was the only one who didn't treat the old master as the chess sage. The rest of the people, especially the whole chess shop, had all offended the old master. The old master was bad-tempered, irritable, picky and unreasonable. He often kicked his disciples out. Feng Yuehua was not the first disciple of Mr. Meng, but she was the only one who stayed. That was why she became the first disciple. The reason why Mr. Meng was so confident was that he was a distinguished guest of the state master's palace. Secondly, he was appreciated by the monarch. Thirdly, he was indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't care about worldly possessions, nor was he afraid of death. He earned money as he lived. It didn't matter if he didn't live. He had no weakness and no ambition. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. Mr. Meng had just finished a cup of tea. Feng Yuehua quickly filled it for him. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "Teacher, where have you been these days? I looked for you everywhere, but I didn't hear anything about you. Your coachman also went back to the countryside. I couldn't find him." Mr. Meng gave the coachman a leave. He didn't want those guys from the chess shop to disturb him after they found out where he lived. Mr. Meng snorted. He didn't want to talk to this rebellious disciple at the moment. What was wrong with her? How could she mix with such a scheming person? Don't say that he was old and shouldn't argue with a little girl. Was this a matter of arguing or not? She bullied his disciple. He was merciful that he didn't beat her up. Yes, from today on the girl was his disciple. He didn't allow her to refuse. Feng Yuehua asked embarrassedly, "Teacher, what's wrong with junior brother? Where did you meet little junior brother? Have you been by junior brother's side all this time?" Muru thought to herself, he's from a lower country. Which country is he from? Is he from the state of Zhao? Old Mr. Meng came from the state of Zhao. So Feng Yuehua naturally thought that if he accepted a disciple, he would try his best to take care of the people of Zhao. Old Master Meng snorted coldly. "You have the time to ask about this, but you don't have the time to wipe your eyes?" Feng Yuehua said in a low voice, "Teacher, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have given our Go Club's invitation to Muru Xian." Old Master Meng looked as if he couldn't wait to hack him to death. Feng Yuehua's neck shrank. "I shouldn't have personally sent her to the Imperial Advisor Hall." Old Master Meng still wished he could chop him to death. Feng Yuehua broke out in a cold sweat. Where exactly was she not right? Why don't you say something? Feng Yuehua wiped her cold sweat and said, I shouldn't have had any relationship with her." Old Mr. Meng continued to drink his tea. Feng Yuehua heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn, I finally got it right." Feng Yuehua looked inside the Imperial Advisor Hall and asked curiously, "Why is junior brother looking for the Imperial Advisor? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Speak of the devil. Gu Jiao, accompanied by Yu He, came from the other side of the road. Old Master Meng got up and walked out of the pavilion. Feng Yuehua hurriedly followed and reached out to help him down the steps. "Teacher, please slow down." The four met on the main road of the Imperial Advisor Hall. Yu He cupped his hands and bowed. "Old Master Meng." Old Master Meng nodded slightly and looked at Gu Jiao beside Yu He. "How is it?" Gu Jiao said, "It's going well." Old Master Meng's eyebrows moved, and his eyes were hale and hearty. "How long can you?" Gu Jiao said. "As long as Yan's physical condition permits, we can do it at any time." Feng Yuehua was confused. What kind of riddles are teacher and junior brother playing? Why can't I understand a word? Old Master Meng stroked his beard. "Good, very good. It's a worthwhile trip. Let's go back." "Teacher, are you going back to the chess club or ouch?" Feng Yuehua was halfway through her sentence when she felt a sharp pain on the back of her right foot. She bit her finger in pain. Old Master Meng pulled his foot back as if nothing had happened. He waved his old arms and ran forward in small steps without caring about his image. "Oh, I promised Yan, that I would play chess with him today. Go back quickly. Go back quickly." Feng Yuehua was speechless. Gu Jiao was speechless. Old Master Meng acted like an old man and quickly came to the alley on the right side of the Imperial Advisor Hall. The carriage was parked there. But when Old Master Meng got there, he found a serious problem. The Horse King was missing. The Horse King's reins were originally tied to a post, but now the rope was gone. Old Master Meng was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This is the territory of the Imperial Advisor Hall. Who has the guts to steal the horse tied here? Did anyone see it? A disciple nearby heard Old Master Meng's voice and came over. "No, we didn't see it. If there were any suspicious people, they would have been noticed by the patrolling men of sacrifice." So there was only one possibility. The Horse King had run away by itself. The Horse King liked to run around when it came out to pull the carriage. But no matter where it went, it would pull the carriage back as long as it had enough fun. So Gu Jiao usually let it be as long as she was not in a hurry. But if the carriage was parked somewhere, Gu Jiao would not allow it to run around. It had to look after the carriage. Gu Jiao touched her chin in confusion. What did it see? Old Master Meng thought of the Horse King's unruly behavior, and his face suddenly changed. Could it be that the stupid horse was kidnapped? On a quiet and empty street, the Horse King grinned and chased after a person and a horse in front of it. It was originally bored in the alley and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed in front of its eyes, and its mane was blown up. The Horse King had never seen such a fast horse. It was so excited that it was not sleepy at all. It shook off the shaft of the carriage, bit off the reins, and chased after the person. Although the Horse King was only 2.5 years old, it was faster than most adult horses. It chased forward with all its might, but could not catch up easily. It did not give up and chased for several streets. The tall and valiant horse stopped in front of a mansion. The guard came forward and saluted. Prince. Prince Han pulled the reins and said in a deep voice, "Open the door." The guard opened the door of the Han mansion. Prince Han rode in, and then closed the door with a bang. The Horse King wandered for a while not far away. It was a smart horse. Since it could not enter the gate, it circled around the mansion and found a grassland surrounded by a fence. At the end of the grassland, it could see a row of stables. The Horse King retreated dozens of steps, adjusted its speed, and ran all the way. Then, it jumped over the fence in one go. It flashed past the sharp corner of the fence. The Horse King's mane bristled. It almost became a horse. After the Horse King landed on the ground, it rushed to the stables without stopping. Prince Han had just handed the horse to the Han family's horse trainer, Chu Nan. Chu Nan patted the horse's neck and said in amazement, "It's 17 years old, but it's still so strong." Generally speaking, a 17-year-old horse was around 50 years old. Its energy and condition had already begun to decline, but this horse seemed to still be in peak condition. Prince Han said proudly, "It's the Black Wind King." Chu Nan smiled. "You're right. Only the Black Wind King can do this in this world." Prince Han touched its mane and asked, "Can it still go to the battlefield?" Chu Nan smiled. "No problem." Prince Han nodded. "Take good care of it. Let it fight for a few more years." Chu Nan replied, "I know." After Prince Han left, Chu Nan brought the Black Wind King to its own big stables. It could not be kept with the other Black Wind riders, or it would scare the horses. Chu Nan gave it some fine feed and sprinkled some salt. The Black Wind King used up a lot of energy. It was not enough to eat only grass or coarse feed. Fine feed and salt were indispensable. "Chu Nan, this horse seems to be injured. Come and take a look." Coming. Chu Nan did not have time to take away the feed bucket. He poured water into the water tank and went to the other stables. The Horse King came after Chu Nan left. It originally came to fight with the Black Wind King, but the feed looked delicious. It squeezed to the side of the Black Wind King and began to fight for the food. It was the first time the horse met the Black Wind King, who fought for food. The Black Wind King was angry. Its powerful aura overflowed. It raised its front hooves and smacked the Horse King with its big mouth. The Horse King was not to be trifled with. It stood up straight and raised its hooves to fight back. Then it was beaten very badly. The 2.5-year-old baby Horse King was no match for the old Black Wind King. The Horse King could not win. It stood up like a carp and went to the Black Wind King. It rubbed its head against the horse and tried to please it. After all, it was not an adult horse. The Black Wind King was not wary of the Horse King. Plus, the Horse King was acting obedient. After being rubbed for a while, the Black Wind King did not beat it when it went to eat again. But just because it did not beat the Horse King, did not mean that the Horse King would not beat it. The Horse King was the first to finish its meal. While the Black Wind King was busy eating, the Horse King kicked him. After kicking the Black Wind King, the Horse King ran away. Chapter 700. The Black Wind King had never been so humiliated before. It flew into a rage and chased after the Horse King with a murderous aura. The Horse King couldn't outrun the Black Wind King with its current strength, but it was running with all its might. Its potential was greatly stimulated, and the Black Wind King couldn't catch up to it. The more the Black Wind King chased, the angrier it got. It wanted to trample the Horse King to death. The Horse King didn't run to crowded places. It probably understood that it couldn't really cause trouble for Gu Jiao, so it tried to run to empty alleys with few people. As the two horses ran through an empty old street, a blue-clothed man in a carriage in the same direction lifted the curtain and suddenly said in surprise, "Big brother, look at what that is." The man in brown looked forward. "That's the Black Wind Rider of the Han family?" The man in blue said, "That's the Black Wind King, brother." The man in brown was surprised. Why would the Black Wind King run to the street like this? The Black Wind King was the Crown Prince's mount, the most valuable horse in Chengdu. Who didn't know that the Crown Prince treasured it? Why would he let it run out alone? The man in blue said, "Although I don't know why, brother. Haven't you always wanted a horse like the Black Wind King? Since the Crown Prince isn't here, why don't we?" The man in brown frowned. "Stealing Hanye's horse? Are you crazy?" The man in blue's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. He smiled and said to his brother, "Brother, there's no one on this street. If we don't say anything, who will know that we stole his horse? He didn't tie up his horse and let it run out into the street. Even if we don't catch it, can you guarantee that others won't? Instead of letting others take advantage of it, we might as well take it." The brown-clothed young man looked ahead and asked, "Were there two horses just now?" The two horses ran in a straight line. The Horse King was blocked by the tall and strong Black Wind King. The man in blue smiled. "Yes, brother." The brown-robed man pondered. "A horse that even the Black Wind King couldn't catch up to. It must be a good horse." The blue-clothed man closed the fan in his hand and said, "Then I'll take both horses." The two of them got out of the carriage and used their qing gong to leap onto the roof and vault over the wall. They took a shortcut and circled above the two horses. The two of them exchanged glances. "Big brother, here." The blue-clothed man tossed a bottle of medicinal powder to the brown-clothed young man. Holding his breath, he took out a handkerchief and poured the powder on it. Then he jumped down and rode on the back of the Black Wind King. The brown-clothed youth said, "I'll leave the other horse to you." "Big brother, don't worry. I'm coming." The blue-robed man did the same thing. He also got a handkerchief with medicinal powder on it and swept it down from the sky. Their handkerchiefs were covered in knockout powder. It was impossible to take down a wild horse like the Black Wind King without using some tricks. As for the other horse, it should be the Black Wind horse of the Han clan. Although it was not as powerful as the Black Wind King, it was better to be prepared. The two of them rode on their horses and used handkerchiefs to cover the mouths of their horses so that they could inhale the powder as quickly as possible. Even if the horses struggled, they would still be drugged. The effect of the powder was extremely strong. The powder from a fingernail was enough to knock out a cow. However, the two of them did not expect the two horses to be much more ferocious than they imagined. They did not even manage to sit properly before they were thrown off by the Black Wind King and the Horse King. The two of them almost died from the fall. After stabilizing himself, the blue-clothed man took out a porcelain bottle. The brown-clothed youth grabbed his wrist and asked, "What are you doing?" The blue-clothed man said, "Big brother, since the knockout powder won't work, we can only use gunpowder." The brown-clothed youth said coldly, "You're using gunpowder here. Are you worried that others won't be able to trace it back to us?" The blue-clothed man said, "But..." The brown-clothed youth looked deeply at the Black Wind King in front of him and said, "Follow them. Let's go to another place." The blue-clothed man smiled. "Big brother is smart." The two of them chased the Horse King and the Black Wind King all the way. As they chased, they felt that something was wrong. "Big brother, they've run into the hunting ground." The hunting ground was surrounded by fences, but the two horses were not easy to deal with. They actually managed to climb over such high fences. "What should we do, big brother?" the blue-clothed man asked anxiously. The brown-clothed youth frowned and said regretfully, "What can we do? That's the royal hunting ground. Trespassers will be sentenced to death." The blue-clothed man said dispiritedly, "The duck that was in our hands flew away just like that." The Horse King did not know that it had broken into the royal hunting ground. It was the Wild Horse King, and the wilderness was its home ground. Therefore, It ran into the forest as soon as it saw it. After entering the forest, it really had the advantage of surviving in the wilderness. No matter how complicated the terrain was, it was not a problem for it. After instinctively sensing that the black mud in front of it was not right, it jumped high and landed in a safe place with great precision. The Black Wind King was invincible on the battlefield, but it was not as sensitive to the dangers in the forest as the Wild Horse King. It accidentally fell into a quagmire full of swamps. It could not run anymore, and the horse's hooves could no longer exert any strength. In the swamp, the greater the strength, the more the horse struggled, the faster it sank. In the blink of an eye, the swamp was over its knees. The Horse King ran behind the Black Wind King and looked back curiously. It saw that the Black Wind King had sunk into the swamp. It had an instinctive fear in that kind of place. It knew that it could not get close. It hesitated for a moment, then continued to run forward happily, ignoring the Black Wind King. But after running for a while, it stopped. It looked back at the Black Wind King, who was sinking deeper and deeper into the swamp. The Black Wind King's eyes were filled with grief and despair. The Black Wind King was not afraid of death, but the Black Wind King's destiny was to die on the battlefield, not to be drowned in a pool of mud. The Horse King was so conflicted that it turned around and bit its own tail. In the end, it carefully walked over. It overcame its instinctive fear of the swamp and slowly came to a place 3 feet away from the Black Wind King. That was the limit it could go. An inch forward was the swamp. It shouted at the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King did not move. It slowly collapsed and was swallowed by the swamp. The Horse King sniffed it and stretched out its head to reach it, but it could not reach it. It was always natural selection. It was never easy for wild horses to survive. Their natural enemies were not only the beasts, but also the dangers of the jungle. The Horse King had to give up, go around it and leave this place. Gu Jiao and Old Master Meng waited in the carriage while Gu Jiao sat outside. About an hour later, the Horse King ran all the way back. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Oh, it's back." Old Master Meng lifted the curtain and took a look. He let out a long sigh of relief. "It's really back. I was scared to death." The Horse King came to the front of the carriage, but it did not obediently put on the saddle as usual. Instead, it bit Gu Jiao's clothes and pulled her out. After Gu Jiao got out of the carriage, the Horse King stood in front of Gu Jiao, indicating that it wanted to carry Gu Jiao. "Are you taking me somewhere?" Gu Jiao asked. The Horse King turned around. It meant that it was going to go, but it was impossible for Gu Jiao to ride it. Gu Jiao went to the gate of the State Master's palace. "Can you lend me a horse?" Gu Jiao borrowed a horse from the State Master's palace and followed the Horse King to the royal hunting ground. Gu Jiao did not know that it was the royal hunting ground. After the Horse King crossed it, she also. The fence was too high for the horses of the State Master's palace to cross. Gu Jiao had to tie the horse outside the fence and climbed over it with her bare hands. The swamp was not far away. Gu Jiao saw the big black horse sinking into the swamp after a few steps. The Black Wind King knew that struggling would only make it sink faster, so it gave up. Even so, it was almost swallowed up by the swamp. Only its long neck and saddle were still exposed. The huge pressure made it difficult for Black Wind King to breathe. The Horse King shouted at Black Wind King. Gu Jiao did not understand horse language, so she did not know what it was shouting. Gu Jiao took out a bundle of rope from her small basket, tied a knot at one end, and tied it around the Horse King's body. Then, she quickly cut off 2 long branches and placed them on the swamp. After making sure that both ends of the branches were pressed against the solid ground, she stepped on the branches and walked over. This was very dangerous. As long as the Black Wind King attacked her, she would lose her balance. Once she lost her balance, she would fall into the swamp. Fortunately, Black Wind King did not attack her. She came to Black Wind King's side, put the rope under the saddle, and tied a tight knot. Then she said to the Horse King, "Pull." It was very difficult for a 2.5-year-old Horse King to pull an adult Black Wind King that was almost completely submerged in the swamp. The Horse King's hooves slipped, and it fell on the ground several times. Every time it fell, it stood up again. It bore the weight that it should not bear at its age. Finally, it pulled Black Wind King out of the swamp when it was exhausted. It fell to the ground and panted. Black Wind King also fell to the ground. It inhaled the poisonous gas in the swamp and showed symptoms of poisoning. In addition, there were some sharp things in the swamp that scratched its belly while it was struggling. Gu Jiao observed the horse. It also looked like a horse king, but it had a saddle and horseshoes on its feet, so it did not look like a wild horse king. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and began to clean its wounds. Chapter 701. After Han Shixi came out of the stable, he went straight to his courtyard. Han Che had been waiting in his room for a long time. "Big brother." Han Che saw him and went forward to greet him. Han Shixi glanced at him. "You've recovered?" "I've recovered long ago," he said. "Even Big Brother has recovered. Why can't I recover?" It would be fine if he didn't mention this. Now that he mentioned it, Han Shixi's heart was filled with anger. Who would have thought that both of them would be beaten up by a student who came from another country? Of course, other than his second uncle Han Yong, he didn't let anyone else in the family know that he was put in a sack. Han Che only thought that he got hurt while practicing martial arts. Han Shixi entered the room. Han Che followed. "Big brother, you must be tired. Come drink some water." He poured tea for Han Shixi attentively. This was his own brother. To put it bluntly, Han Shixi knew what he wanted from him. "What do you want?" Han Shixi asked in a low voice. Han Che smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that I heard that Big Brother has trained a new batch of Black Wind Cavalry. Can you give me a powerful one?" Black Wind Cavalry was very powerful. If he specifically said that, it meant that he didn't want an ordinary one. Han Shixi didn't say anything. Han Che thought, it's over. Big Brother will definitely say, "You didn't cause enough trouble last time when you borrowed the Black Wind Cavalry." Unexpectedly, Han Shixi didn't scold him. Han Shixi picked up his teacup and suddenly said, "Didn't you take a fancy to that kid's horse?" Huh. Han Che was stunned. "What kid? Ah." He finally realized that the kid his big brother was talking about was Xiao Lulang from Tianxiong Academy. He looked at Han Shixi in a daze. "Big brother, you." Han Shixi took a sip of tea and lowered his eyes to hide the flash of darkness in them. He said, "If he dies, his horse will be yours." Han Che's eyes widened in disbelief. "Big brother, is what you said true? That horse king will be mine? Can I really have my own horse king?" That was no ordinary horse king. It was the wild horse king that could leave the Black Wind Cavalry far behind. Chunan had said that it was only 2.5 years old and was not yet an adult, but it already had such strength. In time, it would become the #1 horse under the Black Wind King. Even though he couldn't get his big brother's Black Wind King, he was satisfied to have it. He was so immersed in the joy of obtaining the horse king that he didn't pay any attention to his elder brother's words of "if he dies." However, his happiness did not last long before a piece of bad news descended from the sky. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The servant's anxious voice came from outside the door. Han Shixi frowned. He put down his teacup and asked, "What is it?" The servant stood at the door and said in a trembling voice, "Just now, Lord Chunan came and said that Black Wind King is missing." In the alley that was scorched by the scorching sun, Mr. Meng was sweating profusely. He was almost roasted into an old salted fish. He felt that if Gu Jiao and the Horse King did not return, he would have a heat stroke on the spot. Fortunately, when he was on his last breath, Gu Jiao finally returned with the Horse King. No, it wasn't just the Horse King. The Horse King and the horse from the State Preceptor Hall were pulling a cart together. Gu Jiao was sitting in front of the cart, and another horse was lying behind. Feng Yuehua had been chased away by Mr. Meng. He was the only one here. He walked over with sweat all over his forehead. "What happened?" "Oh." Gu Jiao jumped down and patted the cart. "I borrowed it from someone on the way. I have to return it later." Mr. Meng was speechless. "Was I asking about the cart? It was a horse. What's wrong with this horse? Did you bring a horse home from the market because you wanted to eat horse meat?" Mr. Meng whispered to Gu Jiao. "Kid, this horse is so weak. It must have contracted the horse plague. Its meat can't be eaten." Gu Jiao was speechless. Black Wind King was speechless. The Black Wind King's condition was worse than Gu Jiao had expected. After the main injury in his abdomen was treated, he still could not walk on his own. Gu Jiao decided to bring him back for treatment first. The Black Wind King was covered in mud. The saddle was broken and kicked away by the Horse King. Therefore, no one recognized him as the famous Black Wind King. The disciples of the State Preceptor Hall warmly prepared a new cart for Gu Jiao to send the Black Wind King back. As for the cart that the Gu family borrowed, the disciples said that they would help Gu Jiao return it. Gu Jiao thanked them and got into the cart with Mr. Meng. The Horse King was injured when pulling the Black Wind King. Gu Jiao did not let him pull the cart. She used the horse from the State Preceptor Hall. The Horse King jumped in front of them happily. When the two carriages arrived at the house where they were temporarily staying, the sky was already dark. Madame Nan was wondering why Gu Jiao and Mr. Meng were gone for so long when she heard the sound of horse hooves outside. She quickly put down the half-plucked mung bean sprout in her hand and got up to open the door for Gu Jiao. She saw the Black Wind King being carried down on a stretcher by several disciples of the State Preceptor Hall. She was stunned and murmured, "Are we going to eat horse meat tonight?" Black Wind King was speechless. Gu Jiao was speechless. The disciples of the State Preceptor Hall carried the Black Wind King to the front yard and left. It was a horse found in the forest. Little 11 found it. Gu Jiao told the story of how Black Wind King rescued the horse from the swamp to Mistress Nan. Mr. Meng had heard it at the gate of the State Preceptor Hall. At that time, he did not realize it. This time, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. How could there be such a big forest in the inner city of Xingdu? Could it be that the child ran to the royal hunting ground? Maybe it was the royal horse. Forget it. The State Preceptor Hall sent the horse back. If the sky fell, the State Preceptor Hall would hold it up. Crown Prince Han found the inner city and turned the horse upside down. How could he know that his Black Wind King had already been sent out of the city by a spacious carriage with a big shed? There was a new horse at home. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan came over to watch the fun. Gu Jiao stopped her two brothers and said, "It needs to be washed first. Its body is full of poisonous swamp." Gu Xiaoshan went to fetch water. Gu Jiao, Madame Nan, and Master Lu worked for half an hour to clean the swamp. Gu Jiao found that in addition to the big wound on its abdomen, there were many small wounds on its body. Gu Yan took the small medicine box and said, "Here you go." Gu Jiao took the small medicine box and put it on the stool. She took the disinfectant, tweezers and cotton swabs. She squatted down and began to carefully clean the wounds on its body. The poison is so serious. It needs to take medicine in a while. If it can't take it, it needs to be put on a drip. Gu Jiao said, "Will it let you put it on?" Gu Yan asked. "If it doesn't, then tie it up." Gu Jiao said, "When people were weak, they would become particularly docile. Horses were the same." Black Wind King lay there quietly. It let Gu Jiao do whatever she wanted to it. It didn't even move. Maybe it was because the poison was too serious that it didn't have any strength. Or maybe it was because no one here knew that it was the Black Wind King, so it didn't need to be too brave. Gu Jiao saw that the Black Wind King had some strength. She tried to feed it medicine, but the Black Wind King couldn't take it. Gu Jiao had to take out the drip and put the needles on it. Gu Yan squatted down beside Gu Jiao. He looked at the Black Wind King, who was obediently letting Gu Jiao put the needles on it, and said, "It's so beautiful." The Black Wind King was the same as the Horse King. They were both dark horses, but the Horse King was still a baby. Its hair wasn't fully developed, so it wasn't as shiny as the Black Wind King. Its entire body was dark and robust, yet it wasn't exaggerated. Every single inch of its muscles was restrained yet filled with strength, and it imperceptibly emitted an aura of nobility. "Huh, it's a girl?" Gu Yan saw Gu Jiao put a pink band-aid on it. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. She looked at Gu Yan playfully and said, "But it should be older than you. Come, call it Aunt Ma." Gu Yan didn't know what to say. Gu Yan pointed at the Black Wind King and said, "I'm older than it." If he didn't admit it, then it wasn't older than him. All of the Black Wind Kings in the Xianyuan family were male horses. Only a little female horse had shown extraordinary strength and speed since it was young. It ran faster than all of its brothers. When it was 3 years old, it surpassed its father. When it was 6 years old, it defeated the previous Black Wind King and became the new leader of the Black Wind Cavalry. It was so strong that no one dared to laugh at it for being a female horse. Gu Jiao and Gu Yan didn't know this. They only thought that it was a poor, sick horse abandoned by its owner because it fell into the swamp. Gu Jiao said to Gu Yan, "Go and rest. Have a good sleep. You'll have the surgery tomorrow." Gu Yan readily agreed. "Okay. You should go to bed early too." Gu Jiao nodded. "I'll go to bed after giving it the 4-drip." Gu Yan got up and went to his room. "Yan, don't be afraid," Gu Jiao said to him. Gu Yan turned around and smiled. "You're here. I'm not afraid." The next day, the whole family woke up before the sun rose. Now that the operating theater was settled, Gu Yan could finally undergo surgery. Everyone was looking forward to it. "You'll make breakfast today," Master's wife said to Master Lu. "My cooking skills are not good. I don't want to spoil Jiao Jiao and Yan's stomachs." Master Lu thought to himself, "Do you still know that your cooking skills are not good? Then why did you ask Gu Chengfeng and Jiao Jiao to bring pickled vegetables and dried vegetables to Lulang and Jingkong every day?" Master Lu cooked millet porridge, steamed a basket of meat buns with soy sauce, and fried a few scallion pancakes. The whole courtyard was filled with a crispy aroma. Gu Yan sat down in a daze. He was still a little dazed. He scooped a spoonful of millet porridge and was about to put it into his mouth when Gu Jiao stopped him. "You have to eat on an empty stomach," Gu Jiao said. Gu Yan's stomach growled. He said pitifully, "But today's breakfast looks so delicious." Master's wife was embarrassed. If she had known, she would have done it. Look at how hungry the child was. After breakfast, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan sat in the carriage to the state preceptor hall. Gu Jiao was determined not to let the horse king pull the carriage. She used another horse at home. Master Meng also sat in the carriage. Master's wife's heart was in her throat. She was very nervous. Although she knew that Gu Jiao's medical skills were brilliant, she still couldn't help but worry. Master Lu comforted her. "Yan'er will be blessed by heaven. Don't worry. Besides, Jiao Jiao is here. Jiao Jiao won't let anything happen to Yan'er." I know. Master's wife couldn't describe this feeling. In fact, Master Lu was the king of words. He was also very afraid. The calmest person was Gu Yan. It was as if he wasn't the one who went for the operation. Gu Xiaoshan stood outside the window and said to him, "Don't be afraid. My medical skills are very good. When brother-in-law was a cripple, the doctor said that he couldn't be cured. I cured him. You can be cured too." Gu Yan covered his mouth. "After hearing what you said, I'm really scared." Gu Xiaoshuan's expression changed. "Ah." Gu Yan smiled. "I'm just teasing you." Gu Jiao said, "Xiaoshan, don't forget to ask for leave from the academy." Gu Xiaoshan answered, "I know, sister." Gu Xiaoshan waved at the carriage and watched it disappear at the end of the road. "Everything is going well, Gu Yan." About an hour later, the carriage arrived at the state preceptor hall. Yuhi had been waiting outside for a long time. He saw Gu Jiao and old Mr. Meng's carriage coming towards the state preceptor's hall from afar. After the two of them got off the carriage, he hurriedly went forward to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Gu Jiao asked him, Why are you here?" "I'm waiting for you here," Yuhi said. Gu Jiao was surprised. "You knew we would come today?" Yuhi smiled and said, "The state preceptor said that you would be here before 9 o'clock. Was that guy a god? How could he even guess this? Yesterday he said that if Gu Yan's physical condition permitted, he could come for the operation at any time. How could he be so sure that Gu Yan's physical condition would be fine?" Gu Jiao asked suspiciously, "Did the state preceptor send someone to spy on me?" Yuhi couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Xiao, you must be joking. The state preceptor will not spy on you. He can only do divination and know everything in the world." "What a good divination, and know everything in the world." "Forget it. Now is not the time to verify this." It was more important to perform the operation on Gu Yan. Gu Yan got off the carriage. Gu Jiao introduced, "This is my friend Gu Yan. Yan, this is Yuhi, a disciple of the state preceptor hall." The two greeted and bowed to each other. Gu Jiao said, "Little brother Yu-He, please lead the way." Yu-He smiled. "You're welcome." Because of yesterday's lesson, Yu-He directly arranged 2 disciples to guard Gu Jiao's carriage. Gu Jiao said, "Actually, there's no need. After all, the Horse King is not here." Yu-He brought the 3 of them to the state preceptor's side hall. Through Yu-He's introduction, Gu Jiao found out that it was the state preceptor's office hall. All his official business was handled in the hall, and the small bamboo house yesterday was the place where he met his friends. The 3 guests who came yesterday were very special, so I brought them there. In the past, the state preceptor met with guests every month in the Unicorn Hall, Yu-He said. In other words, Gu Jiao was also a special guest. Gu Jiao thought of that Taoist Qing Feng. It seemed that he was also a special guest. She just didn't know what was special about the 3 people yesterday. Who was the first guest yesterday? Is it convenient for you to tell me? It's okay if it's inconvenient. It was Duke Ongua, Yu-He said frankly. Duke Ongua. Meng Lao frowned. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Meng Lao explained. Duke Ongua's mansion and the state preceptor hall are sworn enemies. That year, Duke Ongua was injured so badly that he was a living dead for several years, but he still didn't come to the state preceptor hall for treatment. Gu Jiao looked at Meng Lao. They have a grudge. You can say that. Meng Lao glanced at Yu-He. He wasn't sure if it was rude for him to criticize the state preceptor in front of other people's disciples. Yu-He tactfully walked to the front. Meng Lao said, Duke Ongua's mansion and the Xianyuan family are in-laws. It is said that the Xianyuan family's rebellion was related to the state preceptor hall. I don't know the details. People have different opinions. In short, someone saw that Prince Jing and the state preceptor had a big quarrel, and then the 2 sides had a falling out. Gu Jiao thought of the name Nangongli told her before he died. She paused and looked at Meng Lao, asking, It is said that you always play chess with the state preceptor and are treated as a distinguished guest by him. You don't know the reason? Meng Lao said helplessly. He never mentioned the Xianyuan family. Meng Lao, Master Xiao, Master Gu, we're here, Yu-He said in a pleasant manner. The 3 entered the Kailan Hall. Yu-He led Meng Lao to a side room and said, Meng Lao, the state preceptor asked you to wait here. Meng Lao looked at Gu Jiao and then at Yu-He. Okay, I'll wait for them here. Yu-He then said to Gu Jiao and Gu Yan, Please follow me. The 3 went to the end of the corridor. There were still 2 men of sacrifice standing guard there. Yu-He smiled and said, I'll send you here. The state preceptor is inside. Please. The 2 men of sacrifice pushed the iron door open. The smell of disinfectant hit their nostrils. It was left by Gu Jiao yesterday. Today, the state preceptor was already cleaning the operating room. We're not going to use this room, Gu Jiao said as she looked at the state preceptor, who was doing the cleaning himself. The state preceptor turned around. There was gentleness and expectation in his eyes. He said, I'm just trying it out. Gu Jiao took down the small basket and said to Gu Yan, This is the state preceptor of the Yan dynasty. Gu Yan cupped his hands and greeted, State preceptor. The state preceptor said, Oh. He looked at Gu Yan and said, He is the patient. He looks very young, but he must have suffered a lot from the disease. I'll help you. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became serious. But are you sure you can trust me? Gu Jiao took out the small medicine box from the small basket. Are you referring to my character or my medical skills? If it's the former, I don't care. If it's the latter, I'll rely on myself. After that, she put the small medicine box into the wall. In the next second, Guyan only saw light in front of his eyes. However, before he could see the scene in the operating room, he fainted in the arms of the state preceptor. The state preceptor slowly put Gu Yan on the operating table and took off Gu Yan's clothes. There are some things that he'd better not know. Gu Jiao did not refute. She took out 2 sets of surgical gowns. One set was given to the state preceptor, and the other one was changed for herself. Click. The operating light was turned on. Gu Jiao raised the scalpel and calmly stared at the young man under the light. The anesthesia is done. The operation begins. Chapter 702. If Gu Yan hadn't been hit by Nangong Li's palm, he might have had a chance to perform an interventional seal. He only needed a very thin sheath tube to pierce from the leg to the heart, and then he could send an occluder into the defect and block the defect easily. But now his defect area was too large, and a small occluder umbrella was not enough to block the defect. There were also some complications, so he could only perform an invasive cardiac surgery. The state preceptor looked at Gu Jiao's disinfection area and said, "You don't want to perform an open thoracotomy?" An open thoracotomy was to cut the sternum above the heart. It was simple and exposed a large area, so it didn't require much skill from the doctor. However, Gu Jiao chose to make a small incision under Gu Yan's right armpit, which increased the difficulty of the operation by more than one level. The open thoracotomy wound is too long, and the postoperative complications such as pericardial effusion are also high. She didn't want to leave such an ugly scar on Gu Yan's chest, nor did she want to cause more damage to his body. The right incision was small, and it didn't hurt the bones and muscles. It was difficult for her to operate, but the postoperative recovery and various complications would be reduced accordingly. Moreover, such a small incision could be repaired with the scar ointment from the research institute. Gu Yan still wanted to show off. Gu Jiao inserted the catheter from the incision and established an extracorporeal circulation. After that, the real operation began. In the wing room, Mr. Meng sat on a chair and shook his legs. Yuhi saw that the usually calm chess master of the Six Nations began to shake his legs, and couldn't help but comfort him. "Mr. Meng, don't be too nervous. With the state preceptor here, the operation will be completed smoothly." Yuhi didn't know that the real chief surgeon was actually Gu Jiao. All the disciples in the state preceptor's palace worshipped the state preceptor as a god. They believed in the state preceptor. Whether it was medical skills or divination, the state preceptor was always a legend in everyone's mind. "I'm not nervous," Mr. Meng said. "Then your leg." Yuhi looked at Mr. Meng's right leg that was shaking. Old Master Meng pressed his right leg and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong with my leg?" Yuhi looked at his right leg that was pressed down, then looked at his left leg that was trembling uncontrollably. Yuhi. In the Tianqiong Academy, Gu Shaoshun went to the Clear Heart Hall to ask for a leave of absence from today's class. 2 days ago, Teacher Jiang had changed his class. Today it was Teacher Gao's arithmetic class. "Why can't Xiao Luleng come?" Teacher Gao asked. This was a very serious problem, student. Not only did he keep getting demerits, but he also kept asking for leave. "What's wrong with him this time?" Gu Shaoshun said. "It's not Xiao Luleng who's sick. It's Gu Yan." Xiao Luleng sent Gu Yan to the state preceptor hall for surgery. Teacher Gao did not say anything else. He wouldn't care about a student who never listened in class and only relied on copying homework. "Class." Teacher Gao sat in the lecture hall and said indifferently, "Take out the homework that was assigned yesterday. Let's see how to solve the first surgery." "Student." Teacher Gao. In the house, Madame Nan was feeding the Black Wind King and the Horse King. She said helplessly, "I'm feeling uneasy. I keep feeling that something is going to happen." The Black Wind King was used to eating good food. At first glance, he simply couldn't eat the leaves they were feeding him. The Horse King gobbled down the food. Master Lu said, "You're thinking too much. That's the state preceptor hall. I've never heard of anyone who couldn't be cured there." Madame Nan glared at him. "How much do you know about the state preceptor hall?" Master Lu choked and muttered softly, "Aren't I comforting you?" Sigh. Madame Nan sighed heavily and looked at the door. The Black Wind King finally made up his mind to take a bite of the leaves. Just as he stretched his neck, Madame Nan took the dustpan away in a daze. Black Wind King. Halfway through the surgery, the small medicine box didn't provide enough blood. Gu Yan's blood pressure dropped rapidly. If this continued, he would die on the operating table from excessive blood loss. "Draw mine," Gu Jiao said. "The surgery isn't finished yet," the state preceptor reminded. "I know." Gu Jiao rolled up his sleeves. "White filter." The state preceptor looked deeply at Gu Jiao and said, "Do you know that what you're doing now is crazy and dangerous? I've never seen a doctor draw his own blood for a patient on the operating table. Gu Jiao stretched out her arm. Draw faster. The state preceptor took out a white filter and connected it to the infusion tube. How much? Gu Jiao said. As much as he wants. A steady stream of blood was drawn from Gu Jiao's body and flowed into Gu Yan's body through the white filter. Gu Yan had never experienced such a feeling before. Suffering from heart disease, he couldn't even sleep as well as ordinary people. He endured the torment brought about by his heart disease at every moment. But just now, he fell into a deep sleep and didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. But as he slept, his body became cold. It was as if he was on top of a glacier or fell into an ice cellar. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. But suddenly, a warm current flowed into his body. He felt the long-lost warmth, and the blood in his body seemed to surge again. He opened his eyes weakly. Sister. Gu Jiao stood beside him and held his hand. She bent down and gently pressed her forehead against his. Gu Yan, you have to hold on. I don't know why I came to this time and space. If I had a mission, one of it would be to cure you. You can't draw anymore. The state preceptor said. It's 600 milliliters. Normally, you can draw 400 milliliters at most. Gu Jiao said without hesitation, continue. Gu Yan pressed his forehead against hers and closed his trembling eyes. Hot tears fell. Sister, don't. Why hasn't he come out yet? It's dark. Mr. Meng wandered to the door for the 100th time. He said patiently, don't worry. No news is good news. If the patient really had an accident and the operation failed, the state preceptor would have come out long ago. It was reasonable, but it was also worrying that he didn't come out. If the operation was really successful, he should have come out long ago, shouldn't he? Could it be that there was some danger during the operation, and he had to be rescued? Gu Jiao's eyelids were a little heavy. She moved a few times before she finally opened them. What greeted her was the glaring light, but she quickly adapted. She found herself lying on another operating table. The state preceptor walked over and glanced at her. How do you feel? You lost too much blood and fainted just now. You almost couldn't be rescued. Gu Jiao recalled for a moment and pulled out a memory from her blank mind. I finished the operation. The state preceptor nodded and looked at her with divine eyes. Yes, you did it. She had lost too much blood. But with a terrible obsession, she forced herself to complete the entire operation before falling to the ground. Gu Jiao asked, Where's Gu Yan? The state preceptor raised his hand and pointed. Next to you. The cardiopulmonary bypass had stopped. Gu Yan lay quietly on another operating table. His heart was beating vigorously. The operation ended perfectly, but whether he could survive the critical period depended on whether he could wake up smoothly. Gu Jiao got off the operating table and came to his side. She held his hand and touched his forehead. Yan. She called him softly. Gu Yan didn't respond. She called out again. Ah Yan. Gu Yan's eyelids moved. He heard Gu Jiao's voice. Gu Jiao continued to call him. Yan Yan. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the pale face above him. He said weakly, I heard someone call me. Is it you? Gu Jiao nodded and looked at him. It's me. Gu Yan's eyes showed a trace of confusion and doubt. Who are you? Why did you call me? Gu Jiao was stunned. Was it the sequelae of the operation? Which part of the operation went wrong and caused intracranial hypertension and brain damage? She had never seen such a situation. But if that was the case, then the memory loss was just an external manifestation. You might have a more serious brain damage. Gu Jiao said. Wait, I'll check for you. Gu Yan grabbed her hand with his remaining strength and looked at her seriously. You're so beautiful. Do you need a younger brother? Gu Jiao was stunned again. The little ahog on the top of her head stood up. She looked like a little confused rabbit. Gu Yan smiled weakly and said, If you don't bring me home, the rest of my life is long. Please take care of me, sister. Chapter 703. Although Gu Yan's operation was over, and the tubes in his body were removed, he couldn't immediately be tired from the journey. The state preceptor let him stay in Qilin Hall to rest for a few days. Gu Jiao didn't refuse. He arranged a comfortable and spacious room for them with 2 beds for Gu Jiao to accompany them. He also arranged for 2 maids to stand guard outside the door, ready to listen to the 2's orders at any time. Gu Yan paid the price for his naughty actions after he woke up. Gu Jiao called old Master Meng over to take care of him. Gu Yan had an aggrieved expression. He didn't want the old man, he wanted his sister. Gu Jiao went to cook millet porridge for Gu Yan. 12 hours had passed since the operation. The anesthetic in Gu Yan's body was almost metabolized. He didn't have to worry about a lot of negative reactions in his digestive tract, and could eat a little liquid food. Shilin Hall had a small kitchen specially used by the state preceptor. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Gu Jiao was an exception. This was what the state preceptor had specially instructed before he left. The 2 maids originally wanted to do it for her, but Gu Jiao said there was no need. When He came over, he saw Gu Jiao's figure busy in front of the stove. He didn't know why, but he suddenly paused. This kind of youth undoubtedly made him feel unfamiliar. Although the 2 hadn't seen each other many times, He saw a very cold side of the youth. He seemed easy to get along with, but in fact, his bones emitted a rebellious unruliness. It was very difficult for him to connect the rebellious youth in his impression with the person in front of him. The youth seemed to have an extra layer of gentle aura. It was very faint, but it really existed. Xiao, Gongzi. He called out tentatively. He simply suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. The faint gentleness between Gu Jiao's eyebrows disappeared without a trace. She returned to the appearance in He's impression. He was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, Lord State Preceptor asked me to come and see if you need anything?" "No, everything's fine," Gu Jiao said. "Why aren't you sleeping? It was the middle of the night." "Yes, it's the middle of the night, and the State Preceptor is still thinking about the 2 of you. Old Mr. Meng really has a lot of face." "Lord Imperial Tutor sleeps late," He said. "Oh." Gu Jiao continued to cook the porridge. He said, "Young Master Xiao, you can leave these things to the servants. If they can't do it, you can ask them to go out and buy it." "No need," Gu Jiao politely refused. A certain someone had just undergone surgery and was feeling aggrieved. He did not like the food made by others. Gu Jiao said, "Go and rest." "I'm almost done." He replied, "All right, young Master Xiao, call me if you need anything." Gu Jiao nodded. He turned and left. When he crossed the threshold, he subconsciously paused and looked back at Gu Jiao. He had already heard from Muru Xian that the other party was from a lower country, but for some reason, he felt that being treated gently by the youth was a lucky and happy thing. After Gu Jiao finished cooking the porridge, she went to Gu Yan's room to recuperate. This room was opposite old Mr. Meng's room during the day, so it was convenient for old Mr. Meng to take care of him. Although Gu Yan had slept all day, he had just undergone a major surgery and was extremely weak. He was still a bit sleepy, but he could not sleep until Gu Jiao came. Gu Jiao brought in the porridge and let old Mr. Meng go back to his room to rest. Gu Jiao went to the bed and sat down. She looked at Gu Yan, who was lying on the bed, and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "It hurts a bit," Gu Yan said. "Where does it hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. "Wound," Gu Yan said as he raised his left hand to touch his chest. He was stunned by what he saw. "Huh? Where was his wound?" Gu Jiao curved her lips and calmly looked at him, looking for the wound on his body. Gu Yan looked confused. "Where is my wound? Did I have a fake surgery?" Gu Jiao laughed and pointed at his right armpit. "Here." Gu Yan suddenly understood. "No wonder I was wondering why it hurts here. But wasn't she going to open his chest? Why did she drive to the right side?" The heart was not on the right side. He was weak at the moment and couldn't say much. But there was still a tacit understanding between the twins. Gu Jiao did not fool him simply because he did not know medicine. She explained the structure of the ventricles to him in detail. The left ventricle could not be destroyed at will. If it was cut, it would affect the function of the heart. The right ventricle was equivalent to a blood reservoir and did not have much contractile function. It was safer to enter through it. Moreover, during the surgery, Gu Yan's heart would stop beating. At this time, He needed to be intubated for cardiopulmonary bypass. The intubation places were the aorta, the superior vena cava, and the inferior vena cava. These places were better exposed by opening the right side of the chest. Oh. Gu Yan fell asleep as she listened. Gu Jiao. Gu Yan held Gu Jiao's hand. Old Mr. Meng stayed here for half the night. Gu Yan refused to sleep, but as long as Gu Jiao was here, he seemed to be able to sleep. She was by his side, the greatest peace of mind. Gu Jiao did not like to waste food. She ate the bowl of millet porridge by herself. Gu Yan held her hand the whole time. She also held Gu Yan's hand. She fell asleep at the head of the bed. The moonlight poured in and illuminated the floor. The state preceptor came to the door and looked in through the slightly open door. He saw Gu Yan lying on the bed and Gu Jiao sitting on the stool beside the bed. Half of her body was lying beside Gu Yan. The two of them held each other's hands and touched their foreheads. Under the cold moonlight, they looked like a pair of angels with broken wings for each other. Gu Yan recuperated in the state preceptor hall for 3 days. 2 days ago he had a low fever. Gu Jiao wondered if there were postoperative complications. On the 3rd day, the fever miraculously subsided. Gu Yan could also get out of bed. Gu Jiao first helped him walk a few steps in the room. He was like an impatient child who could not wait to go out and have some fun. Gu Jiao then helped him to the corridor. I can walk. He really could walk. After Gu Jiao let go of him, he slowly and steadily walked from the east end of the corridor to the west end, and then from the west end to the east end. Although there was still pain in his chest, it was a kind of pain that carried hope. As the pain continued, he would be able to get better. Let's stop here for today. Gu Jiao said to Gu Yan. I still want to walk a little more. Gu Yan said. For the past 16 years, he had been tortured by his heart disease. There was not a day when he did not feel uncomfortable. Later on, with the medicine given by Gu Jiao, although he felt much better, he was still different from a normal person. It was not until today that he truly understood what a normal person's breathing and heartbeat felt like. He looked at his hand in surprise. It's good to be a normal person. Gu Jiao said. You are not a normal person now. When your wound is completely healed, and the pain completely disappears, you will feel better than now. Gu Yan's eyes were bright. He was really looking forward to the arrival of that day. Gu Jiao and Gu Yan stayed in the state preceptor's palace for a total of 5 days. After confirming that Gu Yan could take a carriage, they said goodbye to the state preceptor. The state preceptor only appeared on the day of Gu Yan's operation. After that, it was always Yu He who came to receive them. The eldest disciple of the state preceptor's palace, Yi Qing, also came to visit them several times. However, since they were going to leave and the state preceptor did not come, Gu Jiao still had to go and say goodbye to him. The state preceptor was playing chess with old Master Meng in a small bamboo house in the bamboo forest. The state preceptor knew astronomy and geography. He was very knowledgeable. His chess skills were also superb. The two had been playing for 2 hours, but there was still no winner. That day, why did Dukin come to you? Old Master Meng asked. The state preceptor put down a black chess piece. You have never asked about the affairs of the aristocratic families before. Did that girl ask you to ask? Old Master Meng said. No. The state preceptor played chess seriously and said. Then that girl asked you. Old Master Meng choked. Just tell me. Are you going to tell me or not? Before the state preceptor could speak, a disciple outside the door reported. State preceptor, young Master Xiao is here. The state preceptor put down the chess piece helplessly. Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell him. Old Master Meng. Gu Jiao came to the bamboo house and said goodbye to the state preceptor. I will go to see Gu Yan first. Old Master Meng put down the white chess piece in his hand, got up and walked out. Only Gu Jiao and the state preceptor were left in the house. In fact, Gu Jiao had asked Yu He these days and found out that the state preceptor was only in his early 50s, but he had more white hair than old Master Meng. It was obvious that he worried too much and his hair would grow gray early. Thank you very much, state preceptor. Gu Jiao said. I will pay for the consultation. The The state preceptor raised his hand to stop her and said, "You don't have to pay for the consultation. The state preceptor hall is not short of money. If you want to borrow the operating room in the future, feel free to come." Gu Jiao. "Oh, then goodbye?" The state preceptor stopped her and looked at her deeply. He said meaningfully, "Little girl, don't you have any feelings about the operation this time?" "Feelings?" Gu Jiao touched her chin and thought seriously. "Am I really that awesome?" The state preceptor. Chapter 704. The state preceptor asked, "Have you ever wondered why there is an operating room in the state preceptor hall?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "It's your state preceptor hall. Why do I have to think about it? I find that you're so lazy." The state preceptor was speechless again. The state preceptor took a deep breath, walked to the door, and opened the curtain. "Goodbye." Gu Jiao, Gu Yan, and old Mr. Meng sat in the carriage to go back. Although Gu Yan had undergone a major operation, the operation was very successful. His prognosis was also very good. There was no situation where he couldn't take the carriage. Of course, there was another very important factor. The official road in Chengdu was really smooth. Gu Jiao thought of a sentence she often heard in her previous life. To get rich, build roads first. It was obvious that the transportation route was very important for the development of a city, or even a country. She wondered how the roads in Zhao country were being built. The alley they lived in now was called Willow Alley. It was located in the east of Tianqiong Academy, and was bigger than Jadewater Alley in Zhao country. There were 20 families living in the alley. 3 of them had tenants. One of them was Gu Jiao's group. They rented the whole house. The other 2 only rented 1 room. Since old Mr. Meng often walked his horse, he became a familiar face in the alley. Everyone he met on the road greeted him. Guyan rarely went out. Basically, no one in the alley had seen him. Gu Jiao went out early, and came back late. The number of times she saw him was also limited. "You're quite popular." After old Mr. Meng greeted the 7th person, Gu Jiao said to old Mr. Meng. Old Mr. Meng didn't understand. "Am I blushing?" "No, I mean you're popular," Gu Jiao said. "Well, the language of Zhao country is really strange," old Mr. Meng said to Gu Jiao. The child just now taught him a few games of chess. When he was strolling, he saw the scholar trapped in the game, and kindly gave him a few pointers. That scholar might never have known that the person who gave him pointers was the chess sage of the 6 nations. The carriage stopped in front of the house. "Sis!" Gu Xiaoshun dashed out quickly. Gu Jiao jumped off the carriage. "Xiaoshun! Sis, you're finally back." Gu Xiaoshun was overjoyed. Seeing that Gu Jiao was about to help Gu Yan up, he quickly said, let me do it. "You don't have to do it, I can do it myself," Gu Yan said proudly. After saying that, he showed Gu Xiaoshun how he got off the carriage. It was especially like a 1-year-old baby showing off to his little friends that he knew how to walk. "Not bad, Gu Yan." Gu Xiaoshun gave him a thumbs up. "You can even walk by yourself." One dared to show off, while the other dared to show off. Madame Nan and Master Lu both put down their work, and came out to welcome them. Seeing that the 2 children were fine, the stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Actually, on the 2nd day of the operation, Master Meng had sent a disciple from the state preceptor hall to report to them that they were safe. But if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would feel uneasy. Madame Nan held Gu Yan's arm, and looked him up and down. She said with satisfaction, "Not bad, your complexion is much better. Your glabella isn't black anymore." "Gu Yan, Madame Nan, are you sure that the glabella isn't poisoned? Does it hurt?" Madame Nan looked at Gu Yan's chest and asked. "It doesn't hurt." Gu Yan said. It did hurt, but it wasn't as painful as imagined. It was within the tolerable range. He was immersed in the joy of becoming a normal person. This pain was nothing. Also, the wound isn't here. Gu Yan showed off Gu Jiao's medical skills to Madame Nan. The wound was on the right side, less than an inch. In the future, it would heal to the point that it was almost invisible. Madame Nan was amazed by Gu Jiao's medical skills. "Jiao must be tired too?" She looked at Gu Jiao and said. Gu Jiao had lost a lot of blood, but she had been nourished well in the state preceptor hall these few days, and had recovered. "I'm not tired," Gu Jiao said. Madame Nan looked at Master Meng and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master Meng." She didn't need to say anything. Master Meng didn't say anything and stroked his beard. Master Lu hurriedly said, all right, it's a hot day. Look at the children. Let's talk inside." Madame Nan smiled. "Just in time, I made mung bean soup." Gu Yan was so hungry that his eyes were shining. Gu Jiao said, "You can't drink it." Gu Yan. In order to reduce the burden on the heart after heart surgery, one had to strictly control the intake of water and try to keep the body in a state of dehydration for the first few days. He already had a lot of drips every day. Drinking mung bean soup was out of the question. Gu Yan looked wronged. Madame Nan. Did she make the children greedy again? Gu Yan entered the courtyard and began to look for the Black Wind King. "He can walk now." He went to the backyard. Madame Nan smiled. Gu Jiao left enough medicine before she left. Madame Nan and Gu Xiaoshan changed the medicine for the Black Wind King every day. The Black Wind King's condition improved greatly and was moved from the front yard to the backyard. Gu Yan liked the Black Wind King. Firstly, the Black Wind King was too beautiful. Secondly, the Black Wind King was very quiet and not as noisy as the Horse King. The Black Wind King had a noble aura, but it didn't lose its dominance and fierceness. It suited Gu Yan's taste very well. Gu Yan took a brush and brushed its mane. The Black Wind King didn't kick Gu Yan away and let him brush it meekly. Gu Xiaoshan and Madame Nan also brushed its mane occasionally. The only person in the family who couldn't brush its mane was Master Lu. Gu Jiao, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaoshan were cubs in the Black Wind King's eyes. The Black Wind King was very tolerant of them. Madame Nan was a woman, so the Black Wind King was very tolerant of her. Master Meng was an old man, so the Black Wind King didn't bully him. Only Master Lu couldn't get close to the cubs, women and old men. Every time he got close to the Black Wind King, he would be beaten by the Black Wind King. There was a burglary at home. Madame Nan was washing vegetables while talking to Gu Jiao about what happened at home. "Oh," Gu Jiao asked, "and then?" Madame Nan said, "That day we all went out. Little Shi also went out to drive the carriage. There was only that black horse at home. A total of 3 burglars came. They all seemed to know a bit of martial arts. They came in and ransacked the cabinets. They even found the banknotes. But guess what? They were all knocked out by the horse's hoofs. None of them escaped." "It did it." Gu Jiao looked at the Black Wind King, who was obediently being brushed by Gu Yan. "Oh, is it that good?" Gu Yan gasped. "You're too tall. It's so tiring to brush it standing." "Gu Xiaoshan, you didn't even brush it twice, okay?" The Black Wind King slowly lay down on the ground. Gu Yan moved a stool over and continued brushing its mane. On the other side at the Han residence, Crown Prince Han had lost the Black Wind King for 6 days. He wanted to find the Black Wind King all the time, but there was no news of it. Could it have been killed? Crown Prince Han couldn't be blamed for thinking this. The Black Wind King's achievements were too terrifying. Everyone in the capital wanted to get the Black Wind King, and no one didn't fear it. It couldn't be certain that one of the rivals had secretly tried to kill it. "Crown Prince, we found the Black Wind King's whereabouts." A guard hurriedly came to report. Crown Prince Han hurriedly let him in and asked, "Where is the Black Wind King?" The guard cupped his hands and said, "In the outer city, in an alley near Tianxiong Academy. I think it's called Willow Alley." Someone saw a horse that looked like the Black Wind King. After lunch, everyone in the family went to take a nap. Gu Jiao couldn't sleep. She had been focused on taking care of Gu Yan in the State Preceptor Palace and didn't train much. Now that she was back at home, she naturally had to practice everything she had learned. The backyard was quite spacious. The Horse King was already sleeping on the ground, snoring. The Black Wind King stood there vigilantly. It would occasionally take a nap, but it was always standing. Gu Jiao started with something simple. She practiced the whip for a while. Then she took out the red tasseled spear and practiced the spear technique that the beautiful monk had taught her. When Gu Jiao practiced the whip, the Black Wind King didn't react. However, when Gu Jiao started practicing the red tasseled spear, It stopped taking a nap. It just stared at Gu Jiao until Gu Jiao finished practicing. Gu Jiao was sweating profusely. She walked over with the red-tasseled spear and patted its head. The Black Wind King came over and sniffed the red-tasseled spear. Gu Jiao asked curiously, "Do you like this red-tasseled spear?" The Black Wind King stuck out its tongue and licked it. It continued sniffing, as if it was confirming something it had seen before. This was the first time Gu Jiao saw the Black Wind King showing interest in something at home. Gu Jiao didn't take the red-tasseled spear away. She just stuck it in the ground. The Black Wind King continued sniffing the red-tasseled spear. A trace of confusion flashed in its eyes. When Gu Jiao went to take a bath and changed into dry clothes, the Black Wind King had already fallen asleep beside the red-tasseled spear. Horses usually stood up to take a nap. They would only lie down to sleep when they felt extremely comfortable and safe. The wind blew through the hall, and the red braid at the tip of the spear fluttered in the summer wind. A spear to defend the territory, suppress the demons on all sides, and drive away the enemy from all directions. With the spear, the soul of Xinyuan will not be extinguished, and the mountains and rivers of the great Yen will not be broken. Chapter 705. It was a quiet afternoon. The people and horses in the house had all rested. There was a sense of peace and tranquility everywhere. Gu Jiao didn't touch the red-tasseled spear. Instead, she went to the well to wash her clothes. The summer in Yin country was humid and hotter than in Zhao country. The air was sticky, especially because she had wrapped her chest. It was so hot that she felt like she had a heat stroke. Gu Jiao hung the washed clothes one by one on the rope to dry. Halfway through, she heard the sound of horse hooves outside the door. At first, Gu Jiao didn't pay attention to it. However, the sound of horse hooves stopped outside the door of her house. Gu Jiao's first reaction was that Gu Qingfeng was here. Su Fengxian from Tianxian Pavilion couldn't keep an eye on him. Gu Qingfeng's actions had always been more free. The reason why she didn't suspect Xiaoheng was because Xiaoheng had been very cautious recently. He didn't say anything, but Gu Jiao could roughly guess. That day, in order to let her put a gunny sack on Shitzi Han, Xiaoheng lured Prince Ming away. After that, Shitzi Han must have realized that Xiaoheng did it on purpose. However, Shitzi Han didn't have any evidence. He couldn't be at odds with Prince Ming because of some speculation, so he could only secretly send people to keep an eye on him. But soon, Gu Jiao heard a series of horse hooves. Not only was there a carriage, there was also a group of people and horses. This definitely wasn't Gu Qingfeng. Nan Shernyoung happened to wake up. She heard the noise outside the door. She put on her veil and walked over to open the door to take a look. She asked, "Who is it?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw a luxurious carriage accompanied by a group of imperial bodyguards stop in front of her house. The curtain was lifted, and a young man in his early 20s stepped out of the carriage. He was dressed luxuriously and had a dignified appearance. The other party's expression was very cold. He had the arrogance and murderous aura of a superior. He didn't look friendly. Mistress Nan's eyes darkened and she asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Who are you people?" Han Shitzi glanced at the veiled woman. At first, he didn't pay much attention to her, but her tone caught his attention. He asked the guard beside him, "Are you sure this is the place?" One of the guards cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. That day, we went to the Yamen to inquire about the whereabouts of your mount, and met a few thieves who were detained. They said that they found a very powerful dark horse in this residence." Dark horse? Could it be Marshal Aunt Nan's gaze paused? This young man was the owner of the black horse in the house? Han Shitzi looked at Madame Nan and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have the horse he mentioned in your house?" Mistress Nan was slightly startled. Han ignored her and went straight into the yard to look for his horse. Mistress Nan reached out to stop him. "Who allowed you to come in?" A guard shouted and rushed forward. "How dare you? My young master is not someone you can touch with your filthy hands." He reached out to slap Mistress Nan. Mistress Nan's martial arts had been destroyed in her early years. She was only good at poisons and hidden weapons. However, hidden weapons were not advantageous in close combat. She didn't have any poison on her at the moment. Just as the slap was about to hit Mistress Nan's face, there was a sudden swoosh in the central room. A cold arrow flew out and hit the man's shoulder. The man screamed and flew out, falling to the ground. Han Shitzi didn't expect that someone would shoot an arrow in the house. He frowned. What a fast arrow. The rest of the guards pulled out their swords. Han Shitzi stopped and looked in the direction of the central room with an uneasy expression. Gu Jiao was dressed like a teenager. She held a longbow in her hand and walked out in an unruly manner. Han Shitzi recognized Gu Jiao at a glance. It's you? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly. It was obvious that she also recognized Han Shitzi. The two didn't know each other on the surface, but Han Shitzi had secretly seen Gu Jiao hit the bow, and Gu Jiao had secretly put Han Shitzi in a gunny sack. So they both recognized this face. There were too many grudges between the two of them. The Han family had abused Gu Chungfeng. Han Che had come to steal his horse. Han had used the Shaolin martial arts monks to injure Gu Jiao's teammates. And Gu Jiao had beaten up the two brothers. They couldn't live under the same sky. Both of their gazes turned cold. Han Shitzi coldly said, Xiao Lulang, don't think that I don't know what you've done. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, he knew that she was the one who put the gunny sack. Also, he knew that she was the one who killed Nan Gongli. Han Shitzi looked at Gu Jiao's expression and knew that she had guessed what he wanted to say. He thought that Gu Jiao would at least feel guilty and afraid, but Gu Jiao just said, Oh. Han Shitzi was almost stunned. Oh, what kind of reaction is this? What are you doing at my house? Gu Jiao asked indifferently. She always used a teenager's voice when talking to outsiders. After using it so many times, she became more and more proficient and couldn't find any flaws. Han Shitzi frowned. This kid was too infuriating. He almost forgot about the important matter. Han Shitzi coldly said, I was wondering who was so bold to steal our Han family's horse. I'm not surprised that it's you. Hand over my horse. Your horse? Gu Jiao put the longbow on her shoulder. Your horse isn't here. Han Shitzi coldly said. You think it's not here just because you say so? Gu Jiao. Yes. Han Shitzi. Han Shitzi. Then do you dare to let me search you? Gu Jiao. Why should I let you search me? Do you have a search warrant from the government? Did the Han family need a search warrant for their actions? Gu Jiao said. You can't search me without a search warrant. Han Shitzi dangerously narrowed his eyes. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Fine. Then I'll settle all the old and new debts with you here today. What are you doing? Master Lu was awakened by the commotion in the courtyard. He took large strides and rushed over with a machete. Gu Jiao blocked Master Lu and looked at Han Shitzi coldly. I'll do it. Xiaoshun, give me my gun. Gu Xiaoshun, who had just walked to the central room rubbing his eyes. Oh, okay. He quickly ran back to the backyard and pulled out the red tasseled spear beside the Black Wind King. The red tasseled spear was too heavy. If he hadn't practiced grabbing it every day, he wouldn't have been able to carry it at all. In a spurt of energy, he carried the red tasseled spear to Gu Jiao. Lulang here. The red tasseled spear had a big braid and a big red flower on it. Han Shitzi actually didn't recognize that it was Xian Yuan Li's weapon on the spot. Such an ugly weapon really stung the eyes of everyone present. One of the guards mocked him on the spot. What a joke! Master Lu pulled Madame Nan behind him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Madame Nan shook her head. Han Shitzi said indifferently. I don't need a weapon to deal with you. Make your move. As he spoke, his internal energy spread out in all directions. It was as if it was solid in the entire courtyard and pressed down on Gu Jiao. Madame Nan's expression changed. This is the Tang Sex mantra. Oh no, Jiao Jiao is no match for him. Jiao Jiao had only learned this set of spear techniques for a few days. He wasn't familiar with it at all. Gu Jiao's spear struck towards Han Shitzi. The spear technique was so fast that only a shadow was left. No wonder he could kill Nan Gongli. However, this was still not enough to be his opponent. Han Shitzi's figure flashed. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed. He actually dodged. You're just SOSO. Before Han Shitzi could finish his sentence, the attack that he had already dodged turned out to be a feint. The tip of the spear turned and pierced towards his waist. He couldn't dodge it. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and blocked the red-tasseled spear. However, he didn't expect the strength of the red-tasseled spear. Although it wasn't enough to make his arm numb, it made the veins on his arm bulge. Your spear techniques are not bad. Unfortunately, you're not skilled enough. Han Shitzi was actually surprised. He had tried to learn the Xian Yuan family's spear techniques. Unfortunately, he couldn't learn it. He couldn't control all his internal energy. Moreover, he didn't think that a spear technique without internal energy would be useful. Perhaps it was just an exaggeration. The Xian Yuan family had many martial arts techniques. They might not have defeated their enemies with this spear technique. However, he believed that the rumors were true. This spear technique was indeed powerful. He relied on his age and martial arts advantage to beat him. However, if he let Xiao Lulang practice for another 3 to 5 years, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Therefore, he had to kill him now, before he was strong enough. Han Shitzi held the red-tasseled spear with one hand, and pulled out a long sword from the waist of a guard with the other hand. He suddenly stabbed towards Gu Jiao's heart. Madame Nan's beautiful face turned pale. Jiao Jiao. Accompanied by the neighing of a horse, a black shadow rushed out of the house. Han Shitzi paused. Black Wind King. Gu Jiao took advantage of his distraction to kick him. Han Shitzi hurriedly held his sword with his left hand, and used the sword as a shield to block Gu Jiao's kick. Because of the force, both of them took a few steps back and separated from each other. Han Shitzi of the Black Wind Dynasty walked over. Han Shitzi's eyes lit up. His gloomy mood finally improved a little. He touched the Black Wind King's head. I finally found you. Then, he stopped smiling and looked at Gu Jiao extremely coldly. And you said you didn't steal my horse. Gu Jiao saw that the Black Wind King and Han Shitzi were very familiar with each other, and had a rough idea of what was going on. Madame Nan said sarcastically, My Luling didn't steal your horse. It was your horse that fell into the swamp by itself. It was my horse that discovered it, and shouted for Lu Lang to rescue it from the swamp. My horse was injured in order to save it. Your horse was poisoned and heavily injured. If it wasn't for my Lulang, it would have been dead. You're not grateful, and even accused Lulang of stealing your horse. Shameless. Han Shitzi frowned. The guard at the side raised his sword and slashed at Madame Nan. This time, before Gu Jiao could do anything, the Black Wind King raised his front hooves and kicked the guard away. Han Shitzi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He looked at the guard who was kicked away, and then looked at the Black Wind King in front of this family. He clenched the sword in his hand. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Since you saved the Black Wind King, I won't argue with you about what happened today. But Xiao Lulang, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Let's go. He asked the servant to bring a saddle, and put it on the Black Wind King. He and the Black Wind King grew up together. When he was still a child, he recognized this horse as the real master of the Black Wind King. Han Shitzi got on the horse and rode the Black Wind horse out of Willow Lane. When the Horse King woke up, the big black horse was gone. It was stunned for 3 seconds, and then stood up to look around. Horses had a very sensitive sense of smell. It smelled the big black horse in the air and chased after it. Madame Nan looked at the Horse King's figure and shouted, Hey little she! The Black Wind King was very fast, faster than ever before. Han Shitzi was very satisfied. You're indeed the strongest Black Wind King. It could still run with such strength and speed at the age of 17. Even if it was injured or poisoned, it was not affected. The adult Black Wind King left the 2.5-year-old Horse King in the dust, leaving him far behind. They soon arrived at the Han family. Chunan heard that Han Shitzi and the Black Wind King were back and hurried out to welcome them. Welcome, Prince. Chunan bowed. Han Shitzi patted the vigorous Black Wind King and said to Chunan, It seems to be faster than before. Chunan smiled and said, Really? That's a miracle. Han Shitzi tightened the horse's belly and said to the Black Wind King, Okay, time to go in. The Black Wind King did not move. Han Shitzi asked in confusion, What's wrong? The Black Wind King still did not move. Is your wound hurting? Han Shitzi jumped off the horse and carefully looked for the wound on the Black Wind King. Is the Black Wind King hurt? Chunan also came over to look. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King suddenly took a few steps back. The two of them looked at it in confusion, but the Black Wind King just turned around and ran toward the street. Han Shitzi was confused. How could this be? Why did the Black Wind King leave? Chunan was the most experienced horse trainer in Sheng. He looked at the back of the Black Wind King and murmured, "It's going in the direction of the Xianyuan family. It is going to find its real master." Han Shitzi said angrily, "Its master is me." Chunan did not speak. "Are you the master just because I let you ride it? You're just a playmate that grew up with it. By sending you back, I'm saying goodbye to you." Han Shitzi clenched his fist. "How many years has it been? Didn't it say that it doesn't remember? How old was it when the Xianyuan family was attacked?" 2 years old. Chunan said. Maybe it remembered again, or maybe it didn't really forget. It was just waiting for its master to come back. It thought that its master was still on the battlefield. What made it not think so? The sky was gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. Chengdu was stuffy to the extreme. The Black Wind King galloped under the dark clouds. Lightning flashed in the sky, followed by thunder. The carriages and horses on the street did not dare to drive casually anymore. They all found a place to avoid it. The Black Wind King galloped fearlessly on the empty street. The lightning chased after it, but it did not stop at all. After galloping for a long time, the dark clouds covered the sky. The afternoon seemed to have turned gray. It came to a mansion that was sealed and chained. The seal had already been broken. The parts that could not be glued to the door were flapping like tongues of fire. The iron chains were stained with rust, and the dirty door was covered in moss. The entire dusty and dilapidated mansion was eerily quiet. It was now a graveyard filled with wandering souls. It walked up the steps to the door, and tried to break it open with its head. Bang! 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 Again and again. Its head was bruised and bleeding. The last bolt of lightning tore a crack in the sky, and torrential rain began to pour down. Raindrops as big as beans smashed onto its body under the raging wind. Blood flowed down and dripped to the ground. It seemed that it did not feel pain. It spared no effort to hit the door with its badly injured head. But the door would never open again. "Father, a Black Wind Rider is dying." A young man in his 20s ran into the backyard of the mansion and said to his father, who was practicing the red-tasseled spear. His father asked, "Why is it dying?" The young man said, "It's having a difficult birth. It's dying." The father and son came to the stable. The horse had been in labor for 2 days and 2 nights. It had used up all its strength. It could not give birth to this little foal. But the father and son did not give up. They guarded it and stayed by its side the whole night. Finally, when the first light of dawn arrived, they welcomed this little life that was hard to come by. But it had been in its mother's womb for too long. It did not have much breath left. "Father, it seems that it's dying." "It's the Black Wind Rider of the Xianyuan family. We can't do without it." The mare had died in childbirth. This was the child that she had exchanged her life for. The owner of the red-tasseled spear took it back to his house and fed it personally. It gradually grew from a little foal that could not even breathe to a strong foal. The foal would stand in the backyard every day, jumping and watching the father and son practice. "Father, look, it's taller. It's growing so fast. I can't believe that it almost died." "Ah Chung, don't underestimate anyone, and don't underestimate any horse. Maybe it will grow up and become the Black Wind King. Then I'll take it to the battlefield to kill the enemy." "Humph, the mistress and mistress are lining up. Can you beat her?" It did it. It became the Black Wind King. It could go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but its master did not come back. None of them came back. Chapter 706. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. The rain was pouring down heavily. Under the eaves of the houses on both sides of the street, hawkers pushing their stalls and pedestrians taking shelter from the rain. Occasionally, pedestrians would pass by with umbrellas, but they quickly closed their umbrellas and hid in the shops on the side. A horse carriage slowly came from the east side of the street. The rain was too heavy, and the road was slippery. In addition, the view was obstructed, so the coachman didn't dare to drive too far. All of a sudden, the sound of a hurried carriage could be heard from behind. A horse in a hurry caught up with the carriage and whizzed past the carriage. In the carriage, Second Master Jing had just opened the window to see whose horse was running so fast when the horse's hooves splashed on his face. Second Master Jing was speechless. Second Master Jing was furious. He raised his hand to wipe the rainwater off his face and closed the window. He lifted the curtain in front and looked at the horse galloping past. He recognized it at a glance. Big brother, look, isn't that the horse from Tianqiong Academy? It's the crazy one. The battle between the Horse King and the Black Wind Cavalry had become a legend in the archery circle. Anyone who paid attention to the archery competition knew that Tianqiong Academy had a Hummer that beat the Black Wind Cavalry. Dukan sat beside Second Master Jing and looked deeply in the direction of the horse. The horse was running too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, he still lifted his thin finger with difficulty and knocked on the armrest of the wheelchair. This meant yes. If it was 2 times, it meant no. Strange, why did that horse run here? Second Master Jing opened the window again and stuck his head out in the rain. He looked back and felt even more strange when he didn't see the carriage from Tianqiong Academy. Dukan raised his hand and dipped it in the cinnabar on the armrest. With trembling fingers, he wrote a word with difficulty. Chase. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Even though Duke An's horse was a first-class horse, it was still very difficult for it to catch up with the Horse King. Fortunately, the Horse King ran and stopped, as if it was looking for something. Its speed wasn't always fast. They followed the Horse King into more and more secluded areas. Eventually, they arrived at a deserted street. This is... Second Master Jing's expression changed. In the past, it was the most prosperous place in Chengdu. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the entrance was as busy as a marketplace. Every day, there were people who came to seek an audience. If they didn't have an invitation card, they might not be able to get in even after 10 days or half a month. But now this street had already changed. Dong! 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 Heavy crashing sounds came from behind the heavy rain in front of them. Every sound seemed to hit their hearts. Second Master Jing lifted the curtain and took a look. That direction is... The Black Wind King's head was bleeding, and his body was covered in wounds. The Horse King saw it from afar and galloped towards it without stopping. The Horse King looked at it in confusion, as if it didn't understand why it wanted to hit the door. Seeing that it was about to crash into the ground, the Horse King followed suit. However, the Horse King didn't know what this dilapidated mansion meant to the Black Wind King. It raised its powerful front hooves and was about to stomp on the chained door. Unexpectedly, the Black Wind King knocked the Horse King away. The Horse King tilted its head and looked at it in confusion. The Black Wind King continued to use its head and body to hit the door. The Duke family's carriage stopped not far away. Second Young Master Jing lifted the curtain, and the rain poured down on him, and Dukan stared at them without blinking, and his hand on the armrest tightened. Second Master Jing had mixed feelings. He looked at the Black Wind King and frowned. What's wrong with that horse? Is it crazy? It will die if it keeps hitting it like this. The Black Wind King was seriously injured, so the Horse King didn't let him hit it. The 2 horses fought. Just as the 2 horses were fighting fiercely, the coachman suddenly called out, Duke Second Master, someone is coming. It was a young man riding a tall horse. He held the reins tightly in one hand and a red tasseled spear in the other. He was drenched from head to toe, and his hair was messy and stuck to his face. His calm eyes revealed an unruly calmness. He rode towards the Xian Yuan family's mansion. Second Master Jing couldn't help but be absent-minded. Was the rain too heavy, or was the fantasy in his mind too real? He seemed to see his brother-in-law returning from the military camp with such a calm and unruly expression. It was on this street in front of this mansion. His brother-in-law got off the horse, walked up the steps, and pushed open the mansion's door as usual. Second Master Jing held his breath. He widened his eyes. At that moment, he felt that the tragedy didn't happen. When the door opened, the person inside would walk out with a smile. However, his brother-in-law didn't do that. He came in front of the two horses and separated them. Second Master Jing woke up from his dream. It wasn't his brother-in-law. It wasn't him. His brother-in-law was already dead. And it was he who personally collected his brother-in-law's corpse. He personally put his brother-in-law down from the city wall. When he pulled out the red tasseled spear that pierced through his brother-in-law's body, his hands were trembling. Second Master Jing turned his head, not letting his eldest brother see his red eyes. Dukin didn't cry. His tears had already dried up. After the Xian Yuan family was destroyed, after losing his wife who was pregnant, and after Yining closed her eyes forever in his arms, he didn't cry anymore. Second Master Jing raised his hand and wiped his eyes. He suppressed the sobs in his throat and said in a normal tone, "It's Xiao Lulang." Of course Dukin saw it too. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear in one hand and raised her other hand to touch Black Wind King's head. She looked at him calmly. Black Wind King was gradually comforted. Perhaps it finally realized that the master it had waited for most of its life would never come back. It raised its head and looked at the dark sky, letting out a mournful cry. Gu Jiao quietly accompanied it. Gu Jiao rarely had empathy with people or the outside world. But at this moment, she lowered her eyes and raised her hand to cover her heart. "Who's there?" A few city guards rushed over in the heavy rain. They had received a report from the people nearby that there was a suspicious person heading towards the old site of the Xian Yuan family. Even though the Xian Yuan family had been exterminated, and this once bustling street had become a dead street, the Xian Yuan family had left a lasting impression on everyone. The city guards didn't dare to be careless, so they rushed over to see what was going on. Second Master Jing hurriedly got down from his horse with an umbrella and stopped the city guards who wanted to walk towards Gu Jiao. He showed the Dukin estate's token and said politely, "My eldest brothers and my horses were frightened and ran here. Those are my guards." As he spoke, he took out a money pouch from his chest and tossed it to the city guard who was in charge. The guard guessed the other party's identity. "So it's Second Master Jing. Sorry for the disrespect." The Dukin estate and the Xian Yuan family were in-laws. He didn't believe that the Dukin estate's horse ran here by accident. He weighed the money in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. He cupped his hands and said, "The rain is so heavy, it's easy to scare the horses. Since Second Master Jing has found the horses, we'll take our leave first." Second Master Jing smiled and nodded, "Take care." After the guards had walked far away, one of their companions said, "Should we tell the higher-ups?" The leader of the guards said, "Tell the higher-ups what? Did the Dukin brothers come to remember the Xian Yuan family? Who in Sheng City doesn't know about the relationship between the Dukin estate and the Xian Yuan family? When the Xian Yuan family was defeated in their rebellion, everyone who had dealings with them avoided them, afraid of getting into trouble. Only the Dukin estate, who was still Crown Prince Jing, ran to the battlefield to collect the corpses of the Xian Yuan family members. Second Master Jing also followed. He wasn't afraid of death. Had they not been remembering the deceased members of the Xian Yuan family all these years? "What's there to report?" his companion said. "But that kid didn't dress like a guard of the Dukin estate. He even had a red tasseled spear in his hand. When I first saw him, I thought that the Xian Yuan family's ghost had returned." "It's broad daylight. What nonsense are you talking about?" the guard said, but he was actually scared. That kid was indeed a bit strange. The way he held the red tasseled spear was very similar to the Xian Yuan family members. But the Xian Yuan family members were long dead. He couldn't be a malicious spirit who came for revenge. He shook his head decisively and took out the money bag that Second Master Jing gave him. He smiled and said, "Don't think about it. Let's go. I'll take you guys to drink." The guards' figures completely disappeared in the heavy rain. Second Master Jing walked around the two horses and came to Gu Jiao's side. He asked, "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao was looking up at the mansion's signboard. The signboard was exposed to the sun and rain and had been damaged by someone. It was already badly damaged. Under the thick cobwebs, even the two words Xian Yuan were blurred. Xiao Lulang, Second Master Jing waved his hand in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao came back to her senses and said, "I'm here to look for my horse." Second Master Jing snorted. "So you heard it? Then why didn't you answer on purpose?" "I didn't do it on purpose," Gu Jiao said. "I heard it, but I was thinking about something. You can ask what I'm thinking about first." In other words, she wanted to wait until she finished thinking before she could answer him. Second Master Jing, who had never seen such a person before. "What's wrong with your horse?" Second Master Jing pointed at Black Wind King and asked. Gu Jiao said that she was here to look for a horse. She didn't say that she was only looking for one horse. Second Master Jing naturally thought that the other horse was also Gu Jiao's. Gu Jiao didn't explain that Black Wind King wasn't her horse. She only shook her head slightly and said, "I don't know either." Dukan sat in the carriage and saw Second Master Jing talking to Gu Jiao like an idiot in the rain. He was so angry that his body trembled. Second Master Jing had an umbrella, but Gu Jiao didn't. Fortunately, Second Master Jing and his eldest brother had a tacit understanding for once. He said to Gu Jiao, "You can stay in the outer city. It's raining so heavily that it won't stop for a while. Why don't you take shelter in the carriage?" Gu Jiao turned her head to look at the carriage in the rain. Dukan sat in the carriage and looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. His eyes were full of expectation. Gu Jiao said, "Okay." Gu Jiao got on the carriage. The Horse King bit Black Wind King's reins. It didn't care whether Black Wind King was willing or not. It just pulled it along. The carriage drove out of the dead silent street and turned right through an alley. It came to another main street. After a while, it turned into an alley and stopped in front of a small courtyard. This was a small house that was about the same size as the one Gu Jiao and the others rented. After entering, there was a front yard. After passing through the central room, there was a backyard. The backyard was connected to a row of back rooms. Gu Jiao didn't go that far. She stopped at the corridor of the first row of rooms. She looked at the lily of the valley in the courtyard. She felt that this place was a little familiar, as if she had seen it in her dreams. Second Master Jing moved his eldest brother and his wheelchair to the corridor. The two brothers' clothes were a little wet. Second Master Jing called a servant and asked him to bring Gu Jiao to a side room to change into dry clothes. "Where my eldest brother's clothes?" "Other than my eldest brother's clothes, there are." There were only his sister-in-law's belongings. He didn't dare to touch his sister-in-law's belongings. His eldest brother would kill him. Moreover, Xiao Luling was a man. He couldn't wear his sister-in-law's clothes. The servant found a new set of clothes that Dukan hadn't worn for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's figure was tall for a woman. However, compared to Dukan's height, she was still a little petite. She looked like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. She was a little cute. Second Master Jing walked out of his eldest brother's room after changing his clothes. This was the scene he saw. He secretly thought that he had seen a ghost. He actually thought that this kid was cute. He was obviously very annoying. Second Master Jing said angrily, "Your horses are in the stable. Don't worry. Someone will feed them. They won't starve. I've also found a doctor. He will treat your horses." "Thank you." Gu Jiao thanked him. Second Master Jing wasn't used to being so polite. His attitude immediately changed. He coughed lightly and said, "My eldest brother wants you to go over and drink tea." Gu Jiao went next door. Dukan's condition had improved recently. Previously, it was difficult for him to write one word. He might not even succeed. Now he could write 3 to 5 words a day. If he was in good condition, he could write 7 to 8 words. Most of them were scolding Second Master Jing. They talked about what it was like to have a younger brother who deserved a beating. The wheelchair was wiped and dried. Dukan sat on a chair with an official's hat. There were chairs beside and opposite him. Second Master Jing didn't say anything and sat opposite his eldest brother. This way his eldest brother would be able to see him. He was really smart. Dukan's eyes were murderous. Second Master Jing shrank his neck. Why did he feel that his neck was cold? Dukan couldn't turn his head. This meant that he wouldn't be able to see Gu Jiao sitting beside him. However, Gu Jiao didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she came in front of him and knelt down on one knee to feel his pulse. Your pulse is indeed smoother than before, Gu Jiao said. Duke, you're recovering well. Dukin raised his finger again. This time, he didn't touch it lightly. Instead, he dipped it into the tea in the cup and wrote 3 words shakily. Are you well? Gu Jiao said. I'm all right. Dukin wrote shakily again. Black wind. This was the limit of his strength. He only wrote half of the word wind. Sweat seeped out of his forehead and flowed down his cheeks, sliding into his clothes. What did my eldest brother write? Second Master Jing came over. Black wind? What black wind? Gu Jiao knew that Dukin most likely recognized the Black Wind King. She said, It's indeed Erhan's Black Wind King. However, I don't know why it went there. She came to find the Horse King. It was unexpected that she met the Black Wind King. Who would have thought that the Black Wind King, who left with Erhan, would appear in that place? That horse is the Black Wind King. It's really... Second Master Jing murmured with a complicated expression. Really what? Gu Jiao asked. Second Master Jing sighed. How should I put it? You've seen the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry. However, did you know that the Black Wind Cavalry didn't belong to the Han family, but was trained by the Xianyuan family? I've heard about it. Gu Jiao said. After the Xianyuan family was defeated, the military power was divided into 4 parts. The cavalry belonged to the Han family. Among them there were many Black Wind Cavalry. You know a lot about the Yin Kingdom. Gu Jiao didn't refute. Second Master Jing was only teasing Gu Jiao. He didn't think that Gu Jiao had any ulterior motives. He continued. There can only be one Black Wind King among the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry. The previous Black Wind Kings were all male horses. Only this Black Wind King is a female horse. It was born with a difficult birth. It was cooped up in the mother's womb for too long. When it came out, it was almost dead. By the way, it was my brother-in-law and Great Marshal Xianyuan who helped it give birth. After it was born, Great Marshal Xianyuan carried it back. Therefore, that horse was actually raised by Great Marshal Xianyuan himself. Gu Jiao asked, Your brother-in-law is... Second Master Jing coughed awkwardly. Cough cough. My eldest brother's brother-in-law is my brother-in-law. Xianyuan how? Gu Jiao made an O sound and said, Didn't he change his name to Xianyuan Cheng? Second Master Jing was stunned. You even know about this? Gu Jiao said, I've heard of it. Wait, what kind of people do you have around you? How can you talk about the Xianyuan family like this? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded? Second Master Jing rolled his eyes. He thought of something and said, Speaking of which, the Black Wind King is the same age as Yinin. Yinin, Gu Jiao muttered. This name sounded strangely familiar. She seemed to have heard it in her dreams. Second Master Jing didn't know what she was thinking, and only thought that she was asking a question. He explained, Yinin is the daughter of my eldest brother and sister-in-law. She was born in the same year as the Black Wind King. When they were 2 years old, something happened to the Xianyuan family. The Han family contributed greatly in the war. The monarch rewarded the Black Wind Cavalry to the Han family. The Black Wind King, who was still a foal, naturally went to the Han family. Sigh, in the blink of an eye. It has been 15 years. So the Black Wind King went back to look for its master today? After so many years, it was still waiting for its master to come back. Gu Jiao was silent for a moment and said, Did the Xianyuan family really rebel? The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Second Master Jing's body tensed up, and he didn't dare to answer. Dukin dipped his finger in tea, and used the last bit of strength he had just recovered to write a word in a crooked manner. Looking at the yes, that Dukin used all his strength to write, the strange thing was that Gu Jiao didn't feel too surprised. Dukin wanted to write more, but he didn't have any strength left. Second Master Jing looked at his eldest brother's trembling hand and said with heartache, Eldest brother, don't write anymore. Let me tell you. They had only met this young man a few times. Logically speaking, they shouldn't talk so deeply. He didn't understand why his eldest brother didn't guard against this young man. Second Master Jing composed himself and said solemnly, That's right. The Xianyuan family did rebel. However, they were forced to do so. The main culprit is the State Preceptor Hall. What did the State Preceptor Hall do? Gu Jiao asked. Second Master Jing snorted and said, "That bullshit state preceptor did a divination for the Xianyuan family. He said that the Xianyuan family had the fate of the Emperor Star. The Emperor Star is also known as the Emperor Star. Only the emperor of a country has the right to have this fate. This clearly said that the Xianyuan family had the aura of an emperor. Which country's emperor would feel comfortable with this? In order to prove that they had no intention of rebelling, the Xianyuan family proposed to hand over their military power. However, not long after the military power was handed over, a war broke out at the border. Jin and Liang joined forces to attack the border of the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom was attacked from both sides. The emperor didn't use the Xianyuan family at first. In the end, the Yin Kingdom suffered several defeats. Their morale was greatly reduced, and their morale was shaken. The Yin Kingdom had no choice but to use the Xianyuan family again. Xianyuan Li led his eldest son in the vanguard and attacked the Jin nation's army first, taking back 3 cities in one go. Xianyuan Li's second brother and his third and fifth sons led the troops to encircle the Liang nation's army. Everywhere they went, they were undefeated. The alliance of the two countries was defeated by the Xianyuan family. The people at the border were very grateful. When the Xianyuan family retreated, the people of the city saw them off on the streets. This incident made the Yin Kingdom fully aware of the Xianyuan family's strength and the importance of the Xianyuan family in the hearts of the people. The arrival of the Emperor Star in Xianyuan was not something that the Xianyuan family could stop just by handing over their military power. Unless Gu Jiao finished for him. Unless they are all dead. Second Master Jing nodded. That's right. Since the day Xianyuan clan returned to the capital in triumph, the monarch had the intention of eliminating the Xianyuan clan. However, Xianyuan Li was a senior official of 2 dynasties and a divine general of 6 states. Although the various measures of the Imperial Master Palace played a significant role in the development of the Yin Kingdom, from a lower kingdom to a greater kingdom, how could those who once oppressed the Yin Kingdom be willing to let the Yin Kingdom rise again? How many battles did the Xianyuan family's army fight? How much blood did they bleed to stop the ambitions of the other countries? If it wasn't for the Xianyuan family's protection, the Yin Kingdom would have been destroyed. How could it be a greater country? The Xianyuan family's achievements overshadowed the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom was afraid of them, but he couldn't just kill them. To become a greater country, the Yin Kingdom needed them. Therefore, the Yin Kingdom thought of a plan to numb the Xianyuan family. When the Empress Xianyuan gave birth to a daughter, the Yin Kingdom immediately conferred her the title of Crown Princess. For more than 10 years, the Yin Kingdom doted on the Crown Princess and gave her everything. The Yin Kingdom wanted the Xianyuan family to be spoiled and arrogant. However, the Xianyuan family's family rules were strict, so they didn't do anything out of line. Gu Jiao said, even if they did something out of line, the Xianyuan family wouldn't be punished, right? Second Master Jing choked. Cough cough, that's true. Gu Jiao said, so the Yin Kingdom didn't want the Xianyuan family to make a mistake. He wanted the people to see how well he treated the Xianyuan family. One day, if the Xianyuan family betrayed him, the people would cry out for them. Second Master Jing scratched his head. Ah, is that so? What you said makes sense. Gu Jiao asked. Then, how was the Xianyuan family forced to rebel? Second Master Jing was silent for a while. He clenched his fist and said with a complicated expression, I don't know the details. It seems to have something to do with the Crown Princess. My eldest brother knows a thing or two. Unfortunately, as you can see, he can't say anything. Gu Jiao thought for a while and asked, there are many people who want the Xianyuan family to be in trouble, right? Second Master Jing nodded sadly. The Xianyuan family's power, status, military power, and martial arts are all enviable. The Xianyuan family never betrayed the world, but the world betrayed the Xianyuan family. The rain didn't seem to be letting up. The raindrops hit the roof with a pitter-patter. Second Master Jing said he was hungry and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Only Gu Jiao and Dukan were left in the room. Gu Jiao moved a small stool to sit next to Dukan. She massaged his arms and palms to help him recover. You told me about the Xianyuan family. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell others? Gu Jiao asked. Duquesne's fingertips tapped on the armrest twice. No. Gu Jiao unexpectedly understood. She rubbed his other hand and said, Why aren't you afraid? We've only met a few times. I'm very bad. Duquesne's fingertips tapped on the armrest 3 times. You won't. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and looked at him. How do you know I won't? Duquesne nodded. You just won't. From the first time Gu Jiao hid in his bed, he felt very close to her. He couldn't tell why, but it was like the most important person had returned to his side. Chapter 707. Second Master Jing went to the kitchen to find a pile of food. There were fruits, braised chicken, and dried meat. He filled a few big bowls and brought them to his eldest brother. The moment he entered the room, he saw his eldest brother chatting happily with that fellow. Actually, his eldest brother didn't know how to speak at all. He was also very confused as to why he thought of the phrase chatting happily. Duquesne had finished massaging his hand, but Gu Jiao was still sitting on the small stool beside him. The scene was strangely harmonious, as if he was the extra person. Second Master Jing was stunned for 3 seconds. He walked over and said to Gu Jiao, Don't sit here. My eldest brother doesn't like others to be too close to him. Duquesne, was it too late to beat his own brother to death now? After the old madam passed away, the old Duquesne remarried. His stepmother was a virtuous woman who took good care of the little heir. After the little heir said that he wanted a younger brother or sister, the stepmother had 2 children. One of them was Second Master Jing. Duquesne regretted it. He shouldn't have wanted a younger brother. The rain stopped. Gu Jiao should go back. Duquesne's eyes revealed a strong sense of reluctance. This was also a very strange feeling. He wanted to keep her here. Duquesne lowered his eyes. His fingertips tapped a few times on the armrest. Gu Jiao looked at his fingertips and said, No, it's too late. The inner city gate will be closed after dinner. Second Master Jing was stunned. My eldest brother spoke to you? Why didn't he hear it? Gu Jiao pointed at Duquesne's hand. He did. Second Master Jing. Fellow, I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Second Master Jing felt that Gu Jiao was talking nonsense. He and his eldest brother were blood brothers who had telepathy. Even he couldn't understand what his eldest brother was trying to say when he knocked on the door. How could a brat whom they met by chance? Since Gu Jiao wanted to leave, it was inconvenient for Second Master Jing to stay. But under the threat of his eldest brother's eyes, he still took out the food he had painstakingly brought from the kitchen. Take it with you on the way. No need, Gu Jiao said. At least bring some. Second Master Jing said. Gu Jiao paused and reached for a piece of dried meat. Second Master Jing was surprised. You like this too? You like it? Gu Jiao asked him. Second Master Jing shook his head. I don't like it, but my eldest brother does. Gu Jiao. Oh. Second Master Jing was the king of words. His mouth was full of disdain, but when it came to giving Gu Jiao food, he was strangely generous. He wrapped the whole plate of dried meat in paper and handed it to Gu Jiao. Take it, eat it on the way. Gu Jiao broke half of it and handed it to Duquesne. Second Master Jing wanted to say that there was more in the kitchen, and he would go get it for his eldest brother later. But he saw his eldest brother's fingertips pressing on the half packet of dried meat. That strange feeling came again. Did his eldest brother smile just now? Why did it seem like his own child actually knew how to be filial to him? So his old father was so happy. Second Master Jing clutched his chest. I've seen a ghost. I've really seen a ghost. This fellow reminded him of his brother-in-law for a while, then reminded him of Enin who died young. He seriously suspected that he had provoked some evil spirit recently. When he returned, he had to ask his wife to go to the temple to burn incense and ask for a protective talisman to ward off evil spirits. Gu Jiao went to the stable. Black Wind King's injury had already been treated by the doctor that Second Master Jing called. The doctor had applied medicine, but his mental state was not good. Gu Jiao decided to bring him back first. Second Master Jing walked over and said, Have you thought it through? This is Han Ye's horse. Who is Han Ye? Gu Jiao asked. Second Master Jing said. Crown Prince Han. His name is Han Ye. It's not Yi which means night, but Yi which means radiant and dazzling. Gu Jiao. Oh! Second Master Jing weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. Are you really not afraid? This is his horse. If he knows that you brought his horse back, he will definitely cause trouble for you. Moreover, this horse seems to remember its previous owner. It will only recognize one owner in its life. Even if you bring it back, it won't recognize you as its owner. Gu Jiao. Oh! Second Master Jing. Can you not be so calm? Crown Prince Han and her had long been enemies. With or without Black Wind King, they could not live under the same sky. As for the matter of recognizing a master, Gu Jiao had never thought about it. How could there be so many masters and servants? It was so troublesome. Gu Jiao rode the horse back and brought Black Wind King and Black Wind King back. The family was very surprised to see Black Wind King. Gu Jiao told them what happened in the afternoon. The family sat in the living room. Only Gu Yan ran to the backyard to brush Black Wind King's hair. Senior Madam Nan was puzzled. Why did it suddenly go to find its previous owner? What triggered it? Senior Madam Lu suddenly slapped her head. Did it only know that its previous owner was no longer on the battlefield when it saw your red-tasseled spear? The spear was here, and the person was here. War God Xianyuan Li's red-tasseled spear would not leave his hand so easily. Therefore, if the red-tasseled spear was back, the Xianyuan family should also be back. It was hard to imagine what kind of feelings it had when it went to welcome its master, and what kind of heart it had to bear the blow of its master never coming back. Gu Jiao was stunned. My red-tasseled spear. Senior Madam Lu looked at her confused face and asked in disbelief. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of spear you use all this time? Gu Jiao. Senior Madam Nan was also surprised. You really don't know? Gu Jiao looked at the two of them. You both know. The husband and wife said in unison. We know. We thought you already knew. Gu Jiao said. When my sworn brother gave it to me, he did not tell me where it came from. Senior Madam Lu asked. Then what do you think of this spear? Gu Jiao thought about it seriously and said. It's useful, I like it. Senior Madam Lu said matter-of-factly. How can Xianyuan Li's divine weapon not be useful? Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. It's Xianyuan Li's spear? To be honest, the red-tasseled spear had been damaged by little Jing Kong. If Senior Madam Lu had not seen it every day, she would not have recognized it. It was no wonder that when Gu Jiao fought with Crown Prince Han just now, Crown Prince Han did not recognize that it was Xianyuan Li's divine weapon. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. No wonder. Senior Madam Nan was puzzled. No wonder what? Gu Jiao said. When I was practicing spear, I found that the Black Wind King was very interested in this red-tasseled spear. Speaking of which, Gu Jiao could get this spear purely by accident. After the Xianyuan family's army was defeated, Xianyuan Li's red-tasseled spear was rewarded by the monarch to the ambassador of the Chun Kingdom. Later, the Chun Kingdom was defeated by Marquis Xianping of the Zhao Kingdom, and Marquis Xianping snatched the red-tasseled spear. Marquis Xianping did not practice spear. He just snatched it for fun. After snatching it back, he threw it into the armory of the military camp. He probably forgot about the red-tasseled spear. It was Gu Jiao who accidentally entered the armory and took a fancy to it. Because she looked at it for too long, she was discovered by the old Marquis who was passing by. At that time, the old Marquis did not know that Gu Jiao was his sworn brother, but he also found the red-tasseled spear. He felt that it was very suitable for his brother, so he took it and gave it to Gu Jiao. The Han family. After the Black Wind King left, Crown Prince Han became angry. He wanted to chase the Black Wind King back, but he was stopped by Chu Nan. Chu Nan said, It won't come back. Crown Prince Han said coldly, Then I will catch it back even if I have to. Chu Nan shook his head. It's useless to catch it back. When it finds out that its master is dead, it will not live alone. Crown Prince Han frowned. You mean it will die for its master? Chu Nan sighed. Even if it doesn't die for its master, it will not be the Black Wind King anymore. Unless you are willing to raise a useless horse, then forget what I said. Crown Prince Han looked in the direction where the Black Wind King left and clenched his fists. Chunan was right about the Black Wind King's situation. After it returned to Willow Lane, it first refused to be treated, then refused to eat, no matter who fed it. At first, Gu Yan thought that it was because the food at home was not good, so he went to the academy with Gu Xiaoshan and asked Wu Fuzi for some fine feed for the war horse. But the Black Wind King still did not move. In the end, all the fine feed went into the Horse King's stomach. Madame Nan suddenly had an idea. She cut some carrots and went to the horse farm 5 miles away from the city to buy the best pasture. But even so, the Black Wind King still refused to eat. It did not even drink water. The Horse King looked at it and hesitated. It turned around and dug out the fruit it had secretly hidden behind a tree. It brought it to the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King still refused to eat. Madame Nan and the others looked at the Black Wind King, who refused to eat and sighed helplessly. Gu Jiao went back to the house and opened the medicine box. She took out 2 tubes of nutrients and injected them into the Horse King's body. So it won't starve to death? Gu Yan asked. In principle, yes. The nutrients in the research institute were very well balanced. Half a tube could keep the Horse King from eating for an entire day. Considering its weight, Gu Jiao injected it with 2 tubes. But, Gu Jiao paused. Its fighting spirit can't be replenished with nutrients. In short, it would no longer be the Black Wind King. Oh, Gu Yan was very calm. He stroked its mane and said, "It's good not to be the Black Wind King." They had not taken it in because it was the Black Wind King. They had always thought that it was a sick horse that no one wanted. So, what did it matter if it was the Black Wind King or not? Gu Yan looked at it and said, "You see, I have no ambition, but I'm still living a good life." Gu Jiao. The whole family accepted the fact that the Black Wind King had lost its will to live and its fighting spirit. They were ready to take care of it when it was old. Crown Prince Han also accepted it. He began to cultivate a new Black Wind King. The best age for a Black Wind King was 6 to 15 years old. After the age of 16, their physical strength would begin to decline. So what if a 17-year-old Black Wind King did not lose its fighting spirit? It would not be in its best condition for a few years. Its legend was over. Chapter 708. At night, Gu Qingfeng came over. He would come here whenever he had nothing to do. During the 5 days when Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were staying at the State Preceptor Hall, he came 3 times, but all of them were empty. Fortunately, he didn't come tonight. Everyone in the family was asleep, and the door was locked. He climbed over the wall and was almost stabbed to death by Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng looked at the red-tasseled spear that was half an inch away from his chest and swallowed, saying, "No way? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" Gu Jiao put away her spear and walked back to the central room, saying indifferently, "It's so late, why are you here? You think I want to come?" Gu Qingfeng snorted, rubbing his heart that was almost scared to death, and walked into the room as if nothing had happened. He looked at the rooms with half-closed doors and said in a low voice, "Are you all asleep? Why are you so early? The theater business has just started." Gu Jiao sat down on the chair beside the square table. "Then why are you still here? I don't go on stage every day." If he went on stage every day, the drama would progress too quickly, and he would have nothing to sing. Sigh. He really regretted not reading more of the stories written by the old chancellor. He finally understood the principle of regretting not having enough books when it was time to use them. "Did Gu Yan's surgery go smoothly?" Gu Qingfeng said as he sat down on the chair opposite Gu Jiao and asked seriously, "Let me make it clear that I'm not concerned. I'm asking on behalf of Xiaoheng." "It went smoothly," Gu Jiao said. "Really?" Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Gu Jiao, didn't you say that you don't care?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "You can go and see for yourself, but he might be asleep now." Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed, and he picked up the teapot to pour himself a cup of tea. He held it up and shouted, What's there to see?" Although she said that, her eyes kept glancing at Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's room. "Is there any news from my husband?" "What news could there be?" He's being watched by the Han family. He's very cautious and hasn't been out recently. Fortunately, there was an eagle that could send them messages. Will Guyan relapse in the future? Is he really cured? There shouldn't be a relapse. What do you mean by should? As a doctor, I have to be careful with my words. Gu Qingfeng. Last time, Gu Xiaoshan said that he wanted to eat the snacks from our theater. I brought them here. I'll bring them in for him. Having said that, he got up and walked calmly into Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's room. The weather was hot, and the windows and doors were open. They had made mosquito-repellent incense at home, but Gu Yan couldn't sleep when he smelled it, so they could only cover themselves with a mosquito net. Gu Qingfeng's aura changed as soon as he entered the room. He tiptoed to the bed, holding the box of snacks in one hand, and quietly removing the clamps on the mosquito net with the other. He squeezed his head through the gap in the net. Then he saw a face facing him. The little ahog on the top of the head stood up, but the pair of eyes were calm and stern. Gu Qingfeng screamed and fell to the ground. It was really scary, okay? He pushed open the mosquito net and saw a head. It was like seeing a ghost. Weren't you asleep? Gu Qingfeng got up and patted the dust off his pants. This time, it was Gu Yan's turn to stick his head out of the mosquito net. His hand gripped the net tightly, otherwise the mosquitoes would fly in. It was even scarier now. It was as if there was a head on the mosquito net. The moonlight was so white that it made people feel gloomy. If Gu Yan wasn't so cute, Gu Qingfeng would have followed his survival instinct and kicked him. Gu Yan said innocently, I was asleep, but I didn't fall asleep. Gu Qingfeng. Gu Yan noticed the box in his hand. He didn't let the box fall to the ground when he fell just now. He had been holding it carefully. Gu Yan couldn't help but ask, what's in the box? Snacks. I bought them for Gu Xiaoshan. Gu Qingfeng said casually and handed the box over. Gu Yan didn't take it. Instead, he said, there are too many mosquitoes. Open it and let me see. Gu Qingfeng opened the box, revealing a layer of exquisite and tempting crab cakes. Gu Xiaoshan doesn't like to eat this, Gu Yan said. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat and said calmly, if he doesn't want to eat it, you can have it. Gu Yan said, but I don't like to eat this either. Gu Qingfeng instantly exploded. Didn't you say you liked crab cakes last time? Do you know that the opera house hasn't made this in 800 years? I went all the way to invite the chef back. Oh. Gu Yan tilted his head and said, so it's for me. He emphasized the word yes. Gu Qingfeng almost choked to death. This brat. How could he test his own brother like this? What happened to being uneducated and incompetent? Do you want to ascend to the heavens by being so cunning? Then let me have a taste. Don't you have hands? Mosquitoes will fly in. I won't feed you. If you want to eat it yourself. I'm leaving. Hey, you said you'd only taste it once. You've taken your third bite. Don't shout. My sister won't let me eat it if she hears it. Gu Qingfeng. That night, Han received a secret summons from the Crown Prince's residence. The Han family was the Crown Prince's mother's family. Han didn't have to be secretive when he went to the Crown Prince's residence. Unless it was something important, or to put it more bluntly, it was something shameful. Han met the Crown Prince in the Crown Prince's study. The Crown Prince was sitting behind the desk with the doors and windows slightly closed. There was incense burning in the room that could drive away mosquitoes. It was made by the State Preceptor Hall. This type of incense was divided into 3 grades. Only the royal family had the right to use the highest grade incense. It didn't smoke people, only mosquitoes. Crown Prince Han cupped his hands and bowed. Han Yi greets your highness. The Crown Prince raised his hand solemnly. Han Yi then saw the Crown Prince's tired face. Is there something troubling your highness recently? If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't have called him to the Crown Prince's residence in the middle of the night. The Crown Prince sighed. I called you here so late to talk to you about Nangongli. Have a seat. I wouldn't dare. Han Yi bowed. Fine. The Crown Prince didn't force Han Yi. He said with a complicated expression, I know how Nangongli died. Han Yi was surprised. Your highness knows. Then why did your highness? The Crown Prince said. Why didn't you tell the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice? The crown prince said, I have difficulties that I can't say. Han Yi said solemnly. Han Yi is willing to share the crown prince's worries. The crown prince sighed. You must have heard that Nan Gongli went to Zhao country a few months ago. Han Yi didn't say anything. The crown prince said, That's right. I let him go. This matter is too dangerous. I don't want to involve the Han family, so I found the Nangong family. He was explaining that he didn't trust the Nangong family more. It was just that the task was too dangerous. As for whether Han Yi believed it or not, it was up to him. The crown prince continued. Nan Gongli went to assassinate someone. Unfortunately, the mission failed and one of his arms was cut off. He went to Xia country to assassinate someone and failed the assassination? Han Yi was puzzled. The person he went to assassinate was Xiao Lulang. Han Yi was stunned. After a while he asked, Why did your highness want to kill Xiao Lulang? Because he was. The crown prince picked up the brush and wrote 3 words on the paper. Han Yi felt something explode in his heart. How could he? The crown prince said. So you understand why I must kill him. Han Yi's heart was in turmoil. This was even more shocking than when he learned that he had lost the Black Wind King. He thought of another thing. On the day of Nan Gongli's death, Zhai Jisho of the Tianqiong Academy happened to enter the palace to meet the emperor. He asked, Did Nan Gongli sneak into the palace to stop Xiao Lulang from meeting the emperor? The crown prince said, It should be. I heard later that people from the Tianqiong Academy entered the palace, including Xiao Lulang. The night before the accident, Nan Gongli told the crown prince that he saw Xiao Lulang on the street. The crown prince asked him to find him. Nan Gongli did find him the next day. However, before he could report to the crown prince, he went to the palace to assassinate Xiao Lulang. In the end he died in the palace. Han Yi said, Was he also killed by Xiao Lulang? The crown prince shook his head. Xiao Lulang doesn't know martial arts. I think it was a master hiding by the crown princess side who killed Nan Gongli. The crown prince guessed this because the brocade guards he sent to assassinate the crown princess were all dead. He didn't believe that the crown princess didn't have a powerful master by her side. Han Yi said seriously, Xiao Lulang knows martial arts. I just fought with him today. The crown prince said thoughtfully, That's not right. Nan Gongli told me that Xiao Lulang was a weak scholar who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. He easily caught Xiao Lulang back then. Han Yi frowned. Did Nan Gongli make a mistake? Xiao Liulang's martial arts aren't weak. My master Qi Xian also fought with him. He said that in a few years, his martial arts might catch up to mine. The crown prince wasn't stupid. He quickly realized that something was wrong. He asked, What does Xiao Lulang look like? Han Yi said, Your Highness, can I borrow a pen and paper? The crown prince signaled for him to use as he pleased. Han Yi's drawing skills weren't bad. He quickly drew Xiao Liulang's portrait. The birthmark on Xiao Liulang's left cheek was too distinctive. The crown prince recognized it at a glance. It's him. Han Yi said, It's him. He's Xiao Lulang. The crown prince said, What I mean is that he's the one who struck the bow. I've seen him before. I don't care which academy he's from. I only remember that they were fighting against Chayer's academy and the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry. Han Yi said, That's Tianqiong Academy. The crown prince's expression changed. What? The crown prince didn't have much interest in the person who struck the bow, so he didn't ask for his name. If he did, Nan Gongli might not have to die. Nan Gongli thought that the one from Tianqiong Academy was the real Xiao Lulang, so he stopped him from meeting the monarch. However, since it was a fake, it wouldn't matter even if the monarch met him. The crown prince slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! If Xiao Liulang's identity was replaced, then where did the real Xiao Lulang go? Han Yi wasn't stupid. He thought of the key point and hurriedly asked, Your Highness, is Xiao Lulang from Tianqiong Academy a fake? Then who is the person you want to assassinate? The crown prince took out a portrait from the bookshelf and pointed at the handsome man in it. It's him. Han Yi was a man, so he naturally didn't care too much about a man's appearance. However, he was still stunned. His temperament and appearance weren't inferior to Mu Qingqian's. The crown prince said coldly, I thought I already found out where he is, but now it's back to square one. He's hiding in the dark, and we don't know what identity he has. Han Yi carefully remembered the man in the portrait. Han Yi knows what to do, the crown prince said coldly. No matter the price, don't let him see the monarch. Han Yi cupped his hands and bowed. Han Yi understands. After leaving the crown prince's residence, Han Ye's face showed a trace of disdain. Nangong Li, you were defeated by 2 young men. Now it seems that you didn't die in vain. You died because of your stupidity. Our Han family isn't as stupid as you. I'll finish what you didn't do for the crown prince. You can see the gap between your Nangong family and the Han family in the underworld. At dawn, little Jing Kong was pulled out of his bed by Xiao Heng. Little Jing Kong tried to escape to find Gu Jiao last night, but he was caught by Xiao Heng. He didn't sleep in a fit of pique, although he didn't bet for more than 3 seconds. However, he was soulless when he couldn't see Jiao Jiao. He brushed his teeth expressionlessly and washed his face expressionlessly. Then, he changed into his little uniform and ate something before being sent to Lingbo Academy by his bad brother-in-law. He was the youngest student in the class and sat alone in the first row in the middle. However, when he entered the classroom, he found that there was another child sitting next to him. The child looked even younger than him. He was wearing the little uniform of Lingbo Academy's prodigy class and had a beautiful ponytail. The soulless little Jing Kong was shocked and his eyes widened. After being in school for so long, this was the first time he saw a student younger than him. It was pink and chubby and looked like it was easy to bully. He wanted to scratch his ponytail. Who are you? Little Jing Kong asked. I'm. She pointed at her fingers and said in a childish voice, I'm Light Xue. Little Jing Kong said, Light Xue? That's a girl's name. The little princess said, I'm a girl. The little princess was used to being an elder and had rich experience in dealing with adults, but she had never played with children of her own age. She was a little nervous and didn't know what to do. With Gu Jiao as a precedent, little Jing Kong was very receptive to dressing up as a boy in class. He introduced himself generously. I'm Jing Kong. Is this your first day in school? The little princess shook her head and said, No, the teacher at home didn't teach well, so my uncle asked me to come here to learn. Little Jing Kong put his bag on the table and sat down next to her. He said, Your uncle has good taste. It's okay, the little princess said, but the teacher he picked at home is not good. I don't understand what he said. My uncle will come to pick me up later. Little Jing Kong said, Oh, my brother-in-law. My sister will come to pick me up later. Chapter 709. The novel was updated at a faster rate. All the novels that could not be found online were available here. Anyway, it was not their parents who came to pick them up. No one won. Soon, Teacher Lu from the gifted class came to teach the students. It was probably because the monarch had instructed that Teacher Lu did not pay too much attention to the young commandery princess. He only introduced her as a new student to the children. Her name was Yin Xue. Of course, it was an alias. Light Xue and Yin Xue were only one character apart. But when the latter was mentioned by the teacher in a serious and calm manner, no one was sure that it was a girl's name. There were 3 reasons. Firstly, there was a boy called Mo Hanxue in the class. Secondly, no one except Jing Kong would think of a girl disguising herself as a boy. Thirdly, and most importantly, the little princess was too naive when she introduced herself to little Jing Kong. She was obviously a girl who could be easily bullied. Little Jing Kong felt that a real man should be like him. He should puff out his chest, straighten his back, look resolute, and emit a masculine aura. Teacher Lu said, Jing Kong, why are you blocked by books again? His height dropped to 2.8 centimeters in an instant. Little Jing Kong silently moved the 3 books in front of him away. This was the disadvantage of being too small. The table was taller than the person. In fact, the little princess was small too. But she was a princess. She was not here to learn, but to experience life. Teacher Lu would not be too strict with her. Mainly because he did not dare to. It was the first time the little princess was with so many children. It was different from her previous experience. The learning atmosphere was also very different. Most of the students in the Imperial Academy were relatives of the king. There were some who were serious about learning, But there were also some who were just there to pass the time. The gifted class students were not there to pass the time. At least, there were none before today. They had gone through a strict selection process. They had to be intelligent to enter the class. The little princess was the only one who entered the class through the back door. The first one was her father Yin Shanjun. Even little Jing Kong didn't enter the gifted class immediately after receiving the admission papers. He only got in later. The young Canton princess felt that this class was very interesting, more interesting than the Imperial Academy. She decided to study hard and become the most intelligent young lady in Shang Dynasty. She took out her books and the small brush that her uncle the monarch had given her. She began to write seriously. The morning passed. She drew 8 little tortoises. Little Jing Kong, on the other hand, studied diligently for the whole morning. It was not that he liked to study, but it was his mission. Who asked her bad brother-in-law to be so useless? Her 2 elder brothers also didn't like studying. He could only be the pillar of the family. He wanted to pass the imperial examinations as soon as possible and stand out among his peers. He wanted to raise Jiao, raise his brother-in-law, and support his 2 older brothers as well as little Shi. The sudden appearance of a little girl in the class attracted the attention of the students. Firstly, the little princess was too young, even younger than little Jing Kong. Secondly, the little princess was too cute. She sat there with her rosy cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks. After class, a few bold students gathered around the table. They either stood in front of the table or leaned on the table. They opened their eyes wide, as if they were looking at the little princess. Others were uncomfortable with the adults, but the little princess was the opposite. After all, in the palace, no child dared to be so close to her. "Hey little girl, where did you come from?" "I came from home." The emperor said that the palace was also her home. "How old are you?" The little princess stretched out 3 fingers and said, "4 years old." Everyone burst into laughter. The little girl didn't even know how to count. She was too silly. Everyone agreed that this little girl was easier to fool than the other little girl. The other little girl was too fierce. She got first place in all the exams, and her fists were especially strong. "Did you understand the lesson today?" "Yes." "Then what did Teacher Lu say?" He said. The little princess couldn't answer. She had been drawing tortoises the whole morning. How could she understand what the teacher said? The students started to have a bad taste. The boldest one reached out his hand and wanted to pinch the little princess's face. The little princess had rich experience in dealing with adults, but she was very confused by children. She didn't know what to do. She just stared blankly at the hand that was about to pinch her little face. Suddenly, a small meaty hand with distinct joints grabbed his classmate's wrist. "What are you doing?" The owner of the small hand asked domineeringly. The 9-year-old classmate who was caught was terrified. He stammered, "No, nothing." The class bully of the prodigy class, little Jing Kong, said sternly, "Don't bully the new classmate. Otherwise, I will let little Jing Kong bite you." Little Jing Kong could bully the class because his fists were strong? Of course not. Who would have a fierce gerfalcon following behind them? Their fists were all very strong. Everyone hurriedly dispersed. Little Jing Kong returned to his seat. The little princess was rescued from the panic of being pinched. She looked at little Jing Kong with admiration. "Wow, you are so cool." Little Jing Kong, who was once one of the 3 scumbags of the Imperial College, waved his small hand and said proudly, "It's just so. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I will protect you." The young princess nodded her head. "Who is this little 9 you're talking about?" Little Jing Kong said, "My bird." The little princess said excitedly, "I also have a bird at home." Little Jing Kong thought for a while and guessed her excited tone. He asked, "Do you want to compete with my bird?" The little princess opened her eyes wide. "Can I?" "Of course." Little Jing Kong nodded sternly. "Then it's settled. Bring the bird here tomorrow." "Okay." As an experienced person, little Jing Kong felt that it was necessary to remind her. "But you have to bring it secretly. Don't let the headmaster find out. Otherwise, the headmaster may confiscate your bird." The young princess nodded her head and said, "Okay, I'll remember it." Because she was strange enough, little Jing Kong decided not to scratch her little pigtail today. Little Jing Kong continued to remind her. Also, if those boys bully you again when I am not here, you can be more fierce. The little princess shook her head decisively. I can't be fierce. I can't bully the younger generation. They bullied Commandery Prince Ming, because he was only one generation older. Moreover, Commandery Prince Ming was not a cub. These little classmates were about the same age as her little grandnephews. As a grandmother, she should have the demeanor of an elder and know how to love the young. That was what the 4-year-old princess's grandmother thought. The gifted class of Lingbo Academy had a break every 10 days. The day before the break was usually only half a day. Today the little princess happened to be here. After the monarch left the court, he dressed casually and came to Lingbo Academy to wait for the little princess. This was the little princess's request. Otherwise, she would not have come to class. The monarch sat in a 2-horse carriage with only 2 servants. One was the minister of imperial household, Zhang Dequan, and the other was the coachman. The location of the carriage was very low-key. It was in a congested alley diagonally opposite Lingbo Academy. There were many carriages parked in front and behind. However, the weather was stuffy at the moment, so the people in the other carriages had gone out to find a place to cool off. The surroundings were relatively quiet. The monarch came a little early and had already waited for 2 hours. Many memorials had been approved. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Dequan carefully hung up the curtain and fanned the monarch gently with a cattail leaf fan. Even so, the monarch was still sweating profusely. Even his collar was soaked. Zhang Dequan was also unbearably hot. There was a tea house next door, but the monarch did not go there. Zhang Dequan could not help but recall the past. When was the last time the monarch picked up a child without any fear of heat or cold? It seemed to be when the crown princess was young. Speaking of which, the crown princess was also a student of the prodigy class. However, the crown princess got in based on her ability. Although the crown princess had the Xianyuan family's war god bloodline, she had inherited the monarch's wisdom like Shi Yi. She was the smartest of all the princes and princesses. Putting aside her identity and powerful maternal family, Zhang Dequan did think that she had the talent to rule the country and was the most suitable candidate for the position of crown princess. What a pity. What are you thinking about? The monarch asked casually as he read through the memorials. Zhang Dequan realized that he was thinking too much and slowed down his fanning speed. Lying in front of the monarch was not a good thing. Only a fool would treat others as a fool, Zhang Dequan said. This servant was distracted for a moment and remembered that the crown princess also went to school at Lingbo Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Dequan secretly pinched himself. How could he say that? The crown princess had long been deposed. He could no longer call her that. But the monarch didn't seem to realize Zhang Dequan's taboo. He put the memorials he had read on the pile of imperial edicts on his right hand, took a new one from his left, opened it, and asked, "What are the rumors outside?" Zhang Dequan asked. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" The monarch said lightly, "The matter of Shang Guanyan's return. The crown princess was deposed to be a commoner. She should be called by her name. But why does it sound weird?" Zhang Dequan considered his words and said, "There are a lot of rumors." The monarch said, "Speak." Generally, in this case, there was no need to hide anything. After all, the monarch hated it when others played tricks in front of him. Zhang Dequan said, "Some said that Shang Guanyin came back for investigation. If the case of the imperial mausoleum is not solved, she can't leave Xingdu. Some also said that your Majesty took this opportunity to bring Shang Guanyin back to the palace to protect her. When the assassin is executed, she will be sent back to the imperial mausoleum." The monarch looked at the memorials and said, "Is there more?" Zhang Dequan said, "There is also. You haven't killed Shang Guanyin for so many years because you can't bear to part with her." The monarch faintly said, "Continue." "How do you know I haven't finished? So don't try to play tricks in front of the monarch. Those who tried are all dead." Zhang Dequan was able to live until now because he was the most honest one. Zhang Dequan said, "Such a big thing happened to the Xianyuan family, but you didn't depose the empress. You just put the empress in the cold palace. In addition, the empress has been dead for many years, but you haven't appointed a new empress. Some people speculate that you still have feelings for the Empress Xianyuan. Maybe one day, for her sake, you will pardon the deposed crown princess. If the crown princess was pardoned, even if Shang Guanyin was not the crown princess, she would still be the monarch's only direct descendant. It would be a lie to say that her identity was not noble. The monarch's expression was very calm, as if he was only listening to other people's affairs. Who said it? Zhang Dequan said. Many, the Wangye's mansion, the officials of the 6 ministries, and the imperial concubines in the harem. The monarch didn't seem surprised. The people in the crown prince's mansion didn't say it? Zhang Dequan said. The people around the crown prince have always been cautious. They haven't heard any unfavorable remarks about Shang Guanyin. The monarch faintly snorted. He is too cautious. He is the one who wants Shang Guanyin to have an accident the most. Zhang Dequan's face changed. Your Majesty, the monarch said. I didn't say that the crown prince is the murderer, but the crown prince's secret guard did hurt Shang Guanyin in the palace. What do you think? Zhang Dequan said in fear and trepidation. This slave doesn't dare to talk about it. The monarch sneered and continued to read the memorials. Zhang Dequan wiped his cold sweat. He was not afraid that the monarch wouldn't tell him, but he was afraid that he would tell him everything. The more you know, the faster you will die. He understood this truth. Just when he thought that the monarch would continue to ask him, do you think Shang Guanyin really lost her memory or faked it? The monarch suddenly changed the topic. Is there any news about Shang Guanqing? Shang Guanqing, Shang Guanyin's flesh and blood, was only half a month older than Ming Junwang. He successfully took the position of the imperial grandson. Zhang Dequan replied. No, I heard from the little palace made in the imperial mausoleum that His Royal Highness Zhangsun went on a tour and won't come back for half a year. The monarch didn't speak again. The monarch loved that child very much. Although the blood of the Xianyuan family flowed in the child's body was weak. The state preceptor said that he wouldn't live past 20 years old. Such an imperial grandson who was destined to die young could not become a puppet of the Xianyuan family. Maybe because of this reason, the monarch treated Shang Guanqing purer than other children. When Shang Guanqing was young and wanted to follow the crown princess to the imperial mausoleum, the monarch was very angry. The monarch really liked that child, more than he liked the little princess. Chapter 710. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After the morning class ended, the children came out one after another. Zhang Dequan stood at the east side of the courtyard and carefully looked at each child who came out. Strange, so many children came out. But why didn't he see the little princess? Did something happen to her? It couldn't be. He had talked to Master Lu of the gifted class and told him that it was the emperor's verbal order to take good care of the little princess. A teacher from the academy wouldn't ignore the emperor's verbal order. Zhang Dequan waited for a long time, while the little princess in the classroom was slowly putting away the books. She had never done such a thing. She didn't bring books to class, and the grand tutor would give them to her. When she left, the palace maids would tidy them up for her. But when she came here, she had to do everything by herself. She was in a hurry and didn't know which book to start with. Fortunately, her desk mate was also tidying up. Otherwise, she would be the only student in the classroom, and she would be very stressed. Master Lu sat on the podium and supported his chin with one hand. His head was nodding, and he almost fell asleep. Little Jing Kong was too slow in tidying up, and Master Lu started to doubt his life. Now Master Lu had found a way to deal with it. You tidy up your books, and I'll sleep on mine. Little Jing Kong tidied up the last book slowly, and it was already 15 minutes after school ended. He looked at the desk that looked like a big car accident scene, and asked, "Why haven't you tidied it up yet?" The little princess was at a loss. "I don't know how to." Master Lu almost pecked off the podium like a chicken pecking rice. He successfully woke up and saw that little Jing Kong had finished tidying up, and only the little princess was left. He immediately became energetic and was about to get up to help the little princess pack her books. However, he heard little Jing Kong say, "I'll teach you." Master Lu's heart skipped a beat, and he had an ominous premonition. Before he could stop it, little Jing Kong had poured out the books that he had tidied up with much difficulty. Master Lu's heart collapsed. "Let go. Let me do it." Little Jing Kong had arranged his books exactly like the scene of the car accident on the young princess's table. Even the angle of the Analects of Confucius on the three-character classic was exactly the same. Because the young princess's table was too messy, it took little Jing Kong a quarter of an hour just to restore the scene. Little Jing Kong placed the bag on his left side. The opening of the bag was facing the books, and he taught them methodically. "Now, open the bag like me. I'll put one book in, and you put the other one in. Okay." The young princess imitated little Jing Kong and opened the bag. She did not play beautifully enough, and the four corners were not neat. Little Headroom adjusted it for her. The corner of Master Lu's mouth twitched. "Don't you know how messy your bag is?" How could he still have the nerve to teach the little princess? Master Lu smiled. "Light Shui, can I help you clean it up?" Little Jing Kong said lightly. "Why didn't you help her eat? You should do your own things. This is what you taught us." Master Lu was speechless. What a rebellious disciple. First put in the 1,000-character classic, then put in the Analects of Confucius. Little Jing Kong's ability to store books was negative. His packing was messy, but he looked very serious and experienced. The young princess looked at the bulging bag of books that were scattered all over the place. She vaguely felt that it was different from the way the palace maids packed. However, little Jing Kong's mysterious confidence made the young princess feel that perhaps this was the correct way to store books. Master Lu took another nap. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and said drowsily, "Are you done? Let's go, right?" Then, he heard little Jing Kong say to the young princess, "Okay, I taught you step by step. Now you can store them yourself." After saying that, the young princess poured out all the books with the help of little Jing Kong. Master Lu fell on the podium with a thud. He looked at the ceiling beam helplessly. "Someone come and kill me." School was over at the Kanglin Women's Academy. Xiao Heng came to the Lingbo Academy to pick up Jing Kong. It was a few hundred steps from the Lingbo Academy. He walked over at a normal speed, but little Jing Kong hadn't come out yet. He was used to it. Little Jing Kong didn't dawdle like this every day. He would only dawdle for revenge when he protested that he couldn't find Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng never rushed him or scolded him afterwards. Children were like this. The more you cared about them, the more they knew that their actions would affect you. Xiao Heng waited patiently at the gate of the academy. Zhang Dequan was on the east side, and he was on the west side. There was only a passage through the gate between them. There were thousands of students in the Lingbo Academy. When it was time for lunch or school, the gate would be flooded with people. However, even though there were so many people blocking his view, and even though Zhang Dequan had to pay attention to the young commandery princess, Zhang Dequan still inadvertently saw Xiao Heng across from him. Xiao Heng was wearing the uniform of the Kanglin Academy. He wore a veil that covered most of his face. Zhang Dequan was a eunuch. He looked at women as if they were flowers in the imperial garden. No matter how beautiful they were, he didn't want to take a second look. However, he didn't know what happened today. He looked at that student several times. Was it a student? He was wearing the uniform of the Kanglin Women's Academy. He was a little taller, but the Empress Xianyuan was also a very tall beauty. Strange. He should be slapped. How could he compare a student of the Kanglin Academy with the late Empress Xianyuan? Don't look anymore. I can't look anymore. I'll lose sight of the young princess later. Zhang Dequan forced himself to look away from Xiao Heng. He stood on his tiptoes and continued to look through the crowd. The young princess was small. She was too inconspicuous in the crowd of students in their teens and 20s. If he wasn't careful, he would be drowned. But this person is really... Zhang Dequan's gaze was unconsciously attracted to Xiao Heng again. Why do I keep looking at her? I'm a eunuch. I can't have thoughts about a girl. Zhang Dequan looked a few more times and blamed his curiosity on Xiao Heng's pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. His eyes were long and thin. The ends of his eyes were slightly upturned. There was a gaze in his eyes. The crown princess and the Empress Xianyuan both had this pair of auspicious phoenix eyes. They were more serene and charming than the innocent almond eyes. Anyone who saw this pair of eyes wouldn't be able to look away. Zhang Dequan was so absorbed in looking that he didn't notice that the young princess had come out of the academy. She came out with little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't know her family. He saw the bad brother-in-law at a glance and walked over with the young princess. Xiao Heng saw a little kid leading another little kid out of the crowd. Little Jing Kong was carrying a school bag on his back and holding another school bag in his arms. Children couldn't tell the gender of other children. However, adults like Xiao Heng could. Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at little Jing Kong. "What's going on?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "She's my deskmate." He turned his head and introduced her to the young princess. "She's my sister. The young princess said politely, "Hello, sister. I'm Light Xue." Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. "Little brat, I asked you to go to school. I didn't ask you to kidnap a little girl." Little Jing Kong explained to the young princess, "My sister can't speak." Oh, the young commandery princess's heart was bursting. She immediately looked at Xiao Heng, as if he was a disabled junior. Xiao Heng was speechless. On the other side, in the crown prince's residence, a guard rushed to the door of the study. "Your Highness, there's news from Erhan." The crown prince put down the document in his hand and said, "Come in." "Yes." The guard entered and bowed to the crown prince. He said seriously, "Erhan's confidant just came and left 2 pieces of news. One is bad news, and the other is good news." The crown prince frowned and said, "Good news and bad news? Is it news about Xiao Luleng?" The guard said, "Yes." The crown prince asked, "What's the good news?" The bodyguard reported truthfully. It was Shitzi Han who found the whereabouts of Xiao Luleng, according to the clues left by General Nangong. It turned out that Xiao Luleng had always been in the inner city of Chengdu. The reason why General Nangong couldn't find him was that he changed his identity and entered the Kanglin Women's Academy in disguise. Her surname is Gu. She is the princess of Zhao country, who entered the top 10 of the beauty list on the 3rd day. The crown prince didn't care about the beauty list, but it was great news to know Xiao Heng's identity. Next, he just needed to go to the Kanglin Women's Academy to catch him. The crown prince couldn't hide his excitement. "Hurry up and ask Erhan to catch him." The guard looked worried. "Erhan can't catch him." "Why?" the crown prince asked. The guard braced himself and said, "This is the bad news that Erhan asked people to bring back. The king is in the academy." The crown prince took a deep breath. Zhang Dequan had been gone for a long time, and the king had finished reading the memorials. There was no one to fan the carriage, so it was stuffy. The king asked the coachman to stop the carriage at the gate of the Lingbo Academy. Zhang Dequan had already seen the young princess and was waiting for her to say goodbye to her new friend. He didn't expect that there would be someone of the same age as the young princess in the prodigy class. Moreover, he happened to be the younger brother of this female student. The young princess saw the king's carriage and ran over panting. She stood beside the wheels of the carriage that were taller than her and looked up at the window. "Uncle, I made a new friend. Do you want to come and take a look?" "Really?" The king opened the curtain. "Right there." The young princess pointed with her finger. The king looked in the direction of Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong. Xiao Heng seemed to feel something and also looked in the direction of the king's carriage. Chapter 711. People came and went on the street, but it didn't block their line of sight. Their eyes met, and their expressions seemed to pause for a moment. Generally speaking, when strangers looked at each other, they would feel awkward and have the illusion that they were caught peeping. Even if it was just a coincidence, they would subconsciously want to avoid it. But right now neither of them avoided it. They just looked at each other so openly. It was not strange for the monarch to have such confidence. After all, he was the son of heaven. He could look at whoever he wanted. On the other hand, those who met his gaze should immediately lower their bodies. Feeling the aura of the emperor, they should decisively look away. Xiao Heng looked away, but it wasn't out of guilt or awkwardness. His expression was very calm, like an ice lake without ripples. The king still looked at Xiao Hung without blinking. Zhang Dequan took in the king's expression and thought to himself, "This is bad." He forgot that the king and Empress Xianyuan had met at the gate of Lingbo Academy. Empress Xianyuan loved bowls, and Lingbo Academy had the largest bowls field in Sheng City. Empress Xianyuan came here almost every few days. The king studied at Lingbo Academy. Once when he passed by the field, he was knocked unconscious by a polo ball thrown by Empress Xianyuan. He fell to the ground and opened his eyes to see Empress Xianyuan, who had come to check on his injuries. After that, the king told Zhang Dequan's godfather, the former minister of the imperial household, that he had seen a fairy. Zhang Dequan couldn't guess the king's thoughts. The only thing he was sure of was that the king had deep feelings for Empress Xianyuan. During the years when Empress Xianyuan was banished to the Cold Palace, the king didn't let anyone report back to the Cold Palace. Empress Xianyuan had countless opportunities to walk out of the Cold Palace, but she didn't want to. Rather than saying that the king imprisoned Empress Xianyuan in the Cold Palace, it was more accurate to say that Empress Xianyuan didn't want to see the king until she died. This pair of eyes does look a little like Empress Xuanyuan's eyes? Could it be that the monarch has taken a fancy to her and wants to take her into his harem? Zhang Dequan muttered softly. Even he was shocked by his own guess. Uncle, uncle. The young princess was dissatisfied with the monarch's absent-mindedness. She jumped up and wanted to pull the monarch's sleeve that was hanging down the window. It was a pity that she had dragged a lonely person along. The monarch retracted his gaze and looked at her. You made friends on the first day. It seems that you like this place very much. Yes, I like it. The young princess nodded her head. This was the first time that the little princess showed such great interest in going to school. The monarch was quite satisfied. It was indeed the right decision to send her here. Then, will you still come to school tomorrow? The young princess hurriedly said. Of course, of course. Not only do I want to come, but I also want to bring my bird to compete with my little friend. The monarch said. I don't have time to send you off tomorrow. The young princess snorted. I can go by myself. Did he really like this place? This morning, someone was hugging his thigh and crying, begging him not to mistreat her, and not to punish her by sending her to such a faraway place to study. The monarch said, Get in the car. Let's return to the palace. Let me tell them. The young princess ran over and said politely to little Jing Kong and Xiao Hung, Goodbye, Jing Kong. Goodbye, Sister Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong waved his hand. Goodbye. The young princess and Zhang Dequan, who was holding a bag of books, went back to the carriage. It was the first time that the young princess made friends of the same age. It was very novel. The wheels of the carriage started to turn. She couldn't help but lean against the window and stick her head out. She waved to little Jing Kong. See you tomorrow, Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong also waved to his little playmate. See you tomorrow, Light Shui. The carriage came from behind and gradually approached little Jing Kong and Xiao Hung. The moment the carriage passed by them, the pure friendship between the two little fellows was greatly sublimated in the farewell. The monarch was also able to take a closer look at Xiao Hung. However, Xiao Hung didn't look at the monarch anymore. When the carriage was far away, the young princess was still leaning against the window and waving to her little playmate. The monarch's eyes were still looking in the direction of Lingbo Academy. Zhang Dequan felt goosebumps all over his body. Could it be that the monarch had taken a liking to him? Don't be so shameless, Your Majesty. She is your niece's classmate's sister. Zhang Dequan braced himself and asked. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Rites seemed to have asked a few days ago. Are we still not going to arrange the selection this year? Yes. The monarch responded in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan secretly sighed in relief. The monarch's response was so straightforward. He probably didn't have any thoughts. She was just a student of Kanglin Academy. She had nothing to do with him. Why should he worry about her? After the monarch and the young princess left, Xiao Hung held little Jing Kong's hand and went back to Kanglin Academy next door. Crown Prince Han walked out of a room on the second floor of a tea house near Lingbo Academy. He was about to go to Kanglin Academy to catch Nangong. Suddenly, a Han family guard stopped in front of him. He jumped off the horse and reported, "Crown Prince, Old Master wants you to go back. He has something important to discuss with you." Old Master, the current head of the Han family, was Han Ye's grandfather. Han Ye looked at Xiao Heng's back and frowned. "You're lucky." Han Ye went back to the Han family without stopping. The Han family held a solemn family meeting. Old Master Han, the 5 elders of the Han family, his father, and second uncle were all present. They were discussing how to divide the military power of the Nangong family. As the successor of the Nangong family, Nangong Li's death caused an irreparable blow to the Nangong family. Although Old Master Nangong was still alive, he was old. Nangong Li's eldest brother was useless. There were only a few outstanding sons and nephews. However, the Han family added fuel to the fire and caused some internal strife. In short, the Nangong family was now in a mess. If they didn't take this opportunity to divide the military power, it would be difficult to shake them after the Nangong family passed through this crisis. As a junior, Han Ye didn't have much right to speak in front of his grandfather and the elders. He just listened quietly. He didn't participate to give advice. As the future successor of the family, he had the right and obligation to know about any changes in the family. Old Master Han and the elders had different opinions. One side wanted to take action now and directly apply to the emperor to transfer the Han family's children to take over Nangong Li's position in the military. The other side wanted to wait and see. They wanted to let the Nangong family recommend their own children first. They would secretly trip them up and make them realize that the Nangong family had no successor. Then, the Crown Prince would ask for the Han family's permission. Crown Prince Han thought, "What's the use of this internal strife now? If the Crown Prince's position couldn't be maintained, not to mention the military power of the Nangong family, the Han family would also have to give up." Han Ye was a calm person. He didn't reveal the matter of Xiao Lulang, just because he thought they were wrong. After 4 hours, the elders argued until their spit flew everywhere. In the end, they didn't come to a conclusion. They decided to continue arguing tomorrow. After all the elders left, Han Ye returned to his own courtyard. His trusted guard carefully walked over and reported in a low voice, "Crown Prince Sir Xiao, who serves the Crown Prince, has come. He wants you to go to the Crown Prince's residence tonight." Han Ye avoided everyone's gaze and went to the Crown Prince's residence. It was the middle of the night, but the Crown Prince was still awake. "Your Highness." In the study, Han Ye put down the hood of his black cloak and bowed to the Crown Prince, who was standing by the window and looking at the bright moon. The Crown Prince waved his hand and turned around. "No need to be so polite. How is the situation today? Did the Emperor see him?" "Yes," Han Ye said. The Crown Prince's expression changed. He stepped forward. "Then," Han Ye said, "he also saw the Emperor." But from their reactions, the Emperor didn't recognize him. Xiao Lulang was wearing the uniform of the Azure Water Women's Academy and had a veil covering his face. No one could recognize him. The Crown Prince asked, "What about Xiao Lulang? How did he react when he saw the Emperor?" Han Ye said, "No reaction." The Crown Prince frowned. "No reaction." Han Ye recalled what he had seen and sighed with emotion. "He's a calm person. That's really impressive." How powerful was the Emperor's aura? There were only a few people who could look the Imperial advisor in the eye without fear. The Crown Prince said, "He didn't say anything to the Emperor?" Han Ye shook his head. "No, they didn't say anything. The Emperor was sitting in the carriage while he was standing at the gate of the Lingbo Academy." The Crown Prince said thoughtfully, "Since he saw him, why didn't he say anything?" Han Ye analyzed. "I'm guessing that either he doesn't know his background at all, or even if he does, he doesn't recognize His Majesty." The Crown Prince clenched his fists and put them on the windowsill. He said, "We can't let him see the Emperor. If he tells the Emperor that Nangong Li tried to assassinate him, and tells him about me, my position as the Crown Prince will be over." The Emperor could not spoil the Crown Princess, and could even kill her, or other members of the royal family. But it didn't mean that others could do the same. The Emperor could only control the life and death of the Emperor. Han Ye was surprised. "How can it be? You are the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince sneered. Shang Guanyin used to be the crown princess. Did you see the emperor show mercy to her? He didn't show any mercy when he deposed her. My father is the most ruthless. Also, don't forget that Lord Ling, Lord Su and Lord Li are all eyeing the position of the crown prince. None of my brothers are easy to deal with. If I allow them to catch even the slightest mistake, I will end up with my body smashed to pieces. Han Yi fell into silence. The crown prince looked at the bright moon in the sky. Yi. Han Yi bowed. Your Highness, the crown prince said softly. I want him to not be able to see the sunrise tomorrow morning. In the imperial palace, the young commandery princess, who had been making a fuss for the entire day, finally went to bed. The emperor's bedroom regained its usual silence. The young commandery princess was favored by the emperor. Many concubines in the imperial harem wanted to take the young commandery princess to their bedroom and take care of her. But the young commandery princess turned them down. The young commandery princess looked stupid, but she was more sensitive than most children, because she didn't have a mother since she was a child. She could feel that in this imperial palace, only her uncle, the emperor, really liked her, the kind that didn't have any ulterior motives. So she was only willing to stay in the emperor's bedroom. Her small bed was right next to the emperor's bed, covered with her favorite pink curtain. The emperor sat behind the desk and read the memorials. Hearing her even breathing, he was in a trance for a moment. Zhang Dequan carefully turned the wick a little brighter. This was the 8th time the emperor was in a trance. He had been like this since he came back from the Lingbo Academy. Zhang Dequan didn't dare to expose him, let alone ask. He could only remind him in a low voice. Your Majesty, it's late. You should rest. The emperor asked. What time is it? Zhang Dequan replied. It's almost midnight. The emperor put down the memorial. I'm going out for a walk. This. Zhang Dequan didn't have the courage to stop him. He could only carry the lantern and leave the palace with the emperor. The emperor went all the way to the cold palace. He stood in front of the dilapidated cold palace door and didn't speak for a long time. Zhang Dequan thought to himself that it was that female student who ruined things today. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. That pair of phoenix eyes looked more and more like Empress Xuanyuan's eyes. Zhang Dequan's face was full of bites. He held the lantern in one hand and fanned the emperor with the other. The cold palace was overgrown with weeds and mosquitoes were very poisonous. It was terrible to be bitten. However, the emperor didn't seem to notice that he had been bitten several times. He just stared at the door of the cold palace, as if hoping that Empress Xianyuan would still walk out. But how could that be possible? From the moment you wiped out her entire clan, she would never come out to see you again. Zhang Dequan could only mutter a few words in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything on the surface. Your Majesty, there are too many mosquitoes here. You have to take care of your dragon body. Who is it? Halfway through Zhang Dequan's words, the sound of breaking branches suddenly came from the cold palace. The emperor shouted sternly. Zhang Dequan was stunned. The emperor quickly stepped forward and pushed open the door of the cold palace. However, he only saw a figure jumping out of the wall. Protect the emperor. Zhang Dequan hurriedly spread out his hands and stood in front of the emperor. The emperor said calmly, she has already left. Zhang Dequan thought and said, that person's back view is a little familiar. The emperor said, Shang Guanyin. Was she the crown princess? It wasn't strange that she was the crown princess. She was watched during the day and could only sneak out at night to remember Empress Xianyuan. She went that way. Send someone to take a look. Yes. Zhang Dequan called the palace guards nearby and asked them to catch up and take a look, but don't alert the enemy. After a while, several people came to report, and the leader said, the crown princess drilled a dog hole out of the palace. The emperor's face became very interesting. He gritted his teeth and said, drilled a dog hole? Shang Guanyin, you really give me face. Zhang Dequan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Crown princess, do you still remember that you are a crown princess? Even if you have amnesia, you shouldn't let yourself go like this. Your Majesty, Zhang Dequan said in his heart. Should I take people to catch her? The emperor's eyes were cold. Prepare the carriage. I want to see what kind of trouble she wants to cause this late at night. Chapter 712. More. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. 9 o'clock, Kanglan Women's Academy, Linglong Pavilion. Little Jing Kong sat in a small bathtub to take a bath. He sang to his heart's content as he bathed, and his little hands stirred up small splashes from time to time. Come and kick the dog, come and kick the dog, let's see how much your younger brother loves you. Come and kick the dog, come and kick the dog, tongue my bai, I'll tear off your ears. Xiao Heng, who was sitting behind the desk and reading, shook his head when he heard this magical little song. Was this how Jiao Jiao sang? Come and kick the dog, la la la, fat dog. Come and kick the dog, come and kick the dog, woohoo, come and kick the dog. Little Jing Kong sang the last line with an indifferent pose. He stayed in the same place for 3 seconds, and then ended the performance in 1 second. He said with a serious face, I've finished bathing. You finished singing, right? Xiao Heng put down his book and walked over. Little Jing Kong had been trying to bathe himself since a few days ago, but he was too young to be clean. Usually, Xiao Heng would bathe him again. Why are you still so dark? Xiao Heng said as he rubbed his little body. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and said, Humph. I'm so dark because on the way here, you used me as an umbrella to block the sun when it was too sunny, and you used me as an umbrella to block the rain when it was raining. You lifted me above your head every day. Xiao Heng coughed softly and said seriously, What? Little Jing Kong turned his face away and said, Humph. In fact, little Jing Kong was not so dark anymore. He was much fairer now. But the days in the academy were so boring that it was also a daily thing to tease him. After little Jing Kong dried his little body, Xiao Heng changed the towel and wiped his hair. Xiao Heng sighed and said, You were cute when you were a little bald head. Little Jing Kong hit the nail on the head and said, You're just too lazy to wipe my hair. At least you have some self-awareness. This was a little monk who had single-handedly driven the entire temple crazy. Xiao Heng was able to keep him by his side alone and raise him until he was white. No, black and fat. He endured all of his actions and did not even think of sending him back. To be honest, it was not easy at all. Even his own master could not do this. Little Jing Kong was full of energy. He had already had a good time when he was in the shower, and he had another good time after he went to bed. Just a second ago, Xiao Heng still heard him throw his head back and laugh. Ha ha ha. But in the next second, there was no sound from the mosquito net. Xiao Heng walked over and lifted the mosquito net to take a look. A certain little fellow had fallen asleep on his back. Fortunately, they lived in the room at the very end of the Linglong Pavilion, and the 2 rooms in front of them were unoccupied. Otherwise, they would have been kicked out of the Linglong Pavilion. Xiao Heng put little Jing Kong in his arms and let his little head rest on his special pillow. But little Jing Kong often fell asleep somewhere else. After tying the mosquito net, Xiao Heng returned to his desk and continued to study the Book of National Letters of the Yin Kingdom. This book was indeed amazing. No wonder it was regarded as one of the 6 great books of national letters. He could imagine what kind of development it would bring to the Zhao Kingdom if he thoroughly understood it and applied its theory to the Zhao Kingdom. One of the 6 great books of national letters was already so amazing. He wondered what the other 5 books would be like. Xiao Heng was so engrossed in reading that he forgot to eat and sleep. He was completely unaware that a black shadow had quietly sneaked into the Lingbo Academy in the night. This assassination was carried out by Han Yi himself. Han Yi wore a black suit and covered his face, only revealing a pair of eagle-like eyes. He carried a cold sword on his back that would taste blood once it was unsheathed. It was a bit too much to deal with a weak scholar. After all, he was not the fake Xiao Lulang. But the other party's identity was worthy of this dignity. He would use his own sword to send him away. A group of patrolling guards passed by. Han Yi tiptoed and jumped onto the roof. He waited until the guards were far away before flying down. He walked through the night and came to the Linglong Pavilion. He had already sent people to keep an eye on the new beauty of the academy, but he did not expect that he was a man dressed as a woman and had such an amazing identity. It seemed that Commandery Prince Ming was really blind. He could fall in love with anyone, but he fell in love with an impossible person. Han Yi jumped onto the wall of the Linglong Pavilion. Two old women guarding the door were drinking wine together. The fruit wine given by the students was not the intoxicating kind. Han Yi walked over the wall and came to a big tree. This tree had an excellent view. It happened to be able to see Xiao Heng's room. Xiao Heng's room was lit. His figure was illuminated by the candlelight on the paper window. There's only him and a little guy. Judging from the little guy's breathing, he's asleep. He's alone. Han Yi slowly raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword on his back. Coo! A large bird flew over and landed on the same branch where he was perched. Han Yi took a closer look. It was a gerfalcon. What a beautiful gerfalcon. The gerfalcon seemed to be intelligent. It swaggered to his feet. Han Yi was speechless. Why did it suddenly look like a chicken? The chicken? No, the gerfalcon stopped at his feet and rubbed its head against his trousers. Han Yi was slightly surprised. Was this gerfalcon so close to people? Han Yi had captured a few gerfalcons and planned to tame them as his pets. But they were ferocious and harder to tame than the Black Wind Cavalry. In the end, he had failed. But this gerfalcon in front of him might be able to do it. Han Yi reached out his hand slightly, but he was very cautious and did not touch its head immediately. The gerfalcon tilted its head and looked at him innocently. It was not aggressive at all. Han Yi's courage finally grew. He stroked its head. The gerfalcon obediently let him touch it. He smiled contentedly. It seemed that he and this gerfalcon were destined to be together. Well, you're mine from now on. Han Yi patted the bird to its heart's content. At that moment, something strange happened. The obedient gerfalcon suddenly opened its beak and pecked at his wrist. If Han Yi had not pulled back his hand fast enough, it would have bitten off his tendons. But even so, it still succeeded. It tore off a piece of flesh from his wrist. Han Yi was stunned. What was going on? Even a bird was so cunning nowadays. Han Yi had never expected that he, the #1 expert of his generation in Sheng City, would be injured by a bird. Who would believe him? Han Yi hit it with his palm. But it was too late. Xiao Jiu had already flown away. As it flew, it shouted, "Cluck, cluck, 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 cluck." Han Yi almost fell from the tree. Are you an eagle raised by a chicken? There's movement over there. Not far away, the patrolling guards heard Xiao Jiu's cry. Little Nine, this eagle, was quite famous in the academy's patrol team. Thieves had entered the academy a few times, and each time, they were discovered by it. Once it cried out, the guards would guess whether or not another thief had sneaked into the academy. Han Yi was furious. He had never thought that his plan would be ruined by an eagle. He had to leave temporarily, but tonight was still long. He would always seize the opportunity. Han Yi waited until it was midnight. On the other side, the emperor was riding a carriage out of the palace. He still only brought a coachman and Zhang Dequan. The carriage didn't go fast. After all, Sheng Guanyin didn't have a horse. She walked on her 2 legs. In order not to alert the enemy, the carriage followed from a distance. The imperial palace has a total of 5 doors. That refers to entering from the main door and going out from the cold palace. It's just a distance of 1 wall. The emperor's face was very ugly. Zhang Dequan didn't dare to breathe. He previously thought that the deposed crown princess was in the cold palace to remember Empress Xian Yuan. But it turned out that she was just trying to get out of the palace through the dog hole. Shang Guanyin was wearing civilian clothes brought from the imperial mausoleum. She had been imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum for many years. Her food and clothing were no different from those of the commoners. Judging from her clothes, she was just an ordinary civilian woman. She didn't even have a decent pearl hairpin on her head. Her shoes were also broken. Zhang Dequan could see the holes in her heels. Zhang Dequan looked sad. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The crown princess fell from the clouds one day. The pain and torture she suffered was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Zhang Dequan secretly glanced at the emperor. It was said that the imperial family was the most ruthless. He was not sure if the emperor had the so-called father-daughter relationship in his heart. He just watched the emperor's face become more and more ugly, and his eyes become colder and colder. When there was no curfew in the inner city, the scene at night was very prosperous. Several street shops would stay open all night. Shang Guanyin came to a noisy street. It seems that she went to the carriage shop. Zhang Dequan said, "Keep up," the emperor said in a deep voice. The coachman drove the carriage and stopped it directly opposite to the carriage shop. This carriage was unremarkable, and no one would be able to tell that the monarch of a country was sitting inside. Shang Guanyin went in for a while and came out with a horse in her hand. The emperor frowned. She knows how to buy a horse? Where did she get the money? When the crown princess was imprisoned in the imperial mausoleum, she was not allowed to take away anything valuable. Even the pearls on her shoes were taken away. Zhang Dequan went to the shop and asked. When he came back, his expression was indescribable. "What's wrong?" the emperor asked in a deep voice. Zhang Dequan tremblingly handed over a gem that he had redeemed to the emperor. The emperor felt that the gem was very familiar. "This is," Zhang Dequan embarrassedly said. It should be from the coiling dragon pillar at the entrance of your palace, the dragon eye." The emperor was so angry that he fell backwards. Blind the emperor's dragon eye, Shang Guanyin, "You are courting death." Zhang Dequan trembled. Do you want to catch Shang Guanyin? The emperor spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to slap Shang Guanyin to death. He gritted his teeth and said, "Continue to follow her. I want to see what medicine she is selling in her gourd." What should Zhang Dequan do? Continue to follow her. Zhang Dequan silently held the quick-acting heart-relieving pill in his hand. The group of people continued to follow her. Not long after, Shang Guanyin entered another auction house. This was one of the most famous auction houses in Chengdu. Anything can be traded here. There was nothing they didn't dare to buy and sell, only things that the guests couldn't afford. This time, Shang Guanyin went in for a long time. When she came out, she was accompanied by a black-clothed death warrior. The emperor's face sank. She also bought a death warrior? The Yin country did not prohibit the trading of death warriors. The outstanding death warriors of the Yin country were exported to the 5 countries, but the strongest ones were still in the country. Why did she buy a death warrior? Does she want to murder me? Having said that, a death warrior was much more valuable than a horse. The emperor coldly snorted. Go and see what she bought this time. If he found out that she dug out a dragon eye again, he would kill her. Yes. Zhang Dequan braced himself and entered the auction house. This time, he also stayed inside longer than in the car shop. When he came out, his expression was even more indescribable. The emperor looked at him coldly. Speak. Zhang Dequan took a deep breath. At the risk of being beheaded, he closed his eyes and took out a large piece of bright yellow cloth from behind him. He said, Your underwear. The emperor. Late at night, a thunderous roar like a dragon's roar came from the long street. I'm going to kill this evil creature. Han Yi lurked outside the Lingbo Academy for a long time. After confirming that the crisis was over, he sneaked into the Linglong Pavilion again. Xiao Heng had already gone to bed. While he was half awake, the door latch was pried open from the outside. Xiao Heng suddenly woke up with a start and sat up. A black shadow flashed in, the sword in his hand glowing with cold light reflected on the curtain. Xiao Heng took out the black fire pearl beside the bed. In the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man suddenly turned around and swung his sword to block Han Ye's sudden attack. Han Ye was shocked. Who was it? The man in black forced Han Ye back and pulled Xiao Heng out of the curtain. He grabbed Xiao Heng's waist and broke out of the window with Qinggong. Han Ye looked at the two figures and narrowed his eyes. Death warrior? Humph, do you think you can escape like this? Tonight is the day you die. Han Ye chased after them. Han Ye's attack was aimed at Xiao Heng, so he didn't even use 30% of his strength. It was not strange that the death warrior blocked it. At this time, he increased his internal strength to 70% and easily caught up with the two. Han Ye fell from the sky and blocked the two's path. He turned around and looked at Xiao Heng with disdain. Xiao Lulang, you can't escape. You better obediently let yourself be captured. Xiao Heng looked strangely at the two men in black who had appeared out of nowhere. One came to kill him, and the other came to save him. But it was clear that the man in black who wanted to kill him had better martial arts. The death warrior did not give up. He protected Xiao Heng while fighting with Han Yi. Not long after, the Death Warrior was injured. The Death Warrior did not continue to fight, and escaped with Xiao Heng. Han Yi mocked. Hey, you think you can escape? Han Yi flew up and stabbed at Xiao Heng with his sword. Seeing that it was about to hit, the Death Warrior suddenly turned in the air, and threw Xiao Heng into a carriage coming from the side. Han Yi's sword missed, so he slashed again. This slash directly sent the carriage's canopy flying. It was not enough to send the canopy flying. He slashed again in the air and split the carriage in half. With a bang, the carriage fell to the two sides. The carriage became bare, revealing the dumbfounded Zhang Dequan, as well as the king, who had been shaved bald by the sharp sword Qi. Chapter 713. Han Yi, who saw the scene, was dumbfounded. First, there was the mysterious appearance of the black-clothed man, then the sudden arrival of the carriage, and the black-clothed man throwing Xiao Luleng into the carriage without hesitation. Anyone would think that the person in the carriage was Xiao Liulong's other helper, right? But why was it His Majesty? Could it be that His Majesty already knew about Xiao Liulong's background? No, the Crown Prince said that His Majesty didn't know. Moreover, if His Majesty really came for Xiao Luleng, he wouldn't have come in disguise. His Majesty just happened to pass by. There were 3 people in His Majesty's party: His Majesty Zhang Dequan, and the imperial expert in coachman. The coachman's martial arts were excellent, but unfortunately, he still couldn't compare to the top expert Han Yi. He tried his best to resist, but was still sent flying by the sword energy. That was why the carriage was split open. As for Xiao Luleng, who was thrown into the carriage by the men of sacrifice, well, this was the coachman's fault. This was the first time he saw a man who looked like a celestial being. He was dazed for a moment. Xiao Heng was lying on the floor of the carriage. The men of sacrifice threw him roughly, but they used their strength. He didn't hurt when he fell, but it was inevitable that he was in a sorry state. He had been fished out of his bed. He didn't have time to dress up as a woman, so he was wearing thin white pajamas. His hair was as black as ink, just like shiny black satin that draped over his shoulders and body, covering most of his face. He was very confused. He didn't know whose carriage he had fallen into. What entered his eyes were 2 pairs of shoes made with exquisite workmanship, one of which was particularly high-end. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the owners of the shoes. He only recognized Zhang Dequan. He didn't recognize His Majesty. On the importance of hairstyle, it didn't matter whether he recognized him or not. His Majesty saw him. The moment he raised his head, his long hair fell from his face. His facial features were completely exposed to His Majesty. The monarch even forgot to pursue the matter of him almost being killed. He just stared at the face right in front of him. Xiao Heng remembered that he was running for his life. He turned around and looked at the masked man in black who was frozen in place. It seemed that the masked man in black was very afraid of these 2 people, and had a chance to escape. Xiao Heng got up, pushed the monarch and Zhang Dequan apart, passed through the 2 of them, jumped down from the other side of the carriage, and left without looking back. Zhang Dequan was so anxious that he turned around and shouted at the figure that had disappeared into the night. After Xiao Heng left, the monarch's attention returned to Han Yi. Of the 2 masters, one was a death warrior bought by the Empress Dowager, and the other was unknown. However, the death warrior was here to protect Xiao Luleng, while the other was here to kill Xiao Luleng. Otherwise, Xiao Luleng would not have escaped. The monarch looked at the stiff Han Yi, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Take him down. The master and coachman jumped up, pulled out the soft sword hidden at his waist, and slashed at Han Yi. The death warrior bought by the Empress Dowager also joined the battle. The 2 of them joined hands and launched a fierce attack at Han Yi. To be honest, one was a master of the palace, and the other was a death warrior of the auction house. Their martial arts were not weak. However, Han Yi was too strong. The 2 of them fought for dozens of rounds. Apart from consuming a lot of energy, they did not cause any substantial damage to Han Yi. Han Yi actually had a chance to kill them, but the monarch was present, which gave him a lot of pressure. He could not fight anymore. After Han Yi defeated the two of them with one move, he made a feint and took the opportunity to turn around and fly into the night. The coachman suddenly grabbed his wrist. He did not pull him down. He only tore his sleeve and the cloth covering his wound, revealing a wound that seemed to have been gouged out. Han Yi left. The death warrior then used his qinggong to leave. The coachman knelt on one knee and bowed to the monarch. I am incompetent. I could not catch the assassin. Your Majesty, please punish me. The monarch did not mention whether he would be punished or not. Instead, he asked Zhang Dequan, "Did you see everything just now?" Zhang Dequan was stunned and realized that the monarch was asking about the person who fell into their carriage. He recalled and said, "I saw it. It seemed to be His Highness the Emperor's grandson." The Emperor's grandson, Shang Guanqing, had followed the Empress Dowager to the imperial mausoleum since he was a child. However, because of his terrible illness, he had to return to the Imperial Preceptor Hall every 2 years to seek medical treatment. Every time he came, the monarch would look at him from afar in the attic of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. Zhang Dequan had seen the Emperor's grandson several times because he had accompanied the monarch. It was just that they had never shown their faces. It was not surprising that the Emperor's grandson did not recognize them. After all, he was still young when he left the palace. This was Zhang Dequan's specific analysis of the Emperor's grandson's confused reaction just now. Then the next question came. First, when did the Emperor's grandson return to Shang capital? Second, there was still a year before his next visit. Why did he come back early? Was it because the Empress Dowager had returned? Third, where did he live now? Fourth, this point was related to the Empress Dowager. Things had developed to this point. If the monarch still could not see that the Empress Dowager had sneaked out of the palace tonight to save his son, then he was the monarch of a country in vain. This led to the fifth question. The Empress Dowager was in the harem. How did she know that her son had returned? How did she know that something would happen to him tonight? Zhang Dequan glanced at the monarch weakly. Based on his understanding of the monarch, he might suspect that the Empress Dowager had deliberately let him out to set him up. But to be honest, even if you don't care, the Empress Dowager won't fall for such a big trick. Zhang Dequan, if you have the guts, say it out loud. No, I'm a eunuch. I don't have the guts. I won't say it. The monarch closed his eyes, as if suppressing his monstrous anger. No one knew whether this anger came from the Empress Dowager or the assassin. I'll deal with her slowly when we get back. The monarch squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Zhang Dequan had followed the monarch for many years. He had his own standards for judging the monarch's anger level. The fact that the monarch could wait until they got back to deal with the Empress Dowager meant that although the monarch was on the verge of exploding, he had not yet gone berserk. This probably was because the monarch did not know that he was bald. Zhang Dequan silently withdrew his gaze. He decided to wait for the monarch to find out himself. He did not want to be the one to expose the monarch's last layer of dignity. Zhang Dequan looked at the driver. The driver trembled. Fuck, if you don't say it, I won't say it either. The monarch coldly said. Did you see the assassin's martial arts style? The driver respectfully replied. Your Majesty. The first 2 moves the assassin used seemed to be the sword techniques of the Tang sect. Later, when he fought with him, he used a very common sword technique in Jianghu. Basically, every swordsman knows it. So what else did the monarch not understand? At first, the assassin did not know who was sitting in the carriage, so he used the most ruthless sword technique. Later, he probably recognized him and wanted to hide his identity. So he changed to a sword technique that everyone in Jianghu knew. Unfortunately, those 2 moves were enough for him to expose himself. The driver continued. Your Majesty, as far as I know, in Chengdu, only the Han family has invited a disciple of the Tang sect as a guest. The monarch's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The driver said, in addition, when I fought with him, I found a wound on his left forearm. It looked like a piece of flesh was torn off. I don't know who did it. The monarch coldly looked into the depths of the night. The Han family. In the Han family's mansion, Han Yi used his lightness skill to return to his courtyard. As soon as he entered the house, he fell to the ground in pain. Year. Qi Xian rushed in. Han Yi had been secretive these 2 days. He did not tell Qi Xian, his master, what he did. After the family meeting tonight, Han Yi disappeared for a long time. Qi Xian was worried and wanted to see if he had returned. He did not expect to see such a scene. He helped Han Yi, who had fallen to the ground, to a chair and sat down. Han Yi's left forearm was stiff, his face was pale, and sweat poured down like rain. He was enduring great pain. He was not injured in the fight with the 2 masters, but the place where he was bitten by the gerfalcon was getting more and more painful. He was a martial artist, and injuries were common. At first, he did not care and just bandaged it. But when the blood-stained cloth was pulled off from the wound, he realized that his injury was not that simple. "What happened to your arm?" Qi Xian asked, holding his left forearm. Han Yi said with a pale face, "I was bitten by an eagle." Qi Xian frowned. "What eagle bit so deeply?" "It was so deep that the bone could be seen." Qi Xian realized something and said, "No, how could you be bitten by an eagle?" He was the #1 master of his generation in Shengdu. "I was careless," Han Yi said with cold sweat. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Master, you may have to go out and hide." "What's the matter?" Qi Xian said as he opened the drawer and took out medicinal wine and medicine. "Endure it. I will treat your injury first." Han Yi closed his eyes and said, "My injury can be dealt with later. Tonight, I may have exposed the Tang sect's swordsmanship. They will soon investigate. I am worried that you will be implicated." Qi Xian looked at Han Yi, who was dressed in black, and said seriously, "Yi, do you still not trust me? If you don't tell me what happened, I will not leave." Han Yi's heart was in turmoil. The crown prince's advice was vivid in his mind, but his master was also a very important person to him. In the end, he told him about the mission. Qi Xian sneered. "So this is the reason why Nangongli entered the palace." The crown prince said that he did not want to implicate the Han family, but in the end, he still put the heir of the Han family in danger. Han Yi said, "Master, quickly go out and hide for a while." Qi Xian sighed. "I can't hide. Today, you killed the emperor's eldest grandson and were caught red-handed by the emperor. It's fine if the emperor didn't recognize you. But didn't the emperor and eunuch Zhang recognize you? From this moment on, not even a fly can fly out of the inner city of Chengdu." Han Yi clenched his fists in annoyance. Qi Xian asked, "Outsiders don't know that I taught you swordsmanship, right?" Han Yi shook his head. "Master secretly taught me martial arts and told me not to tell my father. I didn't mention it to anyone. They all thought that I was just learning hidden weapons from you." Qi Xian said, "Although they may still suspect you, I will try my best." Han Yi said, "Master." Qi Xian smiled. "I will leave the Han family today. Don't contact me or try to find me. It's useless." Second Uncle Han Yong, strode into the room. Han Ye's expression changed. "Second uncle," Han Yong said, "I heard what you said. Do you want to hear what I have to say?" Qi Xian asked, "What happened outside?" Han Yong said seriously, "Just now my father and Ye's grandfather were summoned to the palace." Both of their expressions changed at once. They guessed that the emperor might take action, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Han Yong said earnestly, "This is no longer something that a guest of the Tang sect can bear. Although the assassination of the emperor's grandson failed, if the Han family is not killed, it will not be enough to appease the emperor's anger. Not to mention that this was done by the Han family. Even if it wasn't, the emperor will put the blame on the Han family." As he spoke, he looked at Han Yi. "Which 2 moves did you use?" Han Ye's heart surged with an ominous premonition. "Second uncle." Han Yong grabbed Han Ye's left hand and carefully looked at his wound. Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger and cut off a piece of flesh from his left forearm that fit perfectly with the wound. Han Ye's expression changed. "Second uncle." Han Yong tore off the hem of his clothes and wrapped the wound. He endured and said, "Teach me which 2 moves." Han Ye's throat swelled and his eyes reddened. He choked and shook his head. "I won't teach. I won't teach." Han Yong stopped dawdling with his nephew and turned to look at Qi Xian. His eyes were firm and resolute. "Thank you, Master Qi." Han Yi roared with red eyes. "Master, you can't." His father was busy with official business. He had been raised by his second uncle since he was young. In his heart, his second uncle was closer to him than his father. He didn't want his second uncle to take the blame for him. He didn't want to watch his second uncle die. This was worse than letting him die. Qi Xian looked at Han Yong without blinking. Even if you take the blame, you may not be able to save the entire Han family. Han Yong nodded. I know. Okay, I'll teach you. Qi Xian's voice fell, and he hit Han Ye's major acupoint. He pulled out his sword and went to the courtyard. Watch carefully. Chapter 714. As dawn approached, the eastern horizon was suffused with a touch of pale white. The faint morning light passed through the thick clouds and gradually shone toward every corner of the eaves of Chengdu. Han Yi sat in the chair for half the night. Qi Xian sealed his acupoints to prevent him from stopping his second uncle, Han Yong, from dying. Although the acupoints were automatically unsealed an hour ago, he understood that everything was too late. He sat there in a daze. The morning light shone through the window lattice and shone on his resolute and handsome face. There was a colorful halo flying in the dust. Creak, the door was pushed open. It was Qi Xian who came in. Qi Xian glanced at him and understood that the acupoints were unsealed. He closed the door and said heavily, Your second uncle is gone. Where's the body? Han Yi asked. It was as if his soul had been sucked out. When he heard the painful news, he could no longer be shocked and could no longer cry. He should have been sad, but he had been sad in the past 4 hours. The only thing left in his heart was hatred, endless hatred. Qi Xian came in front of him. The Han family will take care of it. You don't have to worry anymore. Han Ye's eyes were empty. He sneered. My grandfather is so cruel that he won't even bury his own son's body properly? Qi Xian sighed. The monarch is very angry. Han Yi clenched his fists. That's his son. He was talking about his grandfather. Qi Xian added, son of a concubine. Han Yi closed his eyes sadly and turned his face away. Son of a concubine. Yes, his second uncle was the son of a concubine. But his second uncle was more outstanding than the son of a concubine. If it weren't for the fact that the Han family never favored his second uncle's martial arts and achievements would be far above his. His second uncle didn't complain at all. When he was asked to be a spy in the Xianyuan family, he was asked to be a spy in the Xianyuan family. When he was asked to poison Xianyuan Li's youngest son, he did it. What did his second uncle do for him? Nothing. He returned with a great victory, and all the credit went to his father. His second uncle just silently guarded the family behind everyone's back. Han Yi smiled bitterly. You've noticed, haven't you? My second uncle is a martial arts genius. Qi Xian nodded. He learned all the Tang Sek sword techniques in one night. It took you half a month. Han Yi laughed coldly. My grandfather and father never knew what they had missed out on. Losing second uncle is the Han family's greatest loss. Regarding this point, Qi Xian did not express any opinion. People were born unequal, and there was no comparison between people. Even if second uncle Han was really a genius who was more talented than Han Yi, his birth meant that he could only be a stepping stone. Han Yi was the eldest grandson of the first wife. His existence was the faith and strength of the Han clan. As long as he was around, the faith of the Han clan would also be there. Qi Xian patted Han Ye's shoulder and earnestly advised. He's not only doing this for you, but also for the entire Han family. You mustn't fall out with your grandfather because of this matter. The faction of the deposed crown princess is not easy to deal with. In the face of a great enemy, you must pull yourself together. Han Yi asked, What reason did you use? Qi Xian said, He had a personal grudge with the crown princess. He accidentally bumped into the eldest grandson of the emperor in Chengdu, so he had evil intentions. He endured 49 rounds of torture to prove that he wasn't lying. Han Yi said, Didn't you say that after being tortured, you wouldn't pursue the matter? This was the rule set by His Majesty. The torture was to extract a confession, and no one could endure half of it. If he really endured it, His Majesty would respect him and release him. Qi Xian was silent. Han Yi understood. It was my grandfather, wasn't it? A bastard who tried to assassinate the eldest grandson of the emperor would kill the entire Han family. If he didn't endure the torture and died halfway, at least the emperor would be appeased. However, he endured it, and His Majesty had nowhere to vent his anger, so he would definitely make things difficult for the Han family. Therefore, his grandfather killed his bastard to show the loyalty of the Han family to the emperor. Han Yi punched the pillar beside him. Qi Xian advised, "Master Han, you're thinking about the big picture." Han Yi clenched his fist tightly. "I don't believe that His Majesty's appearance was a coincidence. My plan didn't leak out." Qi Xian analyzed. "Then His Majesty must have leaked the information. Someone knew that you were going to assassinate Xiao Lulang and deliberately led His Majesty there. However, Xiao Lulang was more or less lucky. His Majesty appeared late. If you hadn't been delayed by an eagle, you would have succeeded." Han Yi said coldly, "That eagle, I will catch and kill it sooner or later." Qi Xian sat down beside him. "An eagle is nothing to be afraid of. The most important thing now is to find out why His Majesty leaked the information. His Majesty wouldn't want you to fail, so it can't be him. Either his men were careless, or he did it on purpose. If it's the latter, you and His Majesty should be vigilant." Han Yi clenched his fist. "There's a traitor around His Majesty." Qi Xian said, "This is very likely. You'd better let His Majesty investigate the people around him." Han Yi said in a low voice, "I know. Thank you, Master. Second uncle has left. I'll have to trouble you in the future." Qi Xian said, "I don't have to trouble you. It's your Han family that has to suffer. This matter won't end just because Han Yong confessed and was executed. Your third uncle's official position has been removed, and your cousin uncle has been forced to hand over the new iron mine. I heard that the Nangong family and the Mu family are eyeing the Black Wind Cavalry. You'd better be careful." Han Yi laughed self-deprecatingly. "Ridiculous. Yesterday, the Han family was still arguing about how to divide the military power of the Nangong family. Today, the Han family's Black Wind Cavalry has become fish on the chopping board." Qi Xian glanced at him and said, "It's not that bad yet. However, if you make another mistake, it'll be hard to say." The Imperial Palace. The emperor finally knew about his baldness. After scolding the master of the Han family and punishing the two sons of the Han family, everyone saw it, but no one dared to say anything. After all, other than the coachman and Zhang Dequan, no one knew how the emperor became bald. Wasn't he a crazy emperor? What's so strange about being crazy and shaving his own hair? The little princess went to school and came to find her uncle to send her off. Then, she found out that her uncle had become a monk. She opened her pair of innocent almond eyes, and her small mouth couldn't close for a long time. "Uncle, are you going to become a monk?" The emperor was stunned and said, "No." "Little princess, then why is your hair?" The emperor raised his hand and his whole body split open. The emperor's hair wasn't really bald. He still had a few strands. 3 strands, no more than that. The emperor flew into a rage. Thinking of what happened tonight, he didn't believe that Shangguan Yen didn't deliberately lead him out. The Han family deserved to die. Shangguan Yen, this evil creature, must not be tolerated. The emperor let people take the little princess away and pulled out the sword on the shelf. Jin Gang angrily said, "Where is Shangguan Yen? I'm going to kill her." Zhang Dequan embarrassedly said, "After Shangguan Yen left the palace, she hasn't come back." "Can she come back?" The matter was exposed. "You are angry. How can she not go out to avoid it?" In fact, when the crown princess was young, she was quite naughty. However, at that time, all the sons of the Xianyuan family were still alive. The crown princess didn't catch the monarch to cause trouble. Everyone shared the crown princess's firepower, so she didn't seem so naughty. Of course, this time, it was not a matter of being naughty or not. The crown princess really stepped on the lion's tail. The emperor's anger couldn't be extinguished for a while. Now, it depends on whether the crown princess can hide outside. The emperor trembled and angrily shouted, "Find her for me. Find her even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Gu Jiao didn't go to school for a few days. This morning, Gu Jiao removed the stitches for Gu Yan. She stitched it up very well. After removing the stitches, there was only a thin seam that was almost invisible. In order to prevent the proliferation of scars, Gu Jiao took the most expensive scar ointment from the small medicine box. It was strange that there was no such scar cream before. You can apply it in another 5 days. Gu Jiao handed the scar cream to Gu Yan. If you feel uncomfortable in the next few days, tell me immediately. Don't scratch the wound. I know, Gu Yan replied. Go to school quickly. You're going to be late. Okay. Gu Jiao called Gu Shaoshan, and the two went to Tianxiong Academy together. Gu Yan happily went to the backyard to brush the Black Wind King's fur. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan went to Bright Heart Hall and Bright Moon Hall respectively. Everyone in Bright Heart Hall knew that Gu Jiao asked for leave to accompany Gu Yan to the State Preceptor Hall for the surgery. They didn't know that Gu Jiao was the chief surgeon and thought that the State Preceptor was treating Gu Yan. They all felt that Gu Yan was very lucky. Mu Qingchen didn't come. Gu Jiao sat alone in the back row. Everyone gathered around. How was the surgery? Will it work? Zhou Tong asked from the front row. Yeah, Lulang, how's Gu Yan's surgery? Zhong Ding asked anxiously. Although Gu Yan had never come to class, he had been to the boxing ring. So quite a number of people had seen him. In addition, he was Xiao Liulong's friend, so everyone was very concerned about his situation. Very successful. Gu Jiao nodded. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They were happy for Gu Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Tong asked. Then will he be able to come to class soon? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. If it's fast, it'll be in the second half of the month. If it's slow, it'll be next month. Hey Lulang. Zhong Ding suddenly lowered his voice, looked outside the door and whispered. After school, let's do it. What's that? Gu Jiao didn't understand. The students had already discussed this matter, and were all in agreement. Zhong Ding was just a spokesperson. Everyone was quite reserved. Zhou Tong's ears turned red. Gu Jiao thought about it. Go to a brothel? Everyone choked. Zhong Ding hurriedly waved his hands. No, no, no. It's not like that. It's not a brothel. We're scholars. How can we go to brothels? That's after we passed the scholarly exams. Oh, so it wasn't that they didn't want to go, but that it wasn't the right time. I already said we shouldn't go. Zhou Tong pushed Tang Ting back. When people advance, I retreat. When people retreat, I advance. This was human nature. Zhong Ding cleared his throat and gathered his courage to say seriously. We already said it, so how can we not go? Moreover, it's not a brothel. We're not going there to look for brothels. We're just going to listen to a play, so what's wrong with that? Everyone rubbed their noses and scratched their ears. They looked at Gu Jiao guiltily and excitedly. If they were really going to listen to a play, Gu Jiao would twist Muchuan's head off. Zhong Ding chuckled. You know Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, right? There's a play that came out recently. It's very exciting, so we want to invite you to watch it. Oh, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Zhou Tong hurriedly said. Don't lead Lulang astray. Gu Jiao said. Okay, let's go together. It's your treat. The two of them spoke in unison. Zhou Tong was stunned. Zhong Ding chuckled. No problem, no problem. We'll treat you. Then it's settled. No one leaves after school. We'll go watch a play together. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business was getting better and better, and its reputation was growing. Not only were there customers at night, but there were also no empty seats during the day. Su Fengxian was grinning so hard that her eyes couldn't be seen. She sat in a room on the second floor and munched on melon seeds. As she listened to the noise downstairs, she thought, I, Su Fengxian, finally have a day like this. Just as Su Fengxian was grinning from ear to ear, a woman staggered to the entrance of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. She didn't come to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion on purpose. She was just passing by. However, as she walked under the scorching sun, her stamina gradually depleted. In the end, she blacked out and fell forward. Ah! The girls who were soliciting customers at the entrance turned pale. Madam! Madam! Not good. A commoner woman has fainted at the door. Hearing the maid's voice, Su Fengxian put down the melon seeds in her hand and lifted her gorgeous dress to go downstairs. When she arrived at the door, The maidservants and maidservants had already surrounded her so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "Get out of my way! Get out of my way!" Su Fengxian pushed through the crowd and squatted down beside the woman. The girls began to murmur among themselves. "Is she dead? Aya, her clothes are so tattered. Was she beaten to death? What should we do? If he dies in front of our door, will it affect our business?" Su Fengxian sternly shouted. "All of you shut up. Quiet." Everyone fell silent. At this moment a small, even snoring sound could be heard. Hoo! The woman was lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Su Fengxian. Everyone. Chapter 7:15. The woman was lying face down on the ground. Fortunately, there was a shed in front of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and a blanket on the ground, so it wasn't hot or hard. Otherwise, she would have been burnt to a crisp. Su Fengxian walked forward, squatted down, and brushed away the hair on her cheek. When she saw half of the woman's face, Su Fengxian sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, where did this deity come from? She had run a brothel for many years, and had a few years of experience in opera houses, but she had never seen such a stunning beauty. Her clothes were a bit shabby. She was dressed like a woman again. If she wasn't a virgin, she would be at a disadvantage in terms of price. However, she couldn't resist her good looks. Some of the customers liked mature and charming women. "Bring her in," Su Fengxian said to the maid. Yes, her personal maid, Yinqing, called for a few strong female servants to carry the woman into the main hall. The second floor was full, so she could only be placed in the wing room in the backyard. Gu Qingfeng had just returned from outside. The carriage was parked in the stable next to the backyard. He walked in from the back door and saw Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's maids and servants carrying a woman dressed like a peasant. He frowned. Stop. He was now a popular person in Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and he had a powerful brother backing him up. Even Su Fengxian didn't dare to confront him. Yinqing and the others smiled awkwardly and stopped. Yinqing smiled and greeted, "Young Master Chang." Xiaoheng borrowed Long Yi's name, and Gu Qingfeng borrowed Changjing's name. They were both good-for-nothings. Gu Qingfeng looked at the woman being carried by the female servants. He was wondering why Su Fengxian was so kind to take in a peasant woman. It turned out that she was a beauty. Yinqing laughed dryly and explained, "This lady fainted in front of our Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Madam Su kindly asked us to carry her in first and wait for her to wake up." Gu Qingfeng snorted. Su Fengxian wants to force a good woman into prostitution? Yinqing couldn't refute. After all, her madam's personality. I want this person. If he asked Su Fengxian to release her, Su Fengxian would definitely not agree. However, if he asked her to join his troupe, Su Fengxian should not have any objections. Originally, the current Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was supported by his acting. Ginkgo hesitated for a while, then said, "Okay, I'll go talk to Madam first. But who knows, maybe this person doesn't know how to sing." Gu Qingfeng said firmly, "Whether she can sing or not is up to me. Before I try her out, don't touch her." This request wasn't too much. When the time came, Madam Su could also come over to watch her perform. If she couldn't sing, it wouldn't be too late to send her to receive guests. Yinqing ordered the servants to carry the woman into the side room. Gu Qingfeng had a show tonight, so he had to prepare for it now. As soon as he left, Ginkgo immediately ordered the 4 maidservants in the house. "You guys keep an eye on her. Remember to report to me when she wakes up. Don't let her escape. If they escaped, Madam would skin them alive." One of the maidservants patted her chest and said, "Miss Ginkgo, don't worry. We'll definitely keep an eye on her. We won't let her take half a step out of the house." In the evening, Tiancheng Academy let out classes. Zhong Ding and Zhou Tong's group of 8 met up with Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan at the entrance of the courtyard. They had even prepared the carriages, a total of 3. As for the other 6 people, 3 of them each took a carriage. Zhong Ding, Zhou Tong, Gu Jiao, and Gu Xiaoshan took one. Just as Zhou Tong stood beside the carriage and motioned for Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan to get on the carriage first, Yuan Xiao and Zhao Wei came out with their bags of books. Yuan Xiao was from Bright Maple Hall, while Zhao Wei and Gu Xiaoshan were from Bright Moon Hall. When the two of them saw that Gu Jiao and the others were about to go out, they walked towards Gu Jiao in unison. Yuan Xiao asked, "Lulang, where are you going?" Gu Jiao said frankly, "To Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion." Yuan Xiao was stunned. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Why are you going to that kind of place? No, what was so strange about this kid going to that kind of place? He went to a brothel on his first day in Chengdu, okay? Yuan Xiao said bitterly. Didn't we agree last time that you have to take us with you if you go to have fun? Gu Jiao. I'm not going to have fun. Zhong Ding cleared his throat. Ahem, that's a theater, not a brothel. Yuan Xiao snorted. Same thing. There were theaters in Chengdu that were purely for entertainment, but it was definitely not Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion used to be a brothel. It just changed its signboard and took in a theater troupe to continue doing business. Are you going? Yuan Xiao tugged at Zhao Wei's sleeve, trying to find an ally for himself. Zhao Wei said sanctimoniously, "That's not very good. We're all scholars and shouldn't linger in brothels." As he spoke, he changed the topic. But Lulang is still young and unfamiliar with this place. If he insists on going, we should do our part as hosts. Gu Jiao. Zhao Wei, you don't seem to be from Chengdu, right? You're from Yin Kingdom. Zhao Wei stammered to Yuan Xiao. You're from Chengdu, you entertain him. Yuan Xiao puffed out his chest. Sure. Because of their participation, Zhou Tong and Zhong Ding couldn't win, and had to go to the other two carriages. After getting into the carriage, Zhao Wei looked at Gu Xiaoshan strangely and asked, "You're going too?" Gu Xiaoshan nodded. Yes, Lulang said he would take me to see it. Yuan Xiao patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. Liulang's fellow countryman is my fellow countryman. You can count on me for everything. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Gu Xiaoshuan's face was blank as if something was wrong. After the carriage drove for a while, Zhao Wei suddenly whispered, "Hey, have you heard? Something happened to the Han family." Yuan Xiao asked, "The Han family? The Han family of Han Che?" There were many representatives of the Han family, such as Imperial Concubine Han, Old Master Han, General Han, Assistant Minister Han, and so on. However, they had only met Han Che in the archery competition, so it was inevitable that he would be mentioned. Zhao Wei nodded. Yes, it's the Han family. I helped the teacher carry the exam papers back to the duty room in the afternoon. When I passed by the dean's duty room, I heard him talking about the Han family with Master Wu and a few other teachers. What happened? Yuan Xiao was impatient and couldn't stand Zhao Wei's slowness. Zhao Wei said carefully, "The second master of the Han family is dead." Yuan Xiao was from Chengdu and had heard a little about the Han family. He sorted out the information in his mind. Han Che's second uncle? Zhao Wei said. It seems so. Yuan Xiao was anxious. What happened to him? Hurry up and tell me. Don't answer every question I ask. You're making me anxious. Zhao Wei still said slowly. It happened last night. I heard from Dienson that the emperor's grandson had returned to Chengdu. The second master of the Han family tried to assassinate the emperor in the middle of the night, but was caught by the emperor. The emperor was furious and executed him. In fact, it wasn't the emperor who executed him. It was old Master Han who put righteousness before family. However, it was inevitable that the news would be inaccurate in the process of spreading. Gu Jiao listened carefully. The rumored emperor's grandson had returned to Chengdu, and the Han family dared to assassinate him right under the emperor's nose? Were they crazy? She felt that the matter was full of doubts. Perhaps the truth wasn't as Zhao Wei thought. Yuan Zhao's curiosity was piqued. Assassinating the emperor's grandson is a serious crime. Did the emperor punish the Han family? Zhao Wei said he did. The Han family lost a mine, and Assistant Minister Han was removed from his position. The mine was the foundation of the Han family. Losing a mine was like losing an arm. They didn't know Han Yong's ability, and they didn't know that Han Yong had survived 49 rounds of torture. Han Yong was the real right-hand man of the Han family. Have you seen the emperor's grandson? What does he look like? Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Zhao Wei shook his head. I'm from Qi City. Ask Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao said. I haven't seen the emperor's grandson either. He left Chengdu when he was very young, and went to Mount Guan to guard the imperial mausoleum with the deposed crown princess. He only comes back once every 2 years, but he only goes to the imperial preceptor hall. Outsiders have no chance to meet him. What's his name? Gu Jiao asked. Shengguan Qing, Yuan Shao said. Qing. Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. During the conversation, the carriage arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion. Zhou Tong and Zhong Ding's carriage was in front. They stopped first. Zhou Tong quickly jumped out of the carriage and came to Gu Jiao. Lu Lang. He opened the curtain for Gu Jiao. Yuan Shao took his hand away and snorted discontentedly. Do you need to open the curtain? Zhou Tong said coldly. I'm Lialong's classmate. I sit in front of him. Yuan Shao laughed. I've played with Lu Lang before. The competition is like a battlefield. We're comrades. Chiyu Wui same as Z. Zhou Tong's argument failed, and his face instantly darkened. After Gu Jiao got out of the carriage, she ignored everyone. She asked Gu Xiaoshen to follow them first. She went to the second floor to find Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was not in the room. He went to the backstage on the first floor to prepare for the upcoming show. Gu Jiao touched her chin, hesitating whether to go directly to Gu Qingfeng or she decided not to look for him. Gu Jiao left. However, she did not immediately return to the hall. Instead, she went to the small woodshed in the backyard. The small woodshed was in the corner of the backyard. It was the most secluded room. Next to it was a temporary room. It was usually used by Su Fengxian to lock up all kinds of unknown actors and women. Although Su Fengxian was a bit unscrupulous, one had to admit that she did have some ability. Su Fengxian had a small gold jar. It was all obtained from exploiting actors and women. Gu Jiao saw her bury it under the banyan tree outside the woodshed last time. Gu Jiao had been eyeing Su Fengxian's gold for a long time. There were too many guests at the moment. Su Fengxian did not have time to care about the backyard. Gu Jiao wanted to dig out her gold. Su Fengxian was a cautious person. The color of the soil after digging would be different from the undug areas. Therefore, Su Fengxian planted a small flower garden here and dug up the ground every few days. It was impossible to tell which areas were newly dug. Gu Jiao did not care. She dug from the beginning to the end. She did not believe that she could not dig it out. Gu Jiao took out a dagger and began to dig. She turned herself into a small excavator. She dug a hole, but there was nothing. She dug another hole, but there was nothing. Gu Jiao did not believe it. She moved her numb legs to the side and continued to dig. As she dug, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was staring at her. She turned her head strangely and saw a woman dressed like a commoner. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. The woman squatted on the ground. She was holding half of a big and red watermelon that had been iced in her left hand and a copper spoon in her right hand. Gu Jiao was digging. She was digging for the watermelon. She puffed up her cheeks and slurped the food while watching Gu Jiao dig the soil. Gu Jiao was speechless. Kanglan Women's Academy. Xiao Heng came out of Linglong Pavilion and went to Lingbo Academy. He was going to pick up little Jing Kong from school. Together with Shi Yi, he was going to send little Jing Kong to teacher Chung for tutoring. Other than little Jing Kong, his new deskmate, the little princess, was also going to be tutored today. Xiao Heng wrote on the paper, "Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Chung. I may come back later to pick him up." Teacher Chung smiled. "It's okay. I'll take him to dinner." After saying goodbye to Teacher Chung, Xiao Heng sat in the carriage. The driver looked around and asked softly, "Young master, where are we going?" "To the outer city," Xiao Heng said. The driver was stunned and asked softly, "Young master, has no one been watching us recently?" Xiao Heng had been closely watched by the Han family, so he did not dare to go anywhere. He was afraid that the Han family would find out that he was related to Gu Jiao. However, something big happened to the Han family today. The people sent by the Han family to watch them were all removed. The Han family was in trouble because Second Master Han tried to assassinate the eldest imperial grandson. The eldest imperial grandson. His Highness. These were the words that Zhang Dequan shouted at the night sky last night. Who was Zhang Dequan calling? Was the eldest imperial grandson nearby at that time? Was he also assassinated? Or, Xiao Heng did not dare to think further. He urgently needed to find out what happened last night. He needed an answer. The driver asked softly, "Young master, where are we going in the outer city?" Xiao Heng's eyes were deep. Tianxiang Pavilion. Chapter 716. In a small compartment in the main hall, the students of Tianxiang Academy sat around a table. The performance on the stage was about to begin, and the maids were setting up the stage. It was said that the main character of today's performance was an actor called Chang Jing. He came from Great Yan's Feng City and studied opera since childhood under Great Yan's #1 opera master, Shen Long. He originally sang for the imperial family, but he was indebted to Lady Su of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. So he came to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion to support Lady Su for 2 years. When the 2 years were up, this young Master Chang would leave Shing City. Therefore, all the guests cherished this short and hard-won performance. After listening to Zhong Ding's description, Gu Xiaoshan was a little confused. Wasn't it just Gu Qingfeng? When did he do so many gimmicks? Also, did Chang Jing know that you casually used Chang Jing's name to perform outside? Weren't you afraid that Chang Jing would beat you into a sandbag? The girls of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion are so beautiful. Yuan Xiao looked at the girls shuttling back and forth in the main hall, and said in a daze. Zhao Wei took out a folding fan from somewhere, and fanned himself while elegantly saying, "They deserve to be called fairy-like." Gu Xiaoshan, fairy-like is fairy-like? Are you too bewitched? So. Gu Xiaoshan said. The two stared at Gu Xiaoshan in unison. How dare you insult the fairy-like girls of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion? Gu Xiaoshan felt wronged. I just thought that they, so. How could they be as beautiful as his sister? Not to mention his sister, just his brother-in-law, Princess Xinyang. Which one of them wasn't more beautiful than these girls? Yuan Xiao snorted. You brat, you're still not enlightened. Zhao Wei deeply agreed. They didn't believe that there were women more beautiful than the girls of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion in this world. If there were, then it was just a rumor that people bragged about. For example, the #1 beauty of Tsanglan Women's Academy. She always wore a veil, so who knew what she looked like? Was her whole body beautiful just because her eyes were beautiful? Who could guarantee that under the veil was not a face full of pockmarks and fangs? Almost the same thought flashed through their minds. But at this moment, an immortal-like figure flashed through the crowd at the back of the hall. Zhao Wei saw it first. His entire body immediately tensed up. He hurriedly pulled Yuan Xiao aside. Yuan Xiao was looking at a lady who was waving at him with a smile, and his saliva was about to drip out. No, what are you doing? Yuan Xiao slapped his hand away without even looking. Beauty, beauty, Zhao Wei said excitedly. If Yuan Xiao had not been bewitched by the girl from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he would have realized that with Zhao Wei's temperament, he must have met the immortals of the 9 palaces. Zhao Wei couldn't call out to Yuan Xiao, and when he looked back again, the immortal-like figure had already disappeared. What did you call me for just now? Yuan Xiao asked Zhao Wei after the girl left. What did you call me for? Zhao Wei rolled his eyes. Nothing. Serves you right for not being able to see it, idiot. In the backyard. She didn't hide the gold here. The girl scooped up a spoonful of cold and delicious watermelon and stuffed it into her mouth. She said vaguely, I saw her change the location. Gu Jiao looked at her, then looked at the special room behind her. There were a few rough servants lying on the floor of the room. It seemed that she had knocked them out. She wondered where she had gotten the watermelon. It looked like it was especially delicious to relieve the heat. The girl said again, I'll tell you where the gold is hidden. You dig it out and give me half. Gu Jiao said, I can dig it out myself. The girl said, she comes every hour to check on her gold. She'll be here in an hour. Gu Jiao looked at the small flower bed that she had dug out, and seriously considered the possibility of not being seen through by Su Fengxian. The result was 0. Okay, deal. Gu Jiao said. The girl ate the watermelon and pointed to a place for Gu Jiao. There, it's there. Gu Jiao dug in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, it didn't take long before her dagger touched something hard. Gu Jiao was overjoyed. She dug a few more times and finally dug out Su Fengxian's gold jar. The girl put the spoon into the watermelon and freed one hand. My share. Gu Jiao took out a gold ingot from the jar, broke off a piece and handed it to her. Here, your piece. The girl was speechless. After Xiao Heng arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion, he didn't go straight to Gu Qingfeng's room on the second floor. He used Xiao Jiao to keep in touch with Gu Qingfeng and knew when he would be performing on stage. Today was the day he would be performing. He planned to go backstage from the back of the hall. Halfway there, he realized that he was thinking about this and even forgot to put on his mask. He hurriedly took out the mask from his wide sleeve and put it on. As soon as he put it on, he saw Prince Ming coming from the other side of the corridor. Prince Ming also came to watch the opera. This was Xiao Heng's first reaction. Soon he felt that something was wrong. Prince Ming came to watch the opera right after the Han family was in trouble. He didn't seem to be such a brainless person. So he had a motive. Was he trying to get information or something else? If Prince Ming went backstage, Xiao Heng wouldn't be able to go. Although he was dressed as a man today, if Prince Ming was here, it would be inconvenient for him to talk to Gu Qingfeng. As for spying on Prince Ming, it was unnecessary. Gu Qingfeng was backstage, and he would be spied on. Xiao Heng decided to wait for him in Gu Qingfeng's room. After he went upstairs, he sat in the room for a while. The room was very hot and stuffy. He couldn't open the window facing the street in case someone looked in from the shop opposite. He had to open the back window. The back window of Gu Qingfeng's room faced the small garden in the backyard. As soon as Xiao Heng opened the window, he saw a familiar figure. Xiao Heng went downstairs without thinking. Su Fengxian buried more than one pot. Gu Jiao continued to dig. Since they were all ill-gotten gains, Gu Jiao had no qualms about digging. She changed her digging tool to a small shovel and dug more smoothly. She didn't notice Xiao Heng coming over. On the other hand, this actually reflected one thing, and that was that she had extreme trust in Xiao Heng in her heart. If there was any aura that could make Gu Jiao feel danger, Gu Jiao's body would follow the instincts of a killer and make a killing reaction faster than her brain. Xiao Heng hadn't seen her for more than half a month. The last time he saw her was on the day of the martial arts competition with the Shaolin monks. The Shaolin monks injured many of Gu Jiao's companions. Gu Jiao found out that the mastermind was Han. Hence, the two of them worked together to put Han in a gunny sack. After that, he sent Gu Jiao to the south inner city gate. Since then it has been now. Many things have happened during this time. She first went to Mount Guan and chased after the Crown Prince's brocade guards. She returned after 7 days. After returning to Chengdu, she went to the palace and killed Nangong Li. After that it was Gu Yan's surgery. One thing after another. Gu Qingfeng talked about it casually on the note, but how could he really be at ease? Seeing her digging for gold without a care, he was angry and amused. Did she know what she had done? Did she know who she had offended? Did she know how much she had messed up the situation in Chengdu? Nangong and the Han family were in a mess, but she still had time to dig for gold. Gu Jiao dug very seriously, until a tall shadow loomed over them. Gu Jiao frowned. You're blocking my light. Oh, is that so? An indifferent voice sounded from above Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao's hand trembled, and the shovel in her hand fell to the ground. Xiao Heng looked at her dangerously. He had to settle accounts with her today and teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she would be so lawless in the future and not take her own safety seriously. Gu Jiao squatted on the ground, holding her shoes with both hands. She did not look back, did not look up, and did not move. If I don't move, you can't see me. Xiao Heng, get up. Xiao Heng said. I won't. I want to grow a mushroom here. Gu Jiao did not get up. Xiao Heng bent down and picked her up. Gu Jiao still maintained her mushroom-growing posture. Xiao Heng's arms were like holding an oversized mushroom. He put her slender legs down and let her stand on the ground. Then he pressed her against a big tree. Her husband was going to press her against the wall. Gu Jiao's eyes widened. She could feel the pheromones rushing towards her. It carried a faint fragrance and his slightly warm breath, which was very captivating. Men were always self-taught when it came to acting cool. Xiao Heng supported Gu Jiao's soft waist with one hand and pinched her delicate chin with the other. He said dangerously, "Assassinate the brocade guard from the Crown Prince's residence, HM? Lure Nangongli to death, HM?" These two sounds of HM made Gu Jiao's ears go soft. Xiao Heng moved closer to her, his lips almost touching hers. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva and blinked. She reached out her slender index finger and poked his chest, pointing to the side. Xiao Heng turned his head to look and saw that there was a woman holding half a watermelon in the small flower bed. The woman stood next to a peony, making the peony pale in comparison to its beauty. She ate the watermelon while curiously looking at the two of them. It was as if she was saying, "Why aren't you kissing? I'm waiting." Chapter 717. Xiao Heng never expected that there would be another person here. He thought about how his cool and arrogant actions from beginning to end might have been watched by this woman, who was eating watermelon. His handsome face flushed red in an instant. Like a paper tiger that had been punctured, he deflated with a whoosh, and could no longer act pretentious. Usually, in this kind of situation, the person who caught the act and the person who caught the act would be equally embarrassed. However, the woman was not embarrassed. Gu Jiao was also not that embarrassed. She had always adhered to the principle that if she was not embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Thus, in the end, Xiao Heng bore everything by himself. His face was red all the way to his ears. Even his slender neck was suffused with a thin layer of rouge. Xiao Heng experienced a large-scale social death scene and wished that he could lose his memory on the spot. However, compared to his embarrassment, he had more important things to worry about. What he said to Gu Jiao just now, about assassinating the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's residence and luring Nangongli to death. He wondered if this person heard it. These were not small secrets, and they could bring about a fatal disaster. "I think our situation is not good," Xiao Heng whispered to Gu Jiao. Indeed, Gu Jiao's expression turned serious. "Su Fengxian is coming." "Xiao Heng, are you sure this is the main point?" There were a total of 3 pots of gold. Gu Jiao had one in her left hand, one in her right hand, and one on her head. Just as she was about to leave the crime scene with the stolen goods, Yuan Shao came out to find her. Before he arrived, his voice arrived first. Luleng, where are you?" Gu Jiao swore that she walked very steadily. However, the moment her name was called, she slipped and fell flat on her face. The 3 pots of gold rolled out and landed right at Su Fengxian's feet. Su Fengxian looked at Gu Jiao with a dark expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "Young Master Xiao." "Gu Jiao. Liulong's name is poisonous." Gu Jiao's plan to steal money ended in failure. A life without gold is an incomplete life. Gu Jiao went upstairs soullessly. Su Fengxian was so angry that she wanted to bite Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, she was no match for her. Although Gu Jiao could beat Su Fengxian in a fight, she couldn't openly snatch it from her. After all, the two of them were considered half-partners now. Xiao Heng also planned to go upstairs. Xiao Heng had been to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion before, and he was still Longyi. He was Gu Qingfeng's friend, so Su Fengxian treated him with some courtesy. Su Fengxian didn't stop him from going anywhere. However, the woman holding the watermelon also silently followed behind Xiao Heng. "Stop right there," Su Fengxian shouted. She couldn't afford to offend those 2 little ancestors. But how could she not handle a woman she picked up from the roadside? She rolled up her sleeves and angrily said, "You're awake, right? If you're awake, then work for me." The woman holding the watermelon moved to Xiao Heng's side to hide. Xiao Heng frowned and looked at her. He didn't know if she heard what he said just now. He decided to take her away first and let her go after figuring things out. "She's coming with me," Xiao Heng said to Su Fengxian. The woman bit the spoon and stopped eating. Stars flashed in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Heng. Su Fengxian had one hand on her waist, and the other holding a handkerchief pointed at Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao, who had already gone upstairs. "Don't go too far. It's fine if you steal the gold, but what? You still want to kidnap her? Xiao Heng calmly said. She's not from Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. No one from Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would dress like this. Su Fengxian choked. Then, Xiao Heng calmly said. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has many guests today. I heard that people from the Crown Prince's residence are also here. The Crown Prince is the best at upholding justice. If he finds out that you forced a woman into prostitution, can your Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion continue to operate? As soon as he finished speaking, the woman cooperatively raised her chin. Su Fengxian was speechless. The woman was brought upstairs by Xiao Heng. Su Fengxian was annoyed. The gold was saved, but the beauty in his hands had flown away. This beauty's beauty was already unparalleled in the world when she fainted. When she woke up, she was even more beautiful than the 9 celestial goddesses. What a pity, what a pity! Gu Jiao didn't find it strange that Xiao Heng brought the woman over. After all, she had heard the secret just now. He had to make sure that she wouldn't leak the information before letting her go. After the woman entered the room, she didn't show any guilt or uneasiness. The play in the main hall began. The location of Gu Qingfeng's room was special. There was a medium-sized balcony. Sitting on the balcony, one could overlook the entire stage. The angle was quite good. The woman carried the watermelon to a stool on the balcony and sat down. Gu Jiao realized that the watermelon in her hand was no longer the same half as before. It was a brand new half. It was red and there were even ice shards on it. It looked especially sweet and delicious. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. When did she take another half of the watermelon? Xiao Heng indicated that he didn't know either. He walked in front, and she followed behind. He didn't notice that she had left. However, just now, there were 2 servant girls who each carried 2 large trays covered with cloth and brushed past them. Could it be that she had stolen it from him at that time? Not only did she steal it, but she also put the half of the watermelon that she had eaten into the cloth. She really didn't know which unlucky person would eat that empty half of the watermelon. The unlucky person was Prince Ming. She sat on the balcony and dug into the watermelon. Her back was facing Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. The 2 of them couldn't see her expression. But she didn't do anything. The way she focused on eating the watermelon was inexplicably reassuring. They felt that she wouldn't tell anyone what she had just heard. Maybe she didn't hear it at all. Xiao Heng sat at the square table and said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat next to Xiao Heng. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at her back thoughtfully. Normal people wouldn't be so calm after hearing such a big secret. At least, they would be worried that they would be killed. Not everyone knew that Nangongli was a big bastard. Everyone in Shengdu thought that Nangongli was a good person. Then, they would naturally become evil if they killed a good person. It was normal for evil people to kill people to silence them. Since she dared to follow, it meant that she wasn't afraid. She didn't think that they were evil people. Gu Jiao said, maybe. It didn't matter whether she heard it or not. What was important was that Gu Jiao also felt that she wouldn't reveal it. This was her intuition. On the stage, the sound of the eru and the singing started. The voices of the entire Tianxiang pavilion were drowned out. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were still some distance away from the balcony. In addition to the singing, she couldn't hear their conversation. Xiao Heng took off his mask and asked about Gu Jiao's disappearance. Gu Qingfeng said that she was fine, but he didn't believe it. She was someone who had braved the snowstorm to cross thousands of mountains and thousands of mountains to go home. If nothing happened to her, it was impossible for her to stay outside for 7 days. She's fine now, Gu Jiao said. Where are you hurt? Let me take a look. Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao showed him the wound on her arm that had already healed. Xiao Heng understood that the injury on her body wasn't this small. He held her hand in his and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why did you have to chase after the people from the Crown Prince's residence?" "I have a question in my heart that I want to ask the Crown Princess." So she couldn't let the Crown Princess be killed by them. She said, "But I still haven't seen the Crown Princess." Xiao Heng didn't need to ask to know that the question was related to him. He felt very uncomfortable. "Don't do such a dangerous thing in the future." Gu Jiao stared at him. "Do you also have that question in your heart?" The 2 of them didn't say what question they had. Xiao Heng was silent for a moment then nodded. Yes. The reason I came here today is to search for that answer. As the two of them talked, they didn't notice that the woman had stopped digging the watermelon. Suddenly, a group of Imperial guards rushed in from downstairs and stopped the performance on the stage. Xiao Heng came to the balcony, looked down and said with a frown, "It's the people from the governor's residence." After saying this, he turned around to pick up the mask on the table. The woman reached out her hand, as if she wanted to grab his sleeve. But in the end, she didn't use her strength, and the wide and cool cloth slipped through her fingertips. Xiao Heng put the mask back on his face. Strange, why did the people from the governor's residence come? Gu Jiao looked and said, "Looking at their appearance, it seems that they are looking for someone. Did someone important go missing in Chengdu?" The person who could make the governor's residence come out to look for was not an ordinary important person. Gu Jiao said, "I'll go down and take a look. You wait for me here." Her identity was relatively open and above board. Xiao Heng's Long Yi was an unregistered person, so it was best not to face the Shengguan family. Gu Jiao went downstairs. Xiao Heng came to the balcony again, put down the curtain on his head, and looked at the movement in the hall through the gap of the curtain. Beside him, the woman was still sitting on the stool, but her aura had become a little different. She seemed unhappy. Xiao Heng glanced at her, looked away, and continued to look at Gu Jiao and the officials. Suddenly, he felt someone tug at his sleeve. He looked down at her. "What's the matter?" The woman held the dug watermelon to him. Only then did he notice that the woman sat on the balcony and dug for a long time, but didn't eat a single bite. She was using a new small golden spoon, which should have been stolen just now. The small watermelon balls she dug out were round and very beautiful. "For me?" he asked. The woman nodded, looking at him with innocent and heavy eyes, with a trace of helplessness, like a child afraid of being rejected. Xiao Heng's heart surged with an indescribable feeling. It was as if his heart was being pulled by something. Chapter 718. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found on the internet can be found here. The arrival of the governor interrupted the drama that had reached its climax. The guests complained one by one. However, the governor came with an official document, and the reason was open and above board. Even someone like Commandery Prince Ming did not dare to openly ask them to leave. Prince Ming sat in one of the rooms on the first floor. He was displeased. What's going on? Why are people from the imperial government here? Could it be that they sensed this prince's movements? His trusted guard said, "I don't think so. We have been very careful. Moreover, we did not do anything wrong. It is not the imperial government's turn to intervene." "That's right. I am just waiting for someone." The timing was not right. Who would believe that he came to the opera house to do something when such a big thing happened to the Han family? They would probably think that he was here to flirt with women. Prince Ming was distressed. Will the person that father mentioned really appear? Why is there still no news after waiting for so long? His trusted guard said, "Why don't I escort you out first and come back after the imperial government's people leave?" Prince Ming frowned. "What if that person comes?" His trusted guard said, "Don't be afraid even if he comes. The imperial government is investigating people in Tianxiang Pavilion. He can't enter. I will keep an eye on the opposite side. If I see someone suspicious, I will go and talk to him." Prince Ming was a little tempted. However, he hesitated and shook his head. "Father has reminded me that the person is a rare expert. He wants me to bring him back to the Crown Prince's residence personally. I can't let him fall into the hands of other forces. Forget it. I won't go far. If he comes, inform me." "Yes." His trusted bodyguard opened the door and was alert to the movements outside. At this moment, the people from the capital office were inspecting every guest. They should be making sure that they did not have any traces of disguise. They checked both men and women. Strange. Prince Ming did not have much experience in anti-reconnaissance. He did not know that he should wear a mask and a bamboo hat. He could only try to reduce his presence and leave through the back door. However, when he reached the backyard, a group of soldiers rushed in from the back door. Prince Ming's expression changed. He quickly ran back to a tea room in the main hall. What the hell? Why are people from the rearguard commandery here? Prince Ming secretly clenched his fists. The rearguard commandery was a military yamen that directly took orders from the monarch. It had the right to command the army of the Great Yin Kingdom. The transfer of its official position did not need to go through the cabinet. It was directly appointed by the monarch. In the previous dynasty, there was no rearguard commandery. It was a yamen established by the current monarch of Great Yin in order to enhance his absolute status in the imperial court. The commandant was Wang Xian's younger brother, Wang Ren. The one who came today was Wang Ren's son Wang Su. He held the position of Commandant Guan in the rearguard commandery and was mainly in charge of personnel entering and leaving Xingdu. Wang Su rode on his horse and commanded the two groups of soldiers beside him. You guys guard the door. Don't even let a fly out. You guys come with me. Looking for her again? Who was he looking for? When the governor came, Commandery Prince Ming was not sure who was behind this. However, since the rearguard commandery had been dispatched, it must be his grandfather who was looking for someone. Commandery Prince Ming also remembered that Wang Su was ordered to guard the imperial mausoleum a few years ago. It was said that he even taught the emperor's grandson martial arts in the imperial mausoleum. However, the emperor's grandson was a cripple and could not learn anything. Commandery Prince, there's a cellar here. His confidant found a secret cellar in the tea room. Commandery Prince Ming's eyes lit up. He quickly hid in the cellar with his confidant. Gu Jiao went downstairs and went to the cubicle in Tianqiong Academy. Yuan Shao hurriedly said, Lulang, where did you go? You've been gone for so long. I couldn't find you anywhere. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, I went to the toilet. Zhao Wei asked. Did you go to the toilet? The opera was already halfway through. Lulang. Gu Shaoshan pulled out a chair and gestured for Gu Jiao to sit. He knew that Gu Jiao had gone to look for Gu Qingfeng. However, he did not know why his sister was gone for so long. While Gu Qingfeng was performing on stage, Gu Jiao sat down next to Gu Shaoshan. She took out a coquettish peacock mask and put it on. Everyone was almost blinded by her actions. What are you doing? Yuan Shao looked at her as if she was an idiot. Gu Jiao said seriously, I'm worried that they will be blinded by our beauty. Yuan Shao. Everyone. Gu Shaoshan moved closer to Gu Jiao's ear and asked in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Sister, who are they looking for? Are they looking for Gu Qingfeng? Gu Jiao looked at the group of officials who came in from the front, and then at the other group of officials who came in from the back door. She did not know much about the uniforms of the Yin Kingdom, and did not know that the second group of officials came from the rearguard commandery. However, judging from their aura and behavior, their status was not inferior to the capital magistrates. I don't think so, she said in a small voice. Gu Qingfeng was just an escaped slave from the Han family's mine. If they wanted to catch him, it would be the mine's private soldiers. There was no need to mobilize two groups of powerful forces. Soon, the officials from the capital magistrate's office found the cubicle in Tianqiong Academy. Gu Shaoshan was the first to be checked. There was actually a female official in this group of people. She did not look like a real official. Instead, she looked like an ordinary woman who had put on official's uniform. The female official pinched Gu Xiaoshuan's face, as if to check if he was wearing a human skin mask. Then, she pressed Gu Xiaoshuan's chest. Gu Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. What are you doing? The female official shook her head at the rest of the people from the capital magistrate's office. Gu Jiao understood. The person they were looking for was a woman. Gu Jiao had put on the mask to show Xiao Heng, so that Xiao Heng would know the intensity of this group of people's search. However, she had never expected that they would search the murder department. It seemed that the person who was at risk of being exposed was not Xiao Heng, but herself. The people from the capital magistrate's office searched the main hall, while the people from the rearguard commandery went to the second floor. Wang Su had seen the imperial grandson before. In fact, both Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were at risk of being exposed. The people from Tianqiong Academy were checked one by one. Everyone unanimously put Gu Jiao last. They did not know why. They did not know that Gu Jiao was a woman. They just subconsciously felt that they should be at the front. Zhou Tong was the second from the bottom. Their inspection is a little rough, but they don't have any bad intentions. Don't worry, don't be angry. Zhou Tong turned around and said to Gu Jiao. He was afraid that Gu Jiao would stand up for her companions and beat up the officers. Gu Jiao wondered whether it was better to be caught, or to beat up the officers and run away. On the other side, Wang Su came to the room next to Gu Qingfeng's. After checking the guests in the room, he politely excused himself and left the room. Sir, this is the last room, the accompanying guard said. The door was ajar. People who were skilled in martial arts could identify people by listening. There were 2 people in the room. Wang Su raised his hand and slowly pushed the door open. At the same time, the rest of the people from Tianqiong Academy were also checked. Only Gu Jiao was left. The female officer took off Gu Jiao's mask and pinched Gu Jiao's face. To be honest, the traces of the human skin mask were obvious enough. Just in case, they still had to check her body. How cunning was this woman to be able to force the officials to do this? Gu Jiao clenched the silver needle in her hand. Should she be exposed or not? Creak. The door to Gu Qingfeng's room was pushed open. Wang Su stepped into the room. All of a sudden, a foot kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He flew over the railing on the 2nd floor and fell heavily into the lobby on the 1st floor. Fortunately, his martial arts were good. He flipped in the air and stabilized himself when he landed. However, it still caused quite a commotion. Everyone raised their heads in unison. Even the female official who was about to check on Gu Jiao paused. The woman came to the railing and looked down at everyone. Then she ran away. The female officer hurriedly said, 2. Quickly chase after her. It's her. Everyone went to catch her. Gu Jiao thought, that was close. I was almost exposed. The woman ran down the stairs in one breath. The front and back doors were blocked. She was doomed to be unable to escape. Prince Ming sat quietly on the floor of the cellar, waiting for the search to end. His trusted guard said, Prince Ming, listen. They seem to have found her. They are shouting. It's her, quickly chase after her. Prince Ming was relieved. That's great. They should leave now. Sure enough, they didn't come for me. Everything will be fine after they leave. I was not discovered. I was not discovered. I didn't mess up the task my father asked me to do. Before he finished speaking, the cellar door was opened. A small figure rushed down. Prince Ming didn't have time to kick the person out. The small figure was squatting in front of him. Then, the 2 of them stared at each other. Shang Guanyin raised her hand to greet him and said with a smile, Nephew, long time no see. Let's go home together. Aunt will fly with you. Prince Ming. Chapter 719. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Shang Guanyin was taken away by the people of Rearguard Commandery, along with Commandery Prince Ming. The people of the imperial governor were furious. They came here first, but in the end, all the credit was taken by the people of Rearguard Commandery. On the carriage back to the palace, Commandery Prince Ming felt very bitter. If he had known this would happen, he would have just sat in the room. At most, he would have a reputation of being idle. But why was he hiding in the cellar? It was obvious that something was wrong. Commandery Prince, please come back to the palace with us to see His Majesty. Wang Su, who was escorting the carriage, said. What was the rearguard commandery? They were the eyes and ears of the emperor. If they found Commandery Prince Ming sneaking in the cellar, how could they not catch him? Others didn't dare to catch him, but the rearguard commandery wasn't. Commandery Prince Ming deeply felt that he had been tricked by Shang Guanyin. She must have done it on purpose. She knew that she couldn't escape, so she dragged him down. This aunt, she tricked his father last time, and now she tricked him again. Commandery Prince Ming and Shang Guanyin haven't seen each other for many years. Commandery Prince Ming didn't know Shang Guanyin. How did Shang Guanyin recognize him? What about the amnesia? No, he had to complain to his grandfather. He had to say that Shang Guanyin pretended to have amnesia. Shang Guanyin was deceiving the emperor. After the people of Rearguard Commandery and Imperial Governor left, Su Fengxian greeted the guests with a smile. Let's continue. Continue. Girls, sing. Tianxiang Pavilion was restored to its previous grandeur. Gu Jiao also found an excuse to leave the cubicle and go upstairs. They didn't find you, right? Gu Jiao asked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng stood by the window facing the street, looking in the direction where Wang Su and the others left. He said with a complicated expression, "Those are the people of Rearguard Commandery." Gu Jiao murmured, "Rearguard Commandery?" There was no Rearguard Commandery in Zhao country. This was the unique military authority of the Yin Kingdom. She had heard about it from Muchuan on the day she entered the palace. It was located outside the palace. On the right was the Supreme Court and the 6 ministries, while on the left was the Imperial Clan Court and the 4 commanderies. However, Gu Jiao wasn't sure what the Rearguard Commandery did. The Imperial Court official on the right side of the carriage is Commandant Guan Wang Su. He works for the monarch. Xiaoheng had investigated all the officials of Great Yin, and it happened that Wang Su was one of them. Wang Su was the legitimate son of Wang clan, and the nephew of consort Wang Xian. Wang Xianfei did not have a son, only 2 princesses. The Wang family did not participate in the fight for the throne, and was loyal to the king. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "So it's the monarch who is capturing people, and the woman just now is related to the monarch? Then why are you dressed so shabbily?" However, when he carefully thought about her appearance, she was indeed worthy of being called an immortal. And her eyes. It seemed to be a pair of standard phoenix eyes, but they were covered by messy hair, so Gu Jiao was not completely sure. Gu Jiao found that Xiaoheng was staring at the carriage that was getting farther and farther away. "What are you thinking about?" Xiaoheng handed the watermelon in his arms to her. She dug it and said, "It's for me." When he said this, he felt a little depressed. He thought of her eyes that were afraid of being rejected, and he also thought of the hurt that flashed through her eyes when he didn't reach out to take it. Finally, the people of the Rearguard Commandery came, and she directly stuffed the watermelon into his arms. The watermelon was cold, but he felt it was hot in his hand. "And this," Xiaoheng said, and handed a golden thing to Gu Jiao. It was the piece of gold that Gu Jiao broke off and shared with Shengguan Yan. "She gave it to me, and asked me to pursue my wife." Gu Jiao. "She saw that I was a woman dressed as a man? When I talked to her, I clearly used a young man's voice. Even when I entered the room, I didn't change back to my own voice when I talked to Xiaoheng. Even if she suspected that I had an improper relationship with Xiaoheng, she should think that I'm gay. Of course, it may also be that I'm pursuing a man's wife. Oh, do I look like the one below? I went astray. Who is that woman? Why does she seem to know Xiaoheng?" The imperial palace. The emperor already knew that the evil creature was caught by the Rearguard Commandery and was on his way back to the palace to be punished. He had gathered all his firepower and was ready to attack Shengguan Yan. But who would have thought that the Rearguard Commandery Prince Ming would come back? Commandery Prince Ming sneakily appeared in the place where Shengguan Yan was hiding. At this critical moment, his behavior was too suspicious. Commandery Prince Ming going to Tianxiang Pavilion had nothing to do with Shengguan Yan. But sometimes the truth didn't matter. What the emperor thought was important. However, Commandery Prince Ming couldn't tell others that he went to pick up a master on behalf of the crown prince. The emperor looked at Commandery Prince Ming with eyes that almost asked, "Did you go to assassinate your aunt?" Commandery Prince Ming was about to cry. "You didn't announce to the public that my aunt was missing." "How could I know?" The emperor nodded. "Yes, I didn't announce it to the public, so you must have placed a spy around me." Commandery Prince Ming. "I didn't." Shengguan Yan added oil to the fire. "You did, I saw it." "What did you see?" "You saw it. How could you lie through your teeth like this?" Commandery Prince Ming gritted his teeth. "My aunt remembered me. She called me nephew. She pretended to lose her memory." The monarch snorted and said, "Shengguan Yan will call you nephew? Then she really lost her memory. She never paid attention to you." Commandery Prince Ming. "How could this be a trap?" The emperor ordered Commandery Prince Ming to go back to the crown prince's residence and grounded him for 3 months. He also ordered Zhang Dequan to call the crown prince into the palace and scolded him. No matter what Commandery Prince Ming did in the opera house, it was his fault as a father for not teaching him well. The crown prince thought, then isn't it your fault that I'm like this? It's good to think about it. If he really said it, the emperor would kill him. With Commandery Prince Ming sharing the emperor's anger, Shang Guanyan's punishment was not so heavy. At least, the emperor didn't really kill her. However, she was also grounded. After all, it was impossible for the king to forget the fact that he had made the king bald. Where is Qing? If you tell me, I'll be lenient with you. Shang Guanyan didn't say anything. The emperor coldly said, Shang Guanyan, I didn't keep you in the palace to protect you. It's just that I haven't found out the truth about the destruction of the imperial mausoleum. Once the truth is out, you immediately go back to the imperial mausoleum. Suddenly, someone came to report. Your Majesty, there's a clue about the imperial mausoleum. The emperor almost choked on his breath. Shang Guanyan was also not much better. She couldn't go back to the imperial mausoleum yet. The emperor was waiting for her to beg for mercy. She didn't beg for mercy. The atmosphere was awkward. Zhang Dequan silently retreated and negotiated with the officials of the Ministry of Justice. When he came back, he reported with a smile. It's a mistake. It's not about the imperial mausoleum. Oh, humph. The emperor and Shang Guanyan turned their faces in different directions at the same time. Shang Guanyan returned to Zhaoyang Palace and was grounded. The emperor called Wang Su from the rearguard commandery and asked him to find Shang Guanqing's whereabouts. Yes, Wang Su took the order. The emperor leaned back in his chair tiredly. The weather was hot, and there was sweat constantly flowing from his head. Zhang Dequan asked the palace maids and eunuchs to retreat, then looked at the emperor's head and said, Your Majesty, take this off. The emperor faintly hummed. Zhang Dequan walked over and took off his wig. The emperor was sure that Shang Guanyan let him out to save Shang Guanqing. Of course, he didn't expect that the other party would cut him bald. But it would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The emperor coldly said, Can't she just tell me that someone is going to harm Qing? Do you think I don't care about Qing's life and death? Zhang Dequan said in his heart, You destroyed her maternal family, expelled her from the royal family, and demoted her to a commoner. Do you expect her to trust you as a father and daughter, or as a monarch and people? Everyone knows the truth, but they just can't accept it. Zhang Dequan poured a cup of herbal tea for the emperor. Please calm down. It was impossible to calm down. The emperor took a sip of tea and thought of the young commandery princess. He asked, The young commandery princess hasn't come back yet? Zhang Dequan hurriedly said, You are worried that she can't keep up with the prodigy class, so you asked me to find a teacher from the academy to make up for her. There is such a thing. The emperor remembered and no longer urged. But he couldn't approve the booklet. He paused for a moment, then said to Zhang Dequan, Bring me my thrush bird. The emperor had two hobbies in his life. One was shooting bows, and the other was raising birds. A few days ago, he asked someone to buy a 5-colored thrush bird from Jin State. He loved it very much and would go to see it every day. Zhang Dequan went to the door to instruct the young eunuch. Not long after, the young eunuch rushed in and said in fear, The thrush bird is gone. Who went to the birdhouse? Other than the bird trainer, there is only the young commandery princess. The young commandery princess promised to compete with little Jing Kong yesterday. She was an elder who kept her promise, so she put the bird into her pocket and took it out of the palace. I just want to borrow it. I told Uncle His Majesty, and he didn't object. The young commandery princess climbed into the dragon bed in the middle of the night and said this to the emperor, who was sleeping soundly. The young commandery princess took the bird out and put it into her school bag. She didn't take it out until she went to make up for her lessons. Little Jing Kong whistled with his fingers, there was no sound, and called Little Nine, all by roaring. The two children didn't reach a consensus on the rules of the bird competition. Little Jing Kong thought that the bird competition should be based on size, while the young commandery princess thought that the bird competition should be based on beauty and ugliness. Both of them were full of confidence in their birds. Then, when the two birds met, they were dumbfounded. They saw little Nine didn't say a word, but flew over and swallowed the 5-colored thrush bird in the young commandery princess's hand, leaving nothing behind. Little Jing Kong. The young commandery princess. Tianxiang Pavilion. Gu Qingfeng finished tonight's scene. He went backstage to take off his costume and makeup, changed into his light blue gown, and went to the second floor. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao were in the room. Xiao Heng was still standing on the balcony, looking in the direction where the carriage left. Gu Jiao didn't disturb him. She just quietly accompanied him, eating the watermelon that Shangguan Yin had dug. It was cold, sweet, and refreshing. What Xiao Heng needed at this time was companionship, not enlightenment or heart-to-heart talk. I'm sorry I neglected you. Xiao Heng came back to his senses and said to Gu Jiao with guilt. Gu Jiao shook her head with her cheeks puffed up. That woman not only dug the watermelon into a beautiful ball, but also removed the seeds. She ate it happily. She would be happy when she was with her husband. When two people were together, they didn't need to talk much. Silent companionship was also a kind of tacit understanding. There were only two left. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then scooped one and fed it to him. Xiao Heng ate it. Is it sweet? Gu Jiao asked. Yes. He nodded. It's very sweet. Gu Jiao fed him the last watermelon. Then she held the watermelon, raised her head, and drank the watermelon juice. She drank until her face was covered with juice, as if she had a small red beard. Xiao Heng was amused by her, and the faint melancholy in his heart dissipated a lot in an instant. He took out a clean handkerchief and carefully wiped her face. His movements were gentle, and his eyes were gentle. Gu Jiao didn't move. She raised her face and let him wipe it. She was very obedient. When Gu Qingfeng came to the door, he saw this scene. He curled his lips and muttered sourly, "Stinky girl. You're so obedient when you're with this kid. But when you're with me, you're like a little devil." Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door without any trace of politeness. Xiao Heng just finished wiping. When he heard the sound, he took back the handkerchief in his hand. Gu Jiao glared at Gu Qingfeng with hidden bitterness. You're itching for a beating again. Gu Qingfeng received Gu Jiao's death stare. He gritted his teeth. Stinky girl. He walked into the room and sat down at the square table. He poured himself a cup of tea and snorted indifferently. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The inner city gates will be closed in less than an hour. Xiao Heng gently squeezed Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao also squeezed his hand. Gu Qingfeng was unprepared for this public display of affection. He was so full that he wanted to slam the table. Don't you two go overboard. This is my room. You want to whisper sweet nothings to me. No, you two are not allowed to whisper sweet nothings to me. Let's get down to business, Gu Qingfeng said seriously. I found out why Royal Prince Ming came here today. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao left the balcony and walked over. The two of them sat down opposite him and looked at him, indicating for him to continue. Gu Qingfeng did not keep them in suspense, and told them what he had overheard. The Crown Prince asked him to come here and wait for someone. It's said that it's an extremely skilled martial artist. However, as you can see, he has already left. I didn't see any skilled martial artists appear either. His information might be wrong. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng did not have any evidence on this point, so it was hard for them to jump to conclusions. That's all? Gu Jiao asked. That's all, Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao said. Who was the girl who was taken away today? Gu Qingfeng sighed. The officials who came were all very tight-lipped. We haven't found anything yet. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was silent. Xiao Heng rushed back to the inner city before the city gates closed. Gu Jiao took Gu Xiaoshan back to Willow Lane. Zhong Ding, Zhou Tong, and the others stayed at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. They had already paid the money and called the girls. They did not know that Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshan had left. After Xiao Heng came out of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, he felt strange. He kept feeling that there was an invisible connection. Young master, young master, young master. The coachman called him 3 times. Xiao Heng came back to his senses and asked, What's wrong? The coachman whispered, We're about to reach Lingbo Academy. In other words, it was time for him to change his clothes. Xiao Heng changed back into Kanglin Academy's uniform, put on a veil, and went to Lingbo Academy to pick up little Jing Kong from teacher Cheng's place. Little Jing Kong got into trouble today. He rubbed his little hands and did not dare to say anything. In the past, Xiao Heng could see through him at a glance. However, he was a little uneasy today and did not notice little Jing Kong's strange behavior. Little Jing Kong had already eaten. After returning to Linglong Pavilion, Xiao Heng directly fetched water for him to take a bath. He did not say anything unnecessary during the whole process. Although he had always been a man of few words, little Jing Kong still felt that his bad brother-in-law was different. He looked at his bad brother-in-law in confusion. Did you get the last place again today? No matter how many times Xiao Heng got the first place, little Jing Kong could not get rid of the fact that he got the last place. No, Xiao Heng said. He took dry clothes and put them on little Jing Kong. Go to sleep. Oh, little Jing Kong did not cause trouble. He climbed into bed, turned over a few times and fell asleep. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was hot and dry. The cicadas on the trees kept chirping, and frogs croaked in the lotus pond. The whole academy fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Heng tossed and turned on the bed. The assassination last night, Zhang Dequan's call, and the woman he met today kept flashing through his mind. The woman holding the watermelon and being afraid that he would reject her became clearer and clearer in his mind. The feeling of being pulled in his heart became stronger and stronger. He covered his chest and breathed slightly faster. He did not know how long it had been before he fell into a deep sleep with his thoughts running wild. Midnight. The sky flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Xiao Heng's heart palpitated. He opened his eyes and sat up. The window lattice was blown open by the strong wind. The plain curtains swayed in the lightning and thunder. He got out of bed and went to close the window lattice again. However, he accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table. The teacup was smashed into pieces. He took a step back to avoid it, but he still stepped on a piece of debris. Blood flowed from his white and thin feet to the corner of the wall. The next day, Xiao Heng sent little Jing Kong to school at Lingbo Academy. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the academy, he heard two students of Lingbo Academy say, "Did you hear? Something happened to the dethroned crown princess. What could happen to her? She seemed to want to escape from the palace last night. However, there was a sudden thunder. She was so scared that she lost her footing and fell down from the back of the mountain. It was a serious fall. She even broke her waist. She won't make it." "Really? Of course it's true. There's an imperial doctor living next door. He was called into the palace last night to save the dethroned crown princess. He hasn't returned yet. Now people are saying that the dethroned crown princess is immoral. Even God can't stand it anymore and sent down lightning to punish her." Xiao Heng suddenly felt out of breath. He did not know how he left. When the carriage stopped, he was already at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion. The carriage driver looked at him worriedly. "Young master, we've arrived at Tianxiang Pavilion. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Where's Jing Kong?" Xiao Heng asked. The carriage driver was surprised and replied, "You sent him to the academy. You personally handed him over to Master Lu. Master Lu also asked Master Chung to pass on a message. If you can't come at noon, I'll have to trouble Master Chung to take care of him." "That's good." Xiao Heng got off the carriage. The carriage driver was confused. Did the young master suffer a blow? His entire being seemed to have lost his soul. But even so, the young master still made arrangements for Jing Kong. Xiao Heng never wore the Kanglan Women's Academy uniform to Tianxiang Pavilion. Today was the first time. Gu Jiao was also there. She had also heard about the crown princess from Mu Chuan. She came to Tianxiang Pavilion to ask Gu Qingfeng about the situation. In fact, with Mu Chuan's status, it was unlikely that he was lying. Gu Qingfeng closed the door, and the two of them sat down. He himself also came to the table and sat down. He said solemnly, "I have two things here. First, it is true that the deposed crown princess is seriously injured and her life and death are uncertain. The people in the imperial preceptor's hall were also alerted. The imperial preceptor entered the palace that night and is still trying to save her this morning." "How did she get injured?" Gu Jiao asked. It's said that she lost her footing and fell down a hill, Gu Qingfeng said. Second, Gu Qingfeng paused and then said, the woman who was taken away by the commandant yesterday is the deposed crown princess. Xiao Hing's fingers clenched tightly. Imperial Palace, Zhaoyang Hall. This palace, which had been abandoned for many years, had lost its former splendor and became deserted. However, since the middle of the night last night, it was once again crowded with people. More than 10 imperial physicians and more than 20 medical attendants were summoned to Zhaoyang Hall one after another. The imperial guards surrounded Zhaoyang Hall. Wang Su of the rearguard commandery also led his capable soldiers to guard outside Zhaoyang Hall. The monarch stood in the corridor and watched as basins of bloody water were brought out. His expression was extremely ugly. Zhang Dequan invited the imperial preceptor over. The imperial preceptor entered the room to check Sheng Guanyan's injuries. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. The king's veins were bulging as he said, "Is she faking it again? I knew it. What else can she do besides pretending?" The imperial preceptor did not speak. The monarch said coldly, "Why don't you say it?" The imperial preceptor met the monarch's sharp gaze. "I'm afraid it can't be as your majesty wishes. She's really injured, seriously injured." If the imperial preceptor said it was serious, then it was not a serious problem. It was something that couldn't be saved. The monarch clenched his fists. "Imperial preceptor, heal her." The imperial preceptor said, "I can't do it." The monarch shouted, "You are the imperial preceptor. You are the most skilled doctor in the great Yin country." The imperial preceptor calmly said, "I don't have the medicine she needs. Even if I do, the hope of curing her is very slim." The monarch said in a deep voice, "Where is the medicine?" "It's not there, it's a person." The imperial preceptor said, "Tianqiong Academy, Shaolulang." Chapter 720. The monarch was silent for a moment when he heard the name, Shaoluleng. He murmured. Zhang Dequan understood and explained. He exchanged the reward with Canaan Academy. "One of the students from Tianqiong Academy came to see you." The monarch frowned and asked, "Is he the witness before Nangongli died?" Zhang Dequan said, "Yes, he is." The monarch remembered the boy who claimed that Nangongli was killed by someone else. He just wanted to save Nangongli but didn't make it in time. With the monarch's temper, no matter whether the boy's words were credible or not, he would be sent to the prison for torture. However, he was taken away by Shengguan Shui, who came out of nowhere. Shengguan Shui said that the boy was her equestrian teacher. How did the boy become the young commandery princess equestrian teacher? Did you find out? The monarch remembered that he had asked Zhang Dequan. Zhang Dequan respectfully replied, "This servant has inquired. He is Mu Qingchen's deskmate, and the two of them are in the same boxing team. He once tamed a powerful horse king, and Mu Qingchen praised his horsemanship. In addition, he knows the art of Qi Huang, and the young princess has asthma. So Mu Qingchen recommended him to the young princess after considering her condition. But it was the young commandery princess' idea to keep him. You know, the young commandery princess is very picky about her teachers." The monarch said lightly, "So he does no medical skills." Zhang Dequan said, "Mu Qingchen won't hurt the young commandery princess." The grand tutor's expression remained calm as he listened to their conversation. At his level, there were very few things in the mortal world that could make his emotions fluctuate. The monarch looked at him and asked, "Are you sure he has the medicine?" The state preceptor said, "I'm sure." The monarch said seriously, "Then send someone to get the medicine." The state preceptor said, "I'm afraid he has to come here in person. He will know what medicine to give to the patient after seeing her. In addition, I suggest that the crown princess be sent to the imperial preceptor hall for treatment." The monarch pointed at the room and said sternly, "The crown princess is in such a state. Can she still be moved?" The state preceptor thought for a moment and said, "Then let's wait for Shaoluleng to come." In Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Gu Qingfeng's room fell into silence. Yesterday's melon-eating woman turned out to be the former crown princess. This news shocked all three of them. Su Fengxian was also shocked. She had already fainted 7 or 8 times in her own room. She forced a good girl into prostitution, and forced the former crown princess to do so. Heaven really wanted her dead. The former crown princess seems to know you. The crown prince wants to kill you. Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Heng beside her. She felt that the answer she wanted to verify in her heart was about to surface. However, now is not the time to seek answers. How did something happen to the former crown princess? This was very suspicious. She didn't believe that the former crown princess was seriously injured by herself. The fact that the former crown princess was able to knock down 4 powerful maidservants showed that she had some skills. She couldn't have fallen like that, unless someone increased the force of her fall. For example, someone lifted her up high and threw her down heavily. Thinking of this cruel scene, Gu Jiao's eyes grew cold. Of course, this was only Gu Jiao's guess. She had to go to the scene to find out the truth. However, if her injury was caused by someone, then the murderer might have cleaned up the scene. It would be very difficult to investigate. However, it also depended on who was investigating. If it was Xiao Heng, he would definitely be able to find some clues. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Heng and then at Gu Jiao, asking, "Is there something I don't know?" Yes, the former crown princess dug watermelons for Xiao Heng and gave him gold to pursue his wife. Lulang, Lulang. Gu Xiaoshuan's anxious voice came from downstairs. Gu Jiao asked for leave in the morning. At this time, Gu Xiaoshan should be in class. Gu Xiaoshan rushed upstairs and broke the door in breathlessly. She held her thighs with both hands and bowed. She said breathlessly, "Sister, the people from the Imperial Preceptor's palace went to the academy and asked you to go to the palace to treat the former crown princess." She was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to enter the palace. "I've brought you the small medicine box." Gu Xiaoshan took down the small basket on her back. If you go to the city gate. I'll ask the people from the Imperial Preceptor's palace to wait there. If you don't go, I'll go and tell them." Gu Xiaoshan was very thoughtful. She didn't reveal Gu Jiao's whereabouts, and also took into account whether Gu Jiao would go or not. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that Gu Xiaoshan had grown up. She was no longer the village bully, who bullied her brother-in-law with a group of bad friends. Gu Xiaoshan took in the expressions of the 3 people. She was confused and panted. Why are you looking at me like this? Did I do something wrong? Should I reject them directly? Gu Jiao walked over and gently held Gu Xiaoshuan's shoulder. "No, you did well." Gu Jiao took the small basket. Xiao Heng stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes wide and said, "Hey, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being recognized if you two go together?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay, you can be my medicine boy." Gu Qingfeng, "You two were really helping each other when the other was doing something bad. You never stopped them." Gu Qingfeng couldn't stop them. Xiao Heng had someone go to a ready-made clothing store to buy a set of men's clothes. She tried to make herself look like a medicine boy. Medicine boys couldn't wear masks when they entered the palace, so they could only disguise themselves. Gu Qingfeng said, "In such a hot day, the human skin mask won't stick. It'll fall off." Gu Jiao said, "I'll let you see what the head-changing technique is." A moment later, when Xiao Heng appeared in front of Gu Qingfeng again, Gu Qingfeng couldn't recognize her. Most of Xiao Heng's beauty was hidden. She looked like an ordinary face. Even the most iconic pair of phoenix eyes were covered by Gu Jiao. "You have this ability?" Gu Qingfeng was stunned. He wanted to learn. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng left Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Xiao Heng's carriage and Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's carriage couldn't be used. The two of them went to a nearby carriage shop to hire a carriage. Although the street where Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was located was very lively, it was actually very remote. After all, it was a special business. The further it was from the central district, the better. They needed to pass through a ridge of fields and walk through a small forest path to reach the official road in the outer district. In the carriage, Gu Jiao held Xiao Heng's cold hand and silently comforted her. When the carriage was halfway through the forest path, Gu Jiao's ears suddenly twitched. She stood up with a swoosh. reached out a hand, and grabbed the coachman of the carriage company. With a whoosh, an arrow whizzed past the place where the driver had just been sitting and nailed heavily into an old locust tree. The tail of the arrow swayed, and the arrow's feathers swayed so much that they left behind afterimages. It was clear to see just how powerful it was. Gu Jiao wanted to rush over, but a row of spear traps suddenly appeared in front of her. The horse was frightened, but it was too late to slow down. Gu Jiao grabbed the reins and forcefully changed the direction of the horse. The sudden sharp turn caused the carriage to deviate. The horse stopped and the carriage flipped to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, Xiao Heng used his hands to protect Gu Jiao's waist and head. Gu Jiao also reached out to support his head. The two of them didn't care about each other, but they protected each other. The carriage driver's eyes rolled back and he fainted. The carriage fell behind a large tree. Gu Jiao pulled Xiao Heng's hand out of the carriage and used the large tree to block their figures. Xiao Heng looked at the spear traps not far away, and then raised his head to look at the large net that had not been set. He immediately understood that this was a premeditated assassination. Someone didn't want them to treat the crown princess. Come out, Xiao Lulang. You can't hide. A man's indifferent voice came from the other end of the small path. Perhaps Xiao Lulang didn't recognize this voice, but Gu Jiao was not unfamiliar with it. Gu Jiao used her eyes to indicate to Xiao Heng to stand there and not move. She calmly walked out from behind the large tree and looked at Han Shitzi, who was riding a tall horse and holding a red-tasseled spear. She indifferently said, "So it's you." Han Yi looked down at Gu Jiao and said, "Are you very surprised, Xiao Lulang?" "No, you're not the real Xiao Lulang. That beauty from the Azure Water Women's Academy is. Just who are you?" Gu Jiao said, "Who am I? Why don't you go to the underworld and ask Nan Gongli?" Xiao Heng secretly observed Han Yi. He was stalling for time. The crown princess was about to die. Han Yi mockingly said, "Such a big tone. You don't really think that killing a crippled Nan Gongli makes you so capable, do you? You're simply not the Shitzi's match. This Shitzi will give you a chance to live. If you're willing to rely on the Han family, the grudges between you and the Han family will be written off. If you're stubborn, then the Shitzi will have no choice but to take care of the Han family's trusted aide here." Gu Jiao said without hesitation. "All right, I promise you. From now on, I'll be your Han family's advisor." As she spoke, she walked in front of the horse and reached out her hand to Han Yi. "Shitzi Han, I'm looking forward to working with you." Han Yi choked. What the fuck? Han Yi was simply dumbfounded. He couldn't even comprehend his emotions. He raised his arm in a daze and shook Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao smiled. Alarm bells rang in Han Yi's heart. He wanted to dodge, but Gu Jiao had already grabbed his hand and pulled him down from the horse. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao raised her foot and fiercely stomped on his chest. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.